Volume 2, Chapter 1. Yasuke.
What is it?
Hey, Yasuke.
I said, what is it?
Why are you angry?
Are you for real? Because I spent my entire day trying to find a criminal. You should have said it was you who destroyed it all along. Why'd you lie about it?
I didn't really lie about anything. I just didn't mention it.
It's the same thing. Why did you do such a thing?
It's because you never leave your house anymore, Yasuke.
Huh?
I thought maybe if I made a sandcastle, you'd come look. There's no sense in making them if you don't look at them.
It's none of your business.
Yasuke, why were you hiding?
Shut up.
Don't you like people seeing you cry?
I'll hit you.
You can't hit a girl, Yasuke.
You're just another dim-witted girl with no personality.
I won't cry. Okay.
I'm not trying to make you cry.
I won't cry, because the person who really wants to cry is Yasuke.
What are you saying? I don't cry.
Why do you keep pretending to be strong?
I'm not trying to be strong.
You don't have to pretend to be strong in front of me. I don't care if I'm a dim-witted girl with no personality. Anyway, if I saw you crying, I bet I'd like you more.
That's kinda gross.
It's fine if it's gross. Besides, I've decided something. Even if you hide, I'll always be by your side. You can't escape me.
You sound like a stalker.
I'm not a stalker. I'm your lover.
Since when were you my lover? Is that something you decided by yourself?
Hey, since we're lovers, I'll be with you when you're sad.
I'm not really sad.
There you go, pretending to be strong again.
I'm not pretending to be strong. I'm just not sad.
Yasuke.
In the end, she didn't even remember who I am. She just figured I was some kid she didn't care about. I couldn't even call her mom anymore in case she'd get scared. I had to pretend to be someone else's kid. I'm not gonna cry for her sake. Now that she's dead, I've got a load off my shoulders. I don't have to be an actor in a play anymore.
But it was because of the disease.
I said it was unavoidable, didn't I? I'm sick of hearing it. The doctor was always saying that. The doctor didn't do anything. If he were really a doctor, he would have cured my mom's disease.
He sounds like a phony.
If I were a doctor, I would have cured her disease easily.
Are you going to cry?
I said I don't cry.
Don't worry. I'll never forget about you, Yasuke.
What? That's a weird thing to say suddenly.
It's not weird. I really mean it. Even if I forget everything else in this world, I'll absolutely remember you.
If you do forget, what will you do?
Then you'll cure me, Yasuke. If you become a doctor, you'll be able to cure any disease I have, won't you?
Well, yeah, I guess.
And if you forget, I'll remember you. But if I don't remember, we'll still be together forever. We'd spend our whole lives looking after each other.
I knew it. You really are a stalker, aren't you?
Anyway, we'll always be together. Hey, since we'll always be together, it's okay to do embarrassing things. It's okay to cry. You can cry forever.
You really are weird.
So have you given up?
You won't laugh at me?
I won't laugh at you.
You won't try to comfort me?
I won't try to comfort you.
You won't tell anyone?
I don't have any friends to tell it to.
I don't have any friends either. Or any family.
For the first time in his life, Yasuke Matsuda cried in public. Chapter 2. Hope's Peak Academy's East District. The Faculty Building. In the unpopular 4th floor's corridor, only 2 steps of footsteps could be heard. One set of footsteps belonged to the school physician. The other belonged to super high school level neurologist Yasuke Matsuda. The physician, with dark shadows cast over his face, led Matsuda. A depressing feeling floated in the atmosphere. Matsuda wore his usual dingy white shirt that fit him loosely. The hem of his shirt met his trousers, and he wore a jacket off the top. It clung to his shoulders stiffly as he walked, most likely because he never wore it. "Ah, I really owe you one for this," said the physician, walking ahead of him. Matsuda raised his head. "He's nowhere near my speciality. I was extremely troubled on what to do, so I appreciate your cooperation with this." He had a relieved-sounding voice. Matsuda replied in an indifferent tone. "Still, in the future you should talk to an expert about it. But if you can't do that, come to me. That's all there is to it, right?" That's... The physician choked back his words. Matsuda could not see his face from his position, but he could easily imagine the man in front of him looked concerned. Did something happen? Matsuda took some deep breaths to calm himself. "It's fine. I'm not going to use the excuse that I'm a student on you. No, instead I should be helping the experts more." I see. In any case, I owe you my thanks." The physician's face returned to normal. However, in turn, Matsuda had only become more tense and irritated. He reminded himself to suppress his emotions. "Either way, there's no turning back. So I can protect her, I need to keep going on. No, instead, I need to keep falling down?" The physician continued to lead him around the corridor corner. Matsuda followed him. The atmosphere immediately changed. This part of the corridor was eerily silent. He felt the temperature rapidly drop. On one side of the corridor, every window was covered up by thick curtains. The other side was lined with a number of doors. On each door, there was a darkly tinted small window. This corridor was longer than the last. The faculty building was exactly as Matsuda had imagined it would look like since he first learned of its existence. "Usually, all the rooms are vacant," the physician abruptly started to explain. He may have sensed Matsuda's question. "So then, I suppose he means these rooms are only really used in an emergency." He followed the physician, looking around absent-mindedly. The physician who had been walking ahead of him stopped suddenly. "This is it." As he said that, he gestured to the door next to him. There wasn't anything unique about the door. In fact, it was a miracle the man was able to identify the door. "Apparently, all the equipment has already been delivered, but can you really go by yourself? The principal had asked for 2 people." "It's fine," Matsuda replied flatly. "No, but..." The physician hesitated. Matsuda had rendered his argument useless. "The principal and the steering committee have given me full access. In their absence, they have left it to me. Besides, it would make no difference if 2 people went. Actually, it would probably affect the subject in a bad way. So I ask of you to please leave the rest to me." The physician looked subdued. He quickly gave up and nodded, not bothering to argue anymore. "I see. Well then, I'll leave it to you." The physician turned away from Matsuda and walked around the corner into the depths of the corridor. After Matsuda watched the man walk away, he turned his gaze to the door in front of him. He slowly opened the door. Behind it was a dimly lit, wide space. The first thing he noticed was the room was filled to the brim with various electronic devices. This place had more high-tech equipment than the school's humble school hospital, or the research facility. "Well, that's Hope's Peak Academy for you." That was the impression the room before him gave Matsuda. However, he felt tense as he stepped foot into the room. The fluorescent lights over him seemed to be unreliable in comparison to the ones used in the classrooms. The window on the back wall was also covered in a thick hanging curtain. The overall lighting of the room was quite dark. Due to that, the light emitted from the electronic devices stood out more. In the center of the room was a bed, surrounded by the shining lights. Matsuda's line of sight drifted towards the figure on the bed. There was a man sleeping. He slowly walked to the side of the bed closest to him and looked down at the man. He had shallow facial features and a pure and honest face, as if he were a swordsman out of a movie based on feudal Japan. But something caught his eye more. There was a bandage wrapped several times over a painfully looking wound on his head. Matsuda knew who he was. The man's name was Murasame Shoshin. In the top position at the student council, he was the super high school level student council president. He was also one of the survivors of the worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history. As if examining, Matsuda turned his gaze to the man. The man lying on his back had his eyes firmly open, although they saw nothing. They stared straight up at the ceiling, without moving, without blinking.
It's been a while.
Matsuda tried calling out, but there was no response. He picked up the medical records next to the bed. He had already been told what was written there beforehand, more or less. Murasame Shoshin was involved in the worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history, during which he suffered serious head trauma. Fortunately, he escaped any life-threatening injuries. He was supposedly able to recover, however, for several days to even after several weeks he was still not responsive at all. The reason as to why remains unknown. As Matsuda returned to the medical record to the bedside table, he tried raising his voice again.
Do you know who I am? I'm Yasuke Matsuda from your class. I'm the super high school level neurologist they were talking about. We've met several times before.
As he expected, there was no response. Matsuda continued to prompt him.
So, why do you think I came here?
As he sat down, he looked at Murasame's face. He stared intently, searching for any hint of a reaction.
I was asked by the school headmaster and members of the steering committee. I said I wanted to help your recovery. Even though I said I wanted to hear about what happened, they wouldn't tell me anything. In fact, they did the opposite. In order to cover it up, it seems they want to hear the full story from you.
Matsuda paused and emphasized the words that followed.
Well, that's supposedly their intentions.
As always, Murasame didn't respond, but Matsuda continued anyway.
If you ask me, they don't like that you came back. That's why they sent me. So even if I do everything possible I can, you can't stay. So I don't really care either way. Having you gone will probably work out for the best for them. But what if you don't disappear? If you do come back, that'd really screw over their plans, won't it? When that happens, I wonder what they'll do. Once they get the story out of you, they'd be under a lot of pressure.
As Matsuda explained the circumstances, he picked up Murasame's right hand. After lifting it up, he soon released it. However, the man's hand showed no sign of strength and dropped straight back onto the bed.
But I don't really know about that either. They're trying to hide and abandon the student council president because there's a criminal behind the incident, isn't there?
Matsuda leaned forward. Their faces were almost touching. He looked deeply into Murasame's unseeing eyes. One false move and this will turn into Yaoi Rampa.
So, what do you think? Do you know the culprit? You need to tell me. Why are they protecting them?
As always, there was no reply. Whether from his expression or from his eyes, there wasn't a hint of recognition.
It really is useless.
Matsuda shook his head, looking frustrated.
Well, it's just the examination that was the failure,
he muttered grumpily as he scratched his head.
Oh, that's right.
He suddenly remembered something. He then asked in a tone feigning casualness.
By any chance, do you know anyone of the name Junko Enoshima?
Murasame twitched slightly and his eyes moved. Matsuda's expression turned into a glare quickly. Murasame turned directly towards him. Seeing that, Matsuda's reaction was surprisingly quite calm.
I knew it.
He couldn't help but feel discouraged. It would be better if he was still unconscious. But not surprisingly, he wasn't. Though that was also to be expected. Matsuda had prepared it for a long time. He had no choice but to fall down from here. Like a fate that he had been doomed to since the very start. He was cursed to an unchangeable destiny. He knew he couldn't stop it, no matter what he did. The ground he was firmly walking on until now had collapsed. As he fell to the bottom of the deep abyss, he could taste it in his mouth. It was just a metaphor, but it was also quite real. Even as he fell, Matsuda knew exactly what was happening. Chapter 3. The sun's dazzling light beat down on the pavement outside the dormitory so brightly I couldn't help but squint my eyes, though it wasn't strong enough to feel it on my skin. In fact, I even shivered a little as the chilly wind ran past me. Despite all this, I felt relaxed and stress-free as I sat down on a nearby bench and let out a deep sigh. Ah, what a peaceful day. I wanted to shout my thoughts out to the wind. I tilted my head to the side suddenly. Huh? Wasn't there somewhere I needed to go? I took Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook out of my backpack and opened it up so I could verify what it was I was supposed to do, but my hand suddenly stopped. By chance, the page I opened my notebook to was covered by a drawing of a man. My heart thumped a little faster. Matsuda? I couldn't spot any differences between the picture and the real thing, but my heart was only beating a little faster. Perhaps it's not really all that similar after all. I guess if I change it a little, it'll look more like him? It wasn't that I couldn't remember Matsuda's face. I just needed to use my heartbeat in place of my memory. Maybe it's the eyes, or perhaps the mouth, I thought to myself as I drew. After some time, my heart was almost pounding like it would in front of the real thing. Yup, that's probably more similar. I patiently examined it as I gazed at it. Matsuda. 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 I repeated his name in my mind. See? My heart's pounding. My heart beated harder as I brought the portrait closer to my face. As I drew more, it made the feeling stronger. I don't think I'm perverted or anything like that, but I didn't want to kiss it in just a non-sexual way. I suddenly tilted my head to the side. Huh? Wasn't there somewhere I needed to go? With that in mind, I bid farewell to Matsuda's picture and began flipping through my notebook. After turning through the pages for a short while, I finally remembered. At the same time, I could feel my mood take a dramatic drop. I don't know why exactly, but my whole body began to tremble. I remembered that ridiculous murderer's confession. That's right. Junko Enoshima also told me her purposes that time. Kill your beloved darling, Yasuke Matsuda. She said, even if I don't remember, I'm still involved. I was still trembling. She couldn't be right. I should quickly warn Matsuda of the crisis he's in. I need to go to the biology building in the East District. That's where Matsuda's neurology research is. I have no time to lose. I jumped up from the bench and started to sprint with all my strength. Right now it was either break time or lunchtime and the school was crowded with students outdoors. I pushed past people as I ran at full speed across the pavement. Of course, people I pushed past would scream and cry things like "Wah!" and "Kya!" but I didn't care. Anyway, I was running across the pavement, leaving my thoughts behind and sprinting as fast as I could. I left any unneeded idle thoughts fly away with the wind. My bullet of love was shooting directly towards where Matsuda was. I cut directly through the central plaza and arrived at the East District. I continued pushing past the other students and practically dived towards the biology building. My throat was dry and felt painful. In an instant I was leaping up the stairs. My breathing was erratic and heavy. I continued to push down my thoughts like how much my throat hurt or how much I'd like to take a rest out of my mind and kept sprinting. As soon as I arrived at the lab, I didn't bother to knock on the door. Instead, I threw it open. Matsuda! I screamed with my remaining strength. A short high school boy in the middle of the room straightened up in surprise and began trembling. His eyes were wide in surprise and turned to me. He was completely rigid and frozen. Somehow, he doesn't look familiar at all. Come to think of it, my heart isn't racing or beating any harder than usual. Could it be... You're not Matsuda? That's not a clear answer. Which do you mean? I ended up yelling louder than I should have, but it was because I was still panting. I meant I'm not him by... Then where's Matsuda? I quickly looked around the lab. God damn it, there's no one else here. He's out now, probably. That's... If you looked, you'd know. I roared back at him. I was at my wit's end. Ah, come on. I felt my stamina rapidly disappear and fell to my knees. Of all the times he could disappear! Where did he go? I continued ranting while I sat on my knees. The young man ran over to me. It's fine. You shouldn't worry so much. I'm sure he'll be back soon. He looked down at me. Why was he so worried about me? He looked at me with such concerned eyes. Or maybe they were the opposite of worried. Maybe they were... Actually, you're a little suspicious, I started. Huh? Or is your personality just like that? I mean, maybe you're the kind of person that stares at a clearly distraught high school girl's... Eep! Keep away! I fell into my bum and tried to scoot away. The boy looked quickly away. Shocked, my skirt flipped up, and more of my thighs were exposed. Eek! I patted down my skirt. The boy was still looking away with his face bright red and spoke up. I didn't do that. You seemed worried, so all I could do was talk to you. You liar! This is the first time we've met. I'm a complete stranger. It's weird to be concerned for someone you've never met before. I bet you just have some ulterior motive or secret intention or an evil plan or something. Eh? The atmosphere suddenly changed to a more serious tone. A complete stranger? He turned and looked straight at me, surprised. Ah, that reaction. So then... Huh? Have you met me before by any chance? As I said that, the boy only looked more surprised, but only for a moment. He quickly changed his expression to a more formal one. My name is... Makoto Naegi, he said, suddenly introducing himself. Ah, it's a pleasure. As I replied, my line of sight dropped down to Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook. Obviously, his name didn't sound familiar to me at all, but I checked for any sign of his name in my notebook. His name wasn't anywhere in there. So then, we haven't met before. I sent him a confused look. He returned a puzzled expression. His reactions were just becoming more and more suspicious. No matter what he says, this guy is definitely a pervert. I held my notebook in one hand, stood up, and questioned him further. So why are you a student at this school? Eh? Huh? Don't have a reason? He really was suspicious after all. I stared at him, squinting my eyes. No, there's a reason, it's just... I wouldn't call it special. As his sentence fell apart, he looked away. He was just becoming more and more suspicious. I continued to squint my eyes. I get it. The boy nodded reluctantly. It seemed like you finally decided to talk. Since I'm particularly lucky... Excuse me? So I'm super high school level good luck. Super high school level good luck? There seemed to be one underlying problem I was pretty anxious to learn about. So, you're saying your talent is good luck? I don't really get it either, but that's what the school told me. Every year, one person is chosen from a nationwide lottery of ordinary high school students. That student is entered into the school under the title of Super High School Level Good Luck. So by chance, it turns out I was the winner. Somehow. That's kind of a jip. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Naegi seemed just as troubled over it as I. Anyway, his innocence was becoming more and more apparent. However, I still had no reason to believe him. It's much easier to just accept it as it was, though I'm not what you would call a loose woman. So, what is Mr. Super High School Level Good Luck doing in this lab? Tell me, are you an acquaintance of Matsuda? No lies. Well... Naegi pulled something out of his uniform pocket. It was something that appeared to be a thin smartphone. Yasuke Matsuda dropped this. It's always a hassle when someone loses something, so I thought I'd give it back to him. What is that? I've never seen it before. I'm sure this isn't your first time seeing it. Look, it's an electronic student handbook. Naegi explained that this electronic student handbook was only given out to students from the main school. It's a high-tech piece of equipment with a variety of uses, as well as just acting as a student's ID. If a student doesn't present it, they lose access to some facilities. I found this by a bush in the courtyard. It's an inconvenience to lose this, so I thought I should come here so I could pass it back to him as quickly as possible. But he doesn't seem to be here. What? So then, does that mean Naegi is... It's no good. I can't do it. What? I can't say sorry to you for saying you were suspicious. You're only pretending to be a nice guy. I'm not suspicious. He quickly shook his head. I'm not pretending to be nice or anything either. I just came here to give back Matsuda's lost item. That's really all there is to it. Really? Really? Well then, I suppose whether or not there's anything more to this, I'll just have to believe him for now. Fine. I see. You believe me now? Naegi breathed a sigh of relief as he laid his hand on his chest. I turned to the boy. I pointed my index finger towards him. With the momentum, it made a stiffening sound effect like the ones you read in a manga. What you said was pretty misleading. You should have said from the very start that you weren't suspicious. Huh? Sorry. I don't know why he was suddenly saying sorry, but he had an apologetic expression on his face. But, I guess that makes you unlucky. I mean, coming all the way here to return a lost item only to find he wasn't there. I shouldn't be saying unlucky considering you're Mr. Super High School level good luck himself. No, I'm used to this bad luck now, Naegi said, letting another bitter expression appear on his face. Claiming to be Super High School level good luck, then saying he's used to bad luck. Somehow it seems like he really has an unreliable talent. What a strange guy. He's strange. I don't think I could find a word that suited him more than that. That's it. He's just a strange guy. He's such an ordinarily ordinary guy. He's strange. According to my notebook, all students at Hope's Peak Academy are motivated and look towards the future. They are highly competitive and overflowing with ambition. They're brimming with hope. If it were me in his situation, I'd end up feeling bad. I guess. But it didn't seem to be the case with him. That might be the reason why I think he's so strange. Naegi suddenly interrupted my train of thought. But if that's true... Without realizing it, I asked him to repeat himself. If what's true? It's nothing. It's not important, he replied hurriedly. It seems like he was just talking to himself earlier. If it's not important, then you can tell me. What do you mean by if that's true? I ended up responding with an uncharacteristically strong tone of voice. Somehow, this guy's entire nature and attitude makes him strange. Hey, tell me already. If it's not important, then you should tell me. I'm right, aren't I? Hurry up and reply. Okay. You should only reply with okay once. I'm not your teacher. I only said it once, didn't I? Huh? Really? I've already forgotten. Whatever. Just hurry up and tell me. If you don't tell me already, I'll end up forgetting what it is you're telling me. Well, you see, I've only heard a rumor, so I'm not sure if I can believe it, but I thought it might be true. A rumor? I once again raised my finger towards him, pointing it only a few centimeters away from his forehead. Was it a rumor about me? I won't stand for any awful rumors out there tainting my good name. No, it's nothing like that. So then, what sort of rumor is it? It's... Naegi looked away from me before hesitantly continuing. The rumor said there's a student that became forgetful. Became... forgetful? Somehow I couldn't say any more. Any knowledge of stringing a sentence together had mysteriously disappeared. I was planning to ask him if he knew me before I became forgetful. Ah! I suddenly raised my voice. I shuddered as if I had been hit by a thunderbolt. What's wrong? Naegi turned to me again with a worried expression. I quickly opened Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook again and flipped through the pages, and flipped and flipped and flipped. I saw a light that blinded my eyes for a moment. There was an explosion. The memories in my notebook in a flash of inspiration collided together and caused a violent chemical reaction. Sandwiched in my notebook was a single letter. Dear Super High School level idiotic forgetful girl, I'm the one who took all your precious past memories that you so carefully wrote down. They're filled to the brim with memories of that Yasuke Matsuda. The past carries a lot of weight, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Am I right? It does. Hey, earlier you said a student had become forgetful, didn't you? I was overtaken by an immense excitement as I stood up. So then, the students here know about me before I became forgetful? You too, right? You also knew me before I was forgetful. Speak up! Calm down. Naegi desperately tried to settle me down. I don't really know, but it seems like it was due to some sort of illness, but I wasn't really paying too much attention, since I'm not really all that good at talking to people. It's fine, just hurry up and tell me. Did you know me before I was forgetful? Did you? Well, that's... Go on. Yeah. He finally gave a small nod. I knew it, I confirmed to myself. The students at this school knew me before I had become forgetful. That means I had become forgetful after coming to this school. So then, what about that blackmail Junko Enoshima had written to me about my past memories? Did I ever really have such an important memory notebook? No, maybe it was all just a trap so she could get me to cooperate with her. In other words, a lie. So then, what else did she say? Let's see. She told me she killed someone in the Central Plaza. She also told me that I had to kill Matsuda. In the first place, does a person like Junko Enoshima even exist? As my thoughts circled through my head, I tried to remain focused on the notebook. Lie and Junko Enoshima were the two key phrases that were becoming more apparent. The words written on the page started to swirl around my mind. They gradually grew faster, swirling, turning, circling. They mixed and mingled together. For some reason, the depths of my head began to tingle. It was a strange tingling feeling. This sensation is... Huh? I feel like I'm remembering something. Hey! An annoying voice came pounding into my thoughts. It was Naegi's voice. He didn't seem bothered by anything. I stopped concentrating on my notebook. I think I can almost remember it. Hey, shut up. Hey! Come on, I'm trying to concentrate here. Hey, would you shut up already? I shouted at him and raised my face from my notebook. I froze. I saw an unfamiliar man standing in front of us. Eh? Who is that? He grabbed Naegi's shoulders. He wore an unfamiliar school uniform and had unfamiliar long hair. His pitch black silhouette was vastly different to his ghostly white face. Piercing eyes, similar to a reptile's, had been carved into his face. Our eyes met for a brief moment. A siren inside my head rang out, informing me of the dire emergency. I felt like I was having a heart attack as I felt my chest pound faster. Hey. Naegi's face looked shocked. His entire body had gone stiff and he opened his mouth. He came in after us. Do you know him? If you do, by chance, know him, could you do me a favor and tell him to let go of me? Unfortunately, it seems like I've got no idea of who he is, I answered him.
Oi, what was that?
The strange man growled in a low voice.
Don't tell me you've forgotten me already. That's a little harsh, isn't it?
You really do know him? Naegi asked in a puzzled voice. The man's eyes drifted down to him suspiciously.
Whether we have met before, or whether it is simply fate, neither are of any concern to you. You've just been caught up in it all. In the end, you just have bad luck.
I quickly dropped my line of sight to my notebook and looked for any memories about this stranger. There was only one person who came to mind. Could you be... Ishiki Madurai?
That's right. Later that night in the Central Plaza, I, Madurai, was killed by my own target.
Killed? By your own target? Despite what he said, he looked completely uninjured to me.
I am immortal.
Eh? The man sensed my doubts. He smiled broadly and chuckled strangely. Immortal? What is this? A fantasy-based novel? You're not being serious, are you?
You're sure about that?
What do you mean?
I'm truly immortal. If I were not, I would be unable to explain how I am now uninjured.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but how did you just change the genre to something like a war-based game? Can I speak for a moment? Naegi cut in. The guy who came in after us, Madurai, was it? If you're Madurai, you couldn't mean you're Madurai from the student council? Eh? Student council? I said without thinking. Somehow, I could not see this creepy man dressed in all black in the student council.
I see. The boy knows.
Madurai grimaced and closed his eyes before murmuring something.
That's right. I am a survivor from the student council.
Survivor?
You're still pretending to be innocent after so long?
Madurai opened his eyes and stared at me carefully.
It's because of that incident all this happened. That incident is the reason behind the state of the student council now. I had luckily escaped with my life, but everyone else had.
No, that's not it. Madurai shook his head, as if trying to disprove his own words.
Perhaps it's wrong for me to say I was lucky I survived. It's more correct to say I simply remained alive. Yes, that's it. I luckily remained alive. I was not even given the chance to fight, and for that, I shall not just forgive them. I will absolutely not forgive them stealing my chance to protect the student council. Who was it? Who did it?
Madurai spat out as he clenched his hands around Naegi's shoulders. The boy's face distorted with pain, but he still attempted to object, despite his discomfort. Excuse me. I don't really know the details, but I understand you feel angry about what happened to the student council. And I understand that you hate the person who did this, but I think it might be good to instead consider rebuilding the student council before anything else.
Rebuild it? Me?
Madurai scoffed.
Nah. In the first place, why do you even think someone like me belongs in the student council?
Eh?
I was only elected so the other members would be able to relax. After all, I'm only the super high school level bodyguard. I did what I could for the student council. In the past, now, and forever. I am just a protector. That's all.
I heard Madurai grind his teeth. His voice was filled with bitter hatred.
During that time of emergency, I was not fit to help them. I wasn't even a target during the incident. Perhaps the criminal did not consider me to be a member of the student council. Can you even imagine how humiliating this has been for me? I wasn't even given a chance to utilize my own talent. The feeling I had from having my own talent trampled on was... Boy, you bastards better be imagining what it felt like so you can relate.
Madurai gripped Naegi's shoulders even more tightly. The pain the young man felt only increased, and he yelled out,
Now, I can only protect the remaining dignity of the student council. It will not end until I've atoned for the student council. I must confront it. That's why I must exact revenge. I am no longer able to slack off. I am willing to do anything.
The man's eyes were stained red, not focusing on anything anymore. In any case, the man seemed completely settled on the idea of pushing his point. I don't know anything about what happened. I ended up trying to excuse myself for whatever actions I did. I felt an overwhelming fear come over me as I desperately tried to make an excuse to run away. I don't have anything to do with the student council, or know anything about any incidents that happened, or anything dangerous of that sort at all. I'm just an innocent bystander.
As if.
Madurai disagreed. He sounded like he was making a death threat to his worst enemy.
We talked about it earlier. You know all about that incident.
I really don't know anything about it. If you think I'm lying, then please look at this notebook. I opened Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook and waved it in front of Madurai. I haven't written anything in here about it. This is my proof. I don't know anything about it, and I have nothing to do with it.
Would you cut the crap already?
A voice overflowing with fury pierced through my notebook to me.
That notebook of yours doesn't prove anything. Why are you hiding the truth? Are you the criminal's apprentice? Can't talk about it? Or maybe you're really...
said I have nothing to do with it! I suddenly screamed at him. I instantly regretted doing so. I only added fuel to the fire. I thought he'd be really angry at me, but it seems like my prediction was way off the mark. In fact, his face was surprisingly blank. His emotions had flatlined. He didn't even blink. Any concept of time around the man had come to a complete stop. Naegi sensed Madarai's malice and looked behind him timidly.
Come to think of it, I haven't heard this boy's name yet, have I?
He remained expressionless, only his mouth moving. I'm Makoto Naegi. Hearing that, Madarai laughed softly and leaned down to speak in Naegi's ear.
Say, Naegi, were you listening to what I was saying before?
Huh? Madarai suddenly released Naegi's shoulders, only to place both of his hands on either side of Naegi's head. Ah! Naegi's face instantly morphed into a terrified expression.
I said earlier, didn't I? I am willing to do anything for vengeance.
Madarai looked like a demon as he opened his mouth. He smiled and laughed, his voice full of poisonous venom. This is bad. That guy is incredibly dangerous. Somehow, I was only left with the ability to shiver and tremble like a frightened little bunny. I have no choice but to make a run for it. And quick!
You're not thinking of running, are you?
Eh? My foot suddenly stopped in midair.
If you do that, what do you think will happen to this boy here?
Eh? Eh? As I heard this, Naegi's face changed from blue to white. Wow, what a colorful face he has.
This is the last warning you get, so watch yourself. If you don't obey me, this guy's head will be tragically crushed in an unfortunate accident.
What the? I could only feel confused. Both of them looked at me. Say something. Madarai's stare intimidated me, like he was about to do something reckless. Help me, Naegi's eyes pleaded to me. Intimidating eyes and pleading eyes. Both were entirely focused on me and... What a bother. It was a bother to go to the hassle of doing either. There's nothing I would really be able to do, or wanted to do, I guess. That's why for me this was something that had nothing to do with me. That's right, it has nothing to do with me. Sure, I happened to be swept along with the current, but that's all. I wasn't involved with the creation of this situation at all. I don't even know anything about what happened. That's why it has nothing to do with me, 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 nothing to do with me. I mumbled quietly, reminding the people in front of me, as well as just myself. I was mumbling my magical enchantment.
Huh?
Huh? Having heard that, both Madarai and Naegi looked at me with vacant expressions.
What do you mean it has nothing to do with you?
A confused Madarai raised his voice.
There's no way you're not involved. After all, it's your fault this boy here has been caught up in all this.
You're wrong, I found myself replying flatly. I'm not the reason as to why he has become involved in this whole thing. He got himself involved. It's not my fault he has god-awful luck. In the end, I really have nothing to do with this. Hey, wait a... As Naegi tried to interrupt me, I raised my voice to continue my argument. It's a shame, but it's obvious Naegi has no luck at all, I said in the calmest tone I could muster. He just has an insane power to take and give life because of his complete lack of luck. So, I think you have no choice but to give up. Anyway, no matter what the case is, I've already forgotten. After all, I forget everything sooner or later, with the exception of Matsuda. So, as far as I see it, there's not really much out there that actually does have anything to do with me. I continued to mutter those words to myself. In all truth, I really had nothing to do with it. Then, I'll forget that too. My brief meeting with Naegi, the information he knew, I'll forget that as well. There's no reason for me to feel bad about him. So that's why I always say this has nothing to do with me.
Have you decided what you're going to do?
I don't know. I keep telling you this has nothing to do with me, I answered blankly.
Is that so? I see.
Madarai bared his teeth, murmuring in a low voice.
I hope you're prepared to see the extent of my resolution.
There really are strange people who are ready to go as far as to kill another human in order to prove their point. It's insane to think he would accomplish anything by killing Naegi. Naegi really doesn't have any luck. He's gotten himself into a hostage situation after all.
This is the end.
Madurai gripped Naegi's skull with all the strength in his hands and... You're wrong! A voice resounded throughout the room that seemed to dissolve the tension in the air. A crazy person ran into the lab. The figure appeared to slide towards Madurai and hammered the back of their fist into the man's nose, making it bend to a strange angle. Madurai squinted his eyes and shut it in pain. He seemed to lose sight of his attacker as he fell down. After giving Madurai's chest a prod, the stranger turned to Naegi and grasped his head in their hands before moving to pick Naegi up. They placed him gently on top of the bed and turned around. Madurai flew towards him. The stranger gracefully roundhouse kicked and hit Madurai square on the chin. The blow completely smashed his key point and rocked his head violently. He fell to the ground, having no energy left. By the way, this scene I just witnessed, it passed in the blink of an eye. The stranger skillfully landed without making a sound after they finished their kick. Their skirt gently floated down. Oh, there is she? Ikusaba! Naegi called out from the bed in relief. Ikusaba. It seems like that is this girl's name. Of course, this is the first time I've heard her name. Naegi got up from the bed and ran hurriedly to the girl. Thank you, Ikusaba. Thank you so much, he said, thanking her over and over. However, the girl remained completely calm and composed in response. Well, I say calm and composed, but I think it's more like she just didn't feel anything. I was only helping my classmate, she mumbled to herself. Stubbornly, Ikusaba avoided his gaze. But it's odd. Looking at her now, you wouldn't guess she had just been fighting brilliantly only a few moments beforehand. Ah, but Ikusaba, why are you here? I must admit, I was wondering the same thing. Usually it's only Matsuda in this lab. That's what I had written down in my notes. Also, it seems like he's absent today, but he has been getting a multitude of visitors. Maybe he's been working on something big? Oh, Ikusaba raised her voice slightly, but it was barely above a whisper. I listened carefully. I was just passing by? Eh? Why'd you phrase it as a question? I asked without thinking. Ikusaba, you haven't changed one bit, Naegi interrupted. So then, you were just passing by when you came across what was happening, and you came to save us, right? Ikusaba nodded in response. That's it. And you saved me. I was getting worried for a moment there. Thank you, Ikusaba. Thank you so much. Naegi sighed a breath of relief and continued to repeat his sincere thanks, much to Ikusaba's embarrassment. I was really lucky. You were just passing by. I was so lucky. Luck. Somehow that was how we were saved. Pure luck. But that is only in a manner of speaking. All thanks to such a strong person who was passing by, we were able to escape from such a predicament, but this luck was really convenient and good. On the other hand, though, Madurai's actions were inconvenient to say the least. Ah, so this is super high school level good luck? But if it is luck, I can't help but feel that it was all because that we were caught up in all this. Excuse me. Eh? I suddenly realized Ikusaba was standing right in front of me. Awababa! I stepped back without thinking. Now that I think about it, did I really notice her? Did she teleport? For some reason, Ikusaba remained silent. I waited for her to show any signs of opening her mouth to speak, but I ended up giving in and raising my own voice. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for earlier. Eh? Naegi raised his voice in surprise. He walked over to us, invading our line of sight as he blinked in surprise. But what was so surprising? I'm Mukuro Ikusaba. I tilted my head to the side slightly in response. Ikusaba raised her voice a little more. I'm the super high school level soldier from the 78th batch. Nice to meet you. Without even blinking, she moved her mouth as little as possible as she introduced herself. The moment she finished, she returned to utter silence. Speaking honestly, she seemed like a quiet girl by nature. Then again, she is a super high school level soldier. She probably acts like this around everyone. Perhaps every soldier is like this? However, I haven't met any members of the military before, so I have no way of knowing. I just don't know. I was in silence with her. Even Naegi was silent, but he was as puzzled as before. Madurai, still foaming at the mouth, was, of course, silent too. Everyone was silent. An awkward silence. But the awkwardness didn't last long. After some time, I forgot about the awkward silence. Instead, another thought wandered into my mind. Oh, now that I think about it, Matsuda isn't here. That's right, the only thing I can never remember is Matsuda. I wonder if Matsuda is on an errand. I want to see him soon. I hope he comes back quickly. My thoughts continued as I stared into space and... The girl crouched down suddenly. I think her name was Ikusaba. What's wrong? The surprised boy, Naegi, I think, asked. The girl replied in a warning tone. Someone's there. The atmosphere of the lab became much more tense. Eh? Hiding? Sorry for interrupting, but I wasn't trying to hide. You shouldn't spread rumors about people. A voice rose, and everyone instinctively looked around the lab. Huh? But no matter how hard we looked, there wasn't anyone there. No, I'm here. Look! Over here! Eh? Where? Feeling somewhat panicked, I continued looking around the room relentlessly. Over there! Naegi pointed out. Ikusaba walked to the laboratory door. Ah, I noticed a little later than the others. In front of the door stood a boy with a pure, innocent face. Oh, you finally noticed me? The boy's face lacked any distinctive features. His voice also had a complete lack of any unique tones. It took you a little while, but you noticed me in the end. Well, it's my talent's fault, so it can't be helped. I'll forgive you. Why is there a kid here? Naegi suddenly said, taken aback by the boy. Hey, you shouldn't treat me like a kid. I don't think it's rare to see someone with a baby face, but I'm a meritorious high school student at Hope's Peak Academy. I even went through the trouble of using a difficult word, like meritorious. Oh, what's all this then? The boy's line of sight fell to where Madurai was. Oh my. Looks like you've gotten yourself into quite a mess. Ah, you're wrong about that. Naegi quickly ran in between the boy and Madurai, trying to obstruct his view. How to put it? It might look like a slight accident, but... The boy patted his hand on Naegi's shoulder. Ah, don't fret. There's no need to make excuses around me. I'm actually also investigating this case. Isn't that right, big sis? Eh? Despite having the reins of his great story handed over to me, I didn't remember anything about it at all. I wasn't able to muster anything more than, I guess so, and tilt my head to the side. Huh? Don't tell me. You've forgotten about me again? He folded his arms and nodded happily. Well, I'm used to people forgetting who I am, so it's fine. It's just another side effect of my talent. Look, I said I have no presence, didn't I? People don't notice me very often, and they say they forgot about me a lot. But you know, big sis? The boy started rubbing his hands and raised his voice again. I have a request that this time, when I say my name, you remember it. My name is Yuto Kamishiro. I'm a super high school level spy from the 77th batch. Wait a second, I protested as the boy came closer to me. I opened up Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook and tried to quickly find any memories mentioning the boy. Ah, I got it. Kamishiro. I remember you. Kamishiro with absolutely no unique features whatsoever. I wouldn't say none, murmured Ikusaba with a neutral expression. He looks like a doll made by someone with the creativeness of a politician. He gives off bad vibes. I didn't think she was the type to say things so bluntly. Kamishiro glared at Ikusaba for a moment before returning his stare to me, and then said in a very over-the-top voice, Well then, it's really awful that you're so forgetful, big sis. When you first told me I thought you were joking, I almost laughed. Well, wait, that isn't something you should confess in front of a person. Having heard him, Naegi quickly interjected, but Kamishiro paid him no mind. I don't need to be careful. I always thought being careful was for losers, but I don't think you have any experience with that, do you, big bro? You see, I understand completely. Kamishiro slipped past Naegi and stood in front of me and made sure we were face to face before saying any more. You really are amazingly forgetful. Saying such ditzy things don't really fit you, but I like it. Actually, there are a lot of girls out there who have ditzy personalities now that I think about it. In fact, my equipment down below gets a little harder just thinking about them.
We all blinked in surprise. The culprit was, of course, the blunt, explicit adult joke.
Well, in any case, she's my client, so I'm genuinely relieved to see nothing happen to her. But in the end, Kamishiro turned his line of sight back to Madurai. No matter how much I think about it, I can't decide if this is a bad situation or not. I thought it really was. You know, they say my personality is warm and friendly enough to melt all the ice cream in a convenience store, though I suppose something like that is more of a pet peeve to some. I honestly can't make sense of this last bit. I think maybe it was overkill. Naegi once again began to apologize about the situation. How to put it? Perhaps it's better to say it was self-defense. That's not what I meant, Kamishiro said, hitting him lightly. He slowly walked over to Madurai's body and mumbled to himself. Honestly, talk about a worst-case scenario. Well, it won't solve anything anyhow. But when he wakes up, will you resort to violence again? What will you do? You can't just leave him here now, can you? Well, if we all go to the security department and explained... We can't do that, big bro. He stared at Naegi, analyzing him. You do know I came all the way here just so I could have an important talk to Big Sis, my client. You understand? It's an important talk, got it? What I'm trying to say is we're too busy. But... Naegi was completely overpowered by Kamishiro's icy cold stare. Unexpectedly, a voice sounded throughout the room. I'll do something about it. Everyone turned to look at Ikusaba. The girl quickly lowered her gaze to the ground and repeated herself. I'll do something about it. And can you do it by yourself? Kamishiro asked, drawing closer to her. The girl nodded. The heck? Do you even understand me? The next moment, Kamishiro's eyes sparkled brightly. I see. I get it now. You can take care of this all by yourself? Really hearing that puts my mind at ease. By the way, it would be better not to mention this to the security department, since it'll be difficult to deal with them. Wait a second, Naegi interrupted him again. If we don't properly explain the situation, Ikusaba will be blamed. Huh? Kamishiro remained staring intently at Naegi. I couldn't imagine his young face anymore and felt myself get hot. Naegi remained dead silent. You still don't get me even though I've said it a million times already? Big Sis and I are busy. We have no time to help you clear this up. You side characters can go ahead and do it without our permission. In the first place, since you are the guys who resorted to such a violent solution, it makes you the bad guys. If it were me, I would have done a much better job. He continued to prattle on about his self-importance. Naegi could find any words to reply with, but somehow he had not yet lost his head. Ikusaba murmured a little more. It's okay. I'll do something about it, so... Ikusaba! It's fine. With a short sentence, Ikusaba managed to silence the worrying Naegi. Kamishiro and I turned to one another and he muttered, It might be good to head off now. Well then, it's decided! Kamishiro had an innocent smile on his face and he clapped his hands happily. Leave the job to Big Sis over there. Idiotic Big Sis and I are gonna go somewhere else. Kamishiro grabbed my hand with a quick, Yay, let's go! He started acting like a child, dragging his poor parents to the toy store. Wait a mo... It's fine. You want to go back to your peaceful old life, don't you, Big Sis? So you should just quiet down and come with me. Kamishiro continued dragging me along behind him until we reached the door of the lab. I looked back hopelessly. The ever-expressionless Ikusaba and Naegi, looking worried again, stood up. Naegi took a single step. He had a look of determination. He quickly became startled, however. Ikusaba had laid her hand on his shoulder. He looked back to her. She warned him and nodded softly. Seeing that Naegi seemed to give in, relaxing his shoulders. He turned to look at me once more, the two figures disappearing in the distance. Now then, let's move on and do our best! The moment we entered the hallway, Kamishiro excitedly cheered, Let's solve your problem! Kamashiro continued to walk, leaving me behind. "Ah, wait for me," I called out as I hurriedly ran after him. But my mind was drifting elsewhere. I was thinking about Naegi looking at me for that last moment. His eyes sent me a feeling of burning unease. The individual named Makoto Naegi gave me a sense of unreliability and had a weak demeanor, but in the depths of his eyes at that moment, there was an incredible strength from his very core that shook all my previous preconceptions of who this person was. He looked at me with a dazzling aura. Whether there was a problem, whether he had an unbeatable enemy, he always would have a strength so strong he could never give up. Such an unforeseeable person looked straight at me with those eyes. I don't understand how I can feel this way around such a strange, mysterious force. However, I doubt I'll ever need to know. After all, he has nothing to do with me. But that's not just a reason I'm using because it suits me. I just feel as though he basically has nothing to do with me. For example, as if we were in alternate dimensions, surely Naegi's story and my own story will never cross paths again. In conclusion, we have nothing to do with each other. I felt like that for some reason. So I'll forget that boy with a reason. That was what I had concluded as I walked down the biology building hallways. In fact, in just a matter of minutes, I completely forgot of his existence. Chapter 4. Red Eyes. The whites of the eyes seemed almost painted red. The eyes turned towards their companion. Yasuke Matsuda muttered a question.
"How long have you been conscious?"
After blinking for a strangely long time, the person on the bed, Super High School level Student Council President Soshun Murasame, opened his mouth slowly. His lips were parched and made a dry sound as he opened his mouth. "Always." His voice was quiet and hoarse. He sounded like a completely different person in comparison to before.
"So that's how it's been."
Matsuda let a grin creep into his expression. He turned to his friend, showing a friendly smile.
"But don't you think it's stupid to trick me like that?"
However, Murasame did not make a sound. His eyes showed no emotion as he stared at Matsuda. Matsuda continued in his joking tone to help calm the tense atmosphere.
"It must have taken a lot of acting on your part. Your actual physiological symptoms and echoes of such have almost completely disappeared. Yet you were easily able to cease being a normal person. We wouldn't have been in this situation had I not seen through your act."
Why did you come?
But his reply came with a violent attitude. As if giving up, Matsuda's expression returned to a more sober look.
"You said that earlier. You asked those ancient artifacts from the steering committee that. I want you to find out whether you really woke up or not."
In response, Murasame only looked away, redirecting his attention to the ceiling and blinking without meaning.
"To be honest, even I'm having my doubts."
Matsuda licked his dry lips before continuing.
"What if I told those people that you're awake?"
Murasame remained silent to Matsuda's questioning. Like a remote-controlled car with a flat battery, his reactions were slow and sluggish at best.
"Maybe it isn't just acting."
Matsuda breathed out a deep sigh. He just answered his own question.
"Still, I'm sure the news will surprise them. After that, I already guessed what would happen. Didn't they used to say when people needed to prepare for the worst, desperate times call for desperate measures? At the moment, they're relying entirely on influential people outside the school to cover up this incident."
Matsuda looked away from Murasame and slowly gazed at his surroundings. Instead of looking for some kind of reaction from Murasame, he turned to the surrounding electronic equipment, as if trying to communicate with it.
"After all, they can't afford to make up excuses for this, like allowing a known threat into the general public. They can't just pretend there's no danger. There are also people who say a ruthless person cannot be a good researcher. Well, not that it matters. It depends on how much talent there is."
Matsuda stayed talkative, and Murasame didn't even shift an eyebrow. Soshin Murasame used to be the kind of person who would at least pretend to laugh no matter how bad the joke was. It seemed like that man was no longer there.
The issue isn't that he's feeling depressed.
As Matsuda sighed, he brushed his hair out of his face. His long, narrow eyes looked sharply at Murasame.
Oi, Murasame. This isn't a bargaining point, but I do want to tell you. I'm saying this to make sure you understand. The school's intentions and the steering committee's intentions are very different. To be truthful, I don't care what those guys think. I just want to know what the hell is happening at this school. So then
I'm just pretending.
Murasame suddenly opened his mouth. Matsuda saw him smile, or maybe he imagined it. In the next moment, any trace of it had completely disappeared. The reaction he just gave him proved that the good person was still there.
There might be some more to this.
Matsuda took off his jacket and untucked his worn-out white shirt, returning to his more familiar appearance. It wasn't because he had become more relaxed. If anything, it was just the opposite. It felt more like he was just getting down to business.
I get it. I don't think you'll be able to escape by just using this act. Even though you're in this state, you're still worried about this school, and you're willing to fight for it? That's why you're using this act? So you can escape from the eyes of the steering committee?
Matsuda sat down on the bed and leaned in to say something.
If I were you, I'd be trying to get used to this kind of power. I'll protect you if I have to. Once I give my false report to those guys, you might even be able to fight along with them. Since it's not always that bad to fight alongside the bad guys.
Matsuda once again asked how Murasame's condition was, only to see Murasame would not reply or react.
No matter what the force behind it is, I still don't know very much about the incident. That's why I need you to survive and explain it to me, but...
Murasame lowered his eyelids slightly. At the very least, from what Matsuda could gather, his slight movement meant refusal. Matsuda thought this would be the case, but he had a more pressing question. Though he didn't particularly want to hear the answer which may be given, because it was something he had been told before.
The culprit is Izuru Kamakura, correct?
That was his question.
I heard about it from the staff members. The name of the person who survived the incident and then went missing afterwards is called Izuru Kamakura. But does that person really exist?
After a short silence, Murasame finally opened his mouth.
Izuru Kamakura killed the student council.
His voice was hoarse and unused, but he conveyed his message.
So then, Izuru Kamakura is real?
Matsuda listened for confirmation, however Murasame didn't reply. His mouth remained open, stiff and unmoving.
Oi, Murasame.
Matsuda called out, urging him on. The boy's mouth finally moved again.
Whatever.
He finished saying only that. Matsuda sensed something from his word.
So then, that doesn't matter.
There was no sense of crisis in the Hope's Peak Academy Murasame held onto. So then, it isn't a known fact whether Izuru Kamakura is the culprit behind the incident or not. Matsuda's thoughts went along the lines of,
that must be it.
There was one more thing Matsuda needed to hear above all else, he'd realized. He breathed in heavily, and before giving himself a chance to hesitate, he asked his question.
What about Junko Enoshima? What connection does she have to the incident?
Murasame closed his eyes. It was a blink that seemed to last forever. The next moment he opened his eyes again. His face was unfamiliar. Tears were threatening to spill from his open eyes. He made a gritting sound with his teeth bared. His crazed expression turned into one of pure exhaustion. Then Matsuda realized. The person named Soshin Murasame was no longer there. The man they called Super High School Level Student Council President was completely gone. The boy who was familiar to him had met his end. I... That thing opened its mouth painfully wide. He began to spit out words that did not even sound like words. I must
kill. I must kill. I must kill? Who? Who are you talking about?
Matsuda placed his hand onto that thing's bedside and looked down to him as he asked. Huge, red, sore eyes turned towards Matsuda briefly.
Junko Enoshima. Junko Enoshima.
The inside of his body was beaten by something as he was overtaken by shock. It was the beating of his own heart. The harsh impact it had caused Matsuda to lose his own voice. Suddenly, that thing screamed out. Blood rushed to his face, flushing it to a dark red, making him look like a demon.
Junko Enoshima, Junko Enoshima, Junko Enoshima, Junko Enoshima, Junko Enoshima, Junko Enoshima, Junko Enoshima.
That thing continued to scream horribly, sounding like a broken record.
Kill, 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 kill.
He kept screaming and yelling. Over and over again he continued to scream. As that thing screamed with his entire body, Matsuda began to feel a little cold. It wasn't that he was composed, that feeling was lost. It was as if his body temperature itself had dropped. He already understood everything. He already understood everything about the worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history. Soshin Murasame's true enemy and Hope's Peak Academy's true enemy was most likely Junko Enoshima. That was his conclusion. He had already guessed it as the worst case scenario. Matsuda had no choice but to establish his despair-inducing resolve.
So then, I'm out of options. I passed the point of no return a long time ago.
Something around his lower abdomen began to bubble and boil. Still hot, his whole body became energetic. Matsuda turned to Murasame.
Hey, I said earlier that I'd protect you if I had to, didn't I?
He spoke in a calm tone of voice.
But there's also someone else I have to protect at all costs. They're hopeless if I don't protect them. So I've decided I'll sacrifice anything to protect them.
As the words left his mouth, they were swallowed by screams. Even so, Matsuda continued to talk.
I'm awful. I don't particularly want to think about that. If I forgot the person I care for and they died, that thought is unbearable. So I'll protect them. No matter what happens, I'll protect them.
As Matsuda spoke softly, he placed both of his hands around that thing's neck.
Kill, 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 kill!
Even so, that thing continued to shout out. He didn't seem to understand what was happening.
If there's a grudge against me for this, then there's a grudge against me.
Matsuda closed his eyes and thought to himself,
I don't mean that person. I mean I'll hold a grudge against myself.
In the next moment, Matsuda gathered all his power into his hands and squeezed. Finally, the incredibly loud voice, the screams of that thing, had come to a stop. The bed to which he was assigned started to shake with a loud rattling sound. Matsuda was leaning forward, his hair falling in front of his eyes. However, he didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened it. He put all his power into his hands. Quickly, the bed's shaking subsided. The feeling of what his hands were wrapped around disappeared. The feeling of that thing ended. After a while, Matsuda finally opened his eyes again. All the muscles in his body felt exhausted and tense, as if he had become a solid piece of iron. Sweat dripped from his forehead, landing on his long eyelashes. He blankly turned his line of sight towards that thing on top of the bed. The light from those eyes had disappeared. All that was left was a deep darkness. Those eyes held a darkness deeper than the color of darkness itself. Chapter 5. in one of the East District's cafeterias. Its de facto name is the Third School Cafeteria. Although there are several cafeterias scattered throughout the campus, this one is the most popular by far. Apparently. During noon, it's filled with not only students but also teaching staff lined up in a queue. It seems the secret behind the popularity of this cafeteria is the student they call Super High School Level Cook, who boasts of his own unique recipe. His food isn't governed by genre or common sense, and I hear it's so addictive you can't help but feel like it must contain drugs, but come to think of it, it doesn't really matter since I've forgotten how addictive it is. Well, in any case, even now the student cafeteria is filled with students, so there wasn't a single seat available. For someone like me standing by myself, this atmosphere is anything but comfortable. I'm here too, you know. Eh? Did you hear me? I told you, I'm the super high school level secret agent from the 77th batch, Yudo Kamishiro. Come on! How many times do I have to introduce myself? Kamishiro said as he made a cross shape with his arms in front of me. Damn it, it seems like we have bad chemistry. I was praying to God a lot that we'd be a good combination. Too bad. What kind of God were you praying to? In any case, it seems Kamishiro and I certainly do have bad chemistry. Forgettable Kamishiro and forgetful me. He was holding what looked like a mixture of pale kalpis and water. Well, whatever. What's more important is starting our conversation. Right, we can do that, but... I looked around at the students bustling through the cafeteria. Why come here of all places? Kamishiro waved his short finger in front of me with a tisk tisk tisk. It's bad taste to answer such a question to an outsider. If anything, this is the perfect place for it. If we talked about this in a place with only a few people, someone would be able to overhear us easily. It's a theory that I have, that we should hide like we're extras in an adult video. So what you're saying is, if we need to talk about something important, we should pretend we're having a normal chat. What I'm saying is, it'd be lonely if I were here all by myself. Our casual conversation was buried in the sound of the hustle and bustle around us. See? No one cares about our conversation, do they? Kamishiro had a huge grin on his face like he had just committed some fantastic prank. He then moved on to the main topic. There's a reason why I wanted to talk to you as soon as possible. Did anyone go to your room this morning, big sis? Eh? Did they? It's fine if you've forgotten. Just check in your notebook. Surprised, I did as I was told and took out Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook and looked through it. Ah! I remembered in no time at all. I couldn't help but yell out as I remembered. I remember! I know! It was Junko Anishima! That girl suddenly came into my room! Huh. Kamishiro suddenly leaned forward. So then, that person really was Junko Anishima. I knew it. Yup. Seems like that wiretap I put in your room worked perfectly. Huh? Say, Kamishiro. What? What did you just say now? Did you say wiretap? Yeah, I said that. I said wiretap. What about it? A wiretap? Yes, it's a common machine used for eavesdropping. I quickly stood from my chair. How is that normal? I screamed at the top of my lungs. Normal, common people don't use those machines. Kamashiro's face was calm as ever. Let's not rant on about the wiretape. It was crime prevention. Wiretaps aren't used to prevent crimes. So you noticed. Clap, clap, clap. As he verbally applauded me, he took out a giant paper bag from under his chair. The boy immediately shoved his hand into the bag and pulled out a sweetbread. Ah, a sugar twist donut. As he cheered out by himself, he happily crammed it into his mouth. That's a little rude. I've no idea what you just said. Kamishiro swallowed down the sweetbread that had been stuffed into his mouth. I said, I don't want you to misunderstand me. I didn't just wiretap for you, big sis. In a broader sense of speaking, I guess I wiretapped around this many people. Kamishiro held up all his fingers. Eh? 10 people? He shook his head. 100 people. 100 people? Each figure was to signify a unit of 10 people. You can sit 100 people on an Inaba Monuki shed, no problem. I was stunned at the unexpected amount of people he counted. He continued to explain the reason why. The reason is, I rotate between girls a lot, basically. That way, I can have fun with you and best suits you at the time of the month. I guess that's why I like heavy rotation so much. He puffed out his chest. No, that doesn't matter. In any case, how did you manage to wiretap 100 people's rooms? It's easy with my ability. Sneaking into places like the girls' toilets or their dressing room is a piece of cake. Do something else with that piece of cake. Making it nice and creamy with extra cream. Ah, this is really getting out of hand. The hand, the leg, the head, the back, it's getting out of everything. Let bygones be bygones. The boy wiped away his problems with a simple phrase and started talking about a different subject. When you big sisters are in a room, you sure are noisy, aren't you? Because of that, I could barely hear any of the conversation. So why did Junko Enoshima come to visit you? She came because she had an errand for you to run, didn't she? As he said that, he took out another sweetbread. Oh, a cub's palm made in Germany. He looked like he was tasting a rare delicacy as he munched on it. Well, that's... My eyes dropped down to my notebook as I answered him. It seems she came to give me a hint. A hint? I flipped through my notebook. Junko Enoshima's purpose... Kamishiro looked surprised at my words. Tell me more in detail. What did Junko Enoshima say her purpose was? Kamishiro asked with a more forceful voice. I read aloud my memories from my notebook, also feeling very tense. It seems like Junko Enoshima has two purposes. The first is to crush Izuru Kamakura until nothing is left. Do you know what that means? Keep going, he coldly prompted. I looked back down in my notebook. The second is... I read on ahead a little, and was shocked by what I read. It was as if someone had killed me by pounding my spine with a hammer. I felt a sudden, intense shock surge throughout my entire body. Big sis? What the hell? It says, kill your beloved darling Yasuke Matsuda. As soon as I said it, my brain felt like it was having a nuclear meltdown. My surroundings began to rock from side to side. It wasn't an earthquake. I, myself, was the one shaking. My head felt hot, unavoidably so. Only my body was cold. I was stricken by the less familiar feelings of fear and anger all at once. I was shaking violently for reasons I could not understand. Calm down, big sis. The inside of my head was numb with fear. There was a voice echoing quietly. I was brought back to my senses to find Kamishiro saying something to me. The kill thing has to be a bluff. There's no way a person can kill so lightly. If she really planned to kill him, she wouldn't bother declaring it to you until long after murdering him. Am I right? That would be true. I know that. But I can't stop my body from shaking. You're right. There's no way she'd kill him. My voice was shaking so much, I almost couldn't form a single word. In the meantime, it might be better for you to just not say anything until you calm down, he said lazily as he gulped down the bread in his hand. Instead, you should listen to my reasoning from now on, he announced loudly. Okay, let's get a move on then. Kamishiro suddenly straightened his posture enthusiastically, and he started the reasoning part. Firstly, there's a problem of the advance notice of Yasuke Matsuda's death that you're so worried about. I suppose that's a bluff. I mean, there's no sense in telling others about a murder you have yet to commit. She may have been using it as a threat, but that's also unlikely. It's definitely a bluff. For now, that's our understanding of it. But we should be more wary of the girl's first purpose. Junko Enoshima's first purpose. That's certainly... No, even so. Crushing Izuru Kamakura until there's nothing left is... Honestly, even I was a little surprised. It's too much of a coincidence. I didn't think I'd hear Izuru Kamakura's name. Who's that? Did you ask, who's that person? Kamishiro patted his chest with his hand. They're the culprit. The boy leaned forward, over the table, and spoke in an excited voice. I was surprised, since Izuru Kamakura is the culprit behind the worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history. Eh? The culprit behind the worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history? Speaking of which, what is the worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history? I tilted my head to the side. Wait, I can tell by your reaction that you don't remember. Kamishiro huffed and pouted. It's boring to show off my deductions to other big sisters, but from now on I should expect your reaction when I tell you my reasoning. Kamishiro really did look bored as he exhaled deeply. Then he began to talk again. When I told you the other day, you didn't remember then either, but you didn't even bother to ask me whether the worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history really happened or not, did you? But now I can say that with more confidence. Kamishiro clicked his fingers right in front of my eyes. The worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history. Izuru Kamakura is the culprit behind the incident. He wore a proud expression as he declared it. After a while of wearing that expression, he spoke again. That wasn't the reaction I was waiting for. He said his one-sided excuses as I tried to regain my composure. The reason as to why I believe this is the case is also why I called this meeting. Kamishiro leaned over to face my ear and whispered in a small voice. Actually, I overheard a conversation between faculty members. Overheard? Somehow that filled me with a sense of dread. The people having the conversation were on school campus, but they seemed to be very careful. They didn't mind spilling out all their complaints when they were in their own private rooms, though. Like after a love affair, it was the #1 most stale atmosphere. Honestly, those guys from Office Romances are scary. You don't mean... Oh, it's been a while since you last talked. Eh? Was it a while? No, I wasn't worried about that. More importantly... Oh my, as expected, I think the wiretap I installed in the female teaching staff's room has been at least a little useful thus far. We should call this operation, The Elite Female Staff Are Set Up With a Dilemma. I see. How nice. Understandably, my reaction ended up seeming pretty idiotic. In any case, the pieces of the puzzle are starting to come together. The worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history, Izuru Kamakura and Junko Enoshima. Once we find what the connection between them is, we'll be able to solve this case. So then, it'll only take a little longer? Yeah, just a little. Kamishiro's expression became more shrouded. Putting it another way, we just need to take one more step. Here's my prediction. Once we connect one more piece, all of the secrets will be revealed. If that happens, we'll understand soon afterwards. There's only one piece left? So, are you going to talk to this Izuru Kamakura person? They're the culprit, aren't they? Kamishiro made a troubled face, tilting his head to the side at my question. I don't think I can. After all, no one knows where they are. Don't know where they are? So they're missing? I wouldn't call it missing per se. Kamashiro's face only became more and more troubled. His tone of voice became more serious. The human named Izuru Kamakura isn't a member of the regular school, the preparatory school, or the teaching staff. In fact, I can't find any mention of that person's name anywhere in Hope's Peak Academy. No boys, no girls, no student graduated or presently attending. Huh? No mentions anywhere. It's like they're a ghost. I think the most likely possibility is someone wiped out the record clean. What nasty business. I believe it would have been someone inside the school, but not someone within the inner workings of the school. It's too risky for them. So then, there's an accomplice within the school? It's strange though. For as long as I've investigated it, I haven't found a single student who knows who the person called Izuru Kamakura is. The school began hiding them after the incident, so it would not be strange if there were students who knew about them before the incident. However, I never thought there would be no sign of their existence from the very beginning. No way. They really are a ghost. Stop that. They're not anything like a ghost. Kamishiro puffed out his cheeks. He looked really mad. Evidently, he disliked the turn the conversation took. Anyway, Kamishiro cleared his throat slightly and readjusted his face to a more serious expression as he talked. No matter what the reason is, if we don't find out who Izuru Kamakura is, we may have no choice but to give up. Give up? I suddenly raised my voice. Kamishiro shook his finger in front of my face with another tisk, tisk, tisk. It's no good to jump to conclusions. As I was saying, we may have no choice but to give up coming at it from that perspective. If we can't figure it out from that perspective, it'll be better to come at it from a different perspective. It's stupid to always look at things from one point of view. For example, if you only ever look at a middle schooler's boobs, you'll never see her ass. I see. Thank goodness. My reasonable reaction turned to an idiotic one, and I replied overly cheerfully. So, what's the other perspective? Junko Enoshima, of course. Junko Enoshima. We always return to that girl's name. I felt shivers go down my spine. Thanks to the conversation I overheard from the female staff, I finally understand. In what way Junko Enoshima is connected to the worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history. Kamishiro shot a quick glance to me, checking my exceedingly weak reaction, and he let out a large sigh. It looks like you don't remember, but other than being the person who started the rumor of the incident, it's a mystery as to what the other connection she has to the worst, largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history. But it's a mystery I've finally cracked. It seems she's the girl who discovered the incident. Discovered? But isn't that suspicious? Since this is a mystery novel, she's primarily a suspect, said Kamishiro, nodding. But you know that, don't you? She's already been interrogated by the school. Interrogated? I told you! If you don't remember, check your notebook! Kamishiro was yelling like he was throwing a huge temper tantrum, and I quickly read through my notebook. Ah, I see. Junko Enoshima started to spread rumors immediately following the incident. But didn't you say she was interrogated? But if she was released just after that, then that means she can't be the culprit. Thanks to your awful conversation timing, I've come to a conclusion, big sis. Well, it's just as you put it. It seems like the interrogation was highly relentless. I was thinking it would have been impossible for her to escape. Kamishiro suddenly stopped moving. What's wrong? I see. That's it. The boy's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth shook and trembled. I understand now, big sis, he shrieked excitedly. We completely overlooked the most important part of it all. It really was best to ask you to help me out, big sis. You did great with the interactive mystery part. With uncontrollable excitement, he enthusiastically took out another sweetbread out of the paper bag. As he bit into it, he started to craft a new sentence. By the way, it was a jam bun. What I'm saying is, Junko Enoshima was interrogated by the school. That's where the last piece was hidden. Eh? What do you mean? Well, you see, the information I heard while eavesdropping. The interrogation on Junko Enoshima was definitely incredibly thorough. There were things like polygraph testing and kinesics analysis. They started with cliché things like that. Then something called brain fingerprinting, which is a slightly different interrogation. But the thing with brain fingerprinting is, it seems to be noted as being a more reliable lie detector than compared to the polygraph test. The point is, they were using tests that measured brain waves directly to see if she was lying. Understand? Not really, but it sounds incredible. That's right, it is incredible. The corners of Kamishiro's mouth twitched up into a smile. Not just that, but none of it would have been possible without an expert. An expert? For the interrogation, it seems the school requested a certain student to assist them. Of course, I couldn't find out who the student was, but I finally realized.
It would be difficult to utilize something such as brain fingerprinting without an expert in the field. They needed to collaborate with someone. If they knew, they would have no reason to imagine it. I'm saying there's someone at this school who is familiar with the intricacies of the brain. Eh? At that exact moment, an awful thought came wandering into my head. I didn't want it to come true, so I quickly tried to think of something else to distract me. It has nothing to... You know him, big sis. He's the super high school level neurologist, Yasuke Matsuda. I heard something that sounded like a short fuse behind my ear. My brain was drawing a blank. With the death notice from earlier, I thought there would be no mistaking there was a connection between Junko Enoshima and Yasuke Matsuda, but perhaps Matsuda knew Enoshima's weakness. Anyways, there must be a reason behind their connection, right? The school released Junko Enoshima from the interrogation way too easily. He continued to talk on, with his eyes shining brightly. I found myself nodding in agreement to everything he said. After he had spoken for approximately an age and a day, I couldn't help but feel as though I had no energy remaining. Even so, Kamishiro continued to talk. In contrast to his happy, talkative nature, I was looking depressed at best. The point being, I can't help but feel as though Yasuke Matsuda may have been the hidden last piece, you know? I mean, do you think Junko Enoshima has just been obsessively aiming at the good relationship between Matsuda and yourself? Hey, if it really is how I think it is, then don't you think that's the connection? I'm not really thinking anything. I don't know anything. I don't even know how the conversation turned to Matsuda in the first place. I don't know. I don't know about these overwhelming reasons. It's impossible that everything has a reason behind it. I stopped writing in my notebook. Because my self-defense is working. If something came and threatened my world, I'd be happier if I just forgot about it. Because if I forgot about it, that means I have nothing to do with it. And it protects my world. So, I'll look away from life's inconveniences and misfortunes. I'll chase after my world with all the strength I carry. I've cast away my feelings of self-hatred and guilt. Because I'll always forget, whether or not I turn away from the truth. And so, I have nothing to do with the things I forget. That's my self-defense. Yeah, I really do feel like we'll solve this soon. I suddenly realized, as Kamishiro continued to talk to himself, he was drawing nonsense shapes on top of the table. Say, big sis, it seems like the end to your issue is coming soon too. After I solve it, it'll be time for you to get ready to reward me. Polish that fine-ass body. I like to imagine that despite your cute face, at night you're really the Aburumbo Shogun, aren't you? Is that it? I bet you are. After he finished his one-sided conversation, he got up from his chair, though it looked more like he was jumping up and down on it. Alright, we're on the home run now! After yelling out an encouraging shout, he turned around. I'm sure next time we meet, big sis, I'll have solved this case. As he waved his hand, Kamishiro departed from the table. However, after only walking a few steps, he stopped. Oh, right. He looked back with an expression that told me he had remembered something. If you don't want to be sitting around doing nothing, you could look into Yasuke Matsuda's small problem. Well, it doesn't matter how much you look into it. He won't be killed or anything, but I thought it would be good to mention it just in case. Still, I don't know what sort of secret connection Yasuke Matsuda and Junko Enoshima have, but it's better to be careful. Secret connection? Enoshima and Matsuda have a secret connection? What the heck? What the heck? I was attacked by a wave of anxiety. My chest tightened in pain. I felt scared of everything. I was just exhausted. Anyway, it's about time we reached the climax. You should get ready, big sis. Anything could happen. Kamishiro finished his warning and turned away. This time, he disappeared into the school cafeteria's crowd like a ghost. Thus, I was left alone in the school cafeteria. I was still feeling exhausted. For the time being, I decided on just concentrating on taking several deep breaths. There was no reason for it. I was simply stalling time. The time to solve the mystery. Time always relentlessly continued in a steady stream. That's why I spent this time taking in deep breaths. And I forgot. I forgot everything perfectly. Very soon, I couldn't remember why I was taking in such deep breaths. How strange. Well, whatever. There was no more that I could forget. From that point on, I was bright, cheerful, and brimming with positivity. Without so much as a backward glance, I walked to the future, filled with hope. I picked up my notebook from the surface of the table, and with plenty of momentum, I stood from my chair and... Huh? I felt lightheaded. Or maybe a little different than that. I suddenly grabbed the table with my hand. I looked to where I was looking previously. The words in my notebook danced around the page, distorting themselves. At that moment, I shivered and felt like a horde of insects were crawling up my back. My knees buckled. I thought briefly about what was happening and soon found I was sitting on the chair again. The inside of my head was stained with a metallic gray. My mind was completely blank. I'm tired. My eyelids became heavy, and my face slackened. The world circling me was quickly disappearing. The busy, noisy students around me were vanishing. The human shapes surrounding me were all melting together. It was as if I had been poisoned or hypnotized. I couldn't move a single finger. It was in that complete stillness that I suddenly heard a voice. What an ominous laugh. It was strange, yet sounded so familiar. What's this? Did you actually remember me? I'm happy. Despite your awful habit of forgetting things, you still remembered me? That's right. It's super high school level despair. It's been a while. Why can I remember? Why did I remember them? Even so, I remembered someone. Before, this voice told me something. Let's meet up again. Then I'll kill you properly. Suddenly, I was looking upwards. Before my eyes was a giant shadow standing over me. The shadow had a familiar face, but I couldn't recall any memory of the face. That familiar face stared intensely at me, like it was trying to look past my skin. Their irises were colored by darkness itself. It was like their eyes were despairing, even in despair. As I looked into these eyes, an unexpected thought popped into my head. Ah, so I'll be killed by these eyes. Unfortunately, I can't actually kill you this time either, they whispered to me, like they were answering my thoughts. Once again, I can't kill you due to circumstances. Since you haven't tasted enough despair, you need to taste an even more despair-inducing despair, you see? Suddenly, all the light surrounding me disappeared. At the same time, I noticed my eyelids were shut. The shadow seemed to cover my face completely. But if you say you don't want to taste that despair, then it means war. If you don't fight despair, you'll never feel hope again. Those were the last words I heard. After that, voices, sounds, everything had disappeared. As numbness took hold of my body, all my senses stopped working. I was completely still. I fell out of consciousness. I fell out of it silently. Chapter 6. The man walked to the girl's room quickly. It was clear the girl had not bothered to take the key from her door earlier. Despite this, there was no one inside the room. He swiftly opened the door, letting a rush of air into the room. Inside the room, there was a poster on the wall which flapped noisily. Why did she have to be out now? He had told her to stay put, even when she had nothing to do. Without realizing it, he felt like shouting obscenities at her. That being said, the man had fully realized that there would have been no sense to be drawn from his words if he had done so. No matter what he said to her, that girl would just forget everything. Letting out a large sigh, Yasuke Matsuda dropped his line of sight to where his hands were. His hands remained scrunched into tight fists.
No matter how many times he tried to relax them, it was impossible. He had lost feeling in them long before. He could still feel Soshin Murasame's neck squeezed between his hands. Soshin Murasame's sore red eyes flashed through his mind suddenly. He squeezed his fists more. It was like his hands were still wrapped around the boy's neck, suffocating him of air.
Why did she have to be out now?
He whispered in a much weaker tone than before as he left the room. He exited the dormitory, and soon Matsuda found himself heading towards the biology building in the East District. If he were her, then he would be there. There wouldn't be another place a girl who had forgotten everything would be. It wasn't even the height of summer yet, but already the back of Matsuda's dirty shirt was drenched in sweat. Covered in perspiration, he felt like he was as heavy as lead. It should have taken around 10 minutes to reach the biology building on a normal day, but this time it took at least twice the amount of time. Even so, Matsuda somehow finally reached the biology building. Looking like a broken wind-up toy, he scaled the stairs in a strange, awkward waddle, and within a few minutes was standing in front of the neurology research facility. As he took a deep breath in, he roughly opened the door. He looked into the room with hope. However, there was no one there. It was still too early to be discouraged by this, but an uncomfortable feeling stirred in him.
What happened here?
It had not been hidden well. There were traces of vandalism in there, on the desk, on the bed, all over the laboratory.
Don't tell me.
His expression changed as he quickly hurried over to the bed. Something moved under it, as if it had anticipated his actions.
Who's there?
As he instinctively raised his voice, he reached down and raised the bedsheet. He saw a girl under the bed. Matsuda felt his stab of anxiety ease with some relief, but within the next moment, that relief was blown away, like an explosion. Matsuda saw the bed thrown into the air. It drifted through the air, looking as though it was much lighter than what it truly was, and soon began to spin around in a dizzying motion. After spun for an inconceivable amount of time, it finally fell to the ground, like gravity had at last remembered it existed. The bedsheets, still in Matsuda's hand, and flipped upwards and lightly grazed against his nose, and floated back down to the ground. A deep rumbling echoed through the room. After the rumbling had come to a stop, Matsuda heard a voice, or more specifically, Matsuda heard a laugh. On the other side of the bed stood a girl from before. Wow, talk about good reflexes. I wasn't expecting you to be there. I thought it was yet another idiotic girl. That girl from earlier had a stupid grin plastered to her face, and all the guys I've seen up till now in this place seem to smile like they're bonkers, but maybe their appearance was grandeur enough to make them at least a bit attractive.
You?
That girl was trying to give him instructions, even if it was in a strange way, and that Matsuda guy asked her questions like he was ignoring her. He just wanted to hear about that girl. He wanted to know about her so much it was unbearable. He was so fascinated by it. He looked at her body over and over again like he was licking it all up. Then naturally, it shouldn't be surprising that his dangly rompa was all
For fuck's sake!
Matsuda suddenly kicked the bed beside him. A metallic clanging echoed through the lab. Oh my, are you mad? The girl continued smiling all the same. But it's me who wants to be angry. Hey, why aren't you looking at the ridiculously adorable face of one Junko Anashima like a lust-driven demon? Why is it? Hey, why aren't you horny? As he heard the girl's words, Matsuda remembered something.
I knew it. You really are weird.
Am I? But you see, this is really weird for me.
That's your real personality, isn't it?
Wait, quit it with those comments about my personality. Anashima quickly switched to an offended tone of voice. For sure, you're making it sound like up until now I was just feigning innocence, but I've been making sure I kept at least one aspect of me the same, so you'll know it's me for sure no matter how I am. Still, since I bore easily, I pretty much hit the snooze button as soon as you got such a sloppy personality. Even still that...
What's your purpose?
Matsuda interrupted Anashima with a question. His expression changed to a glare. Oh, you're getting serious? You won't waste your time talking to the ever-famous Queen of Chatting. It's like we're in a Saiyan battle, right?
Just answer me.
Frustrated, Matsuda raised his voice angrily.
What is it you want to achieve? Just what is it you're trying to do?
Enoshima tilted her head slightly to the side. Nothing really. I don't want to do anything.
What?
It's too late. I shan't do a thing. I'm not going to do a single thing. I have everyone else doing it for me. Guys like the student council, the headmaster, or the steering committee. And also that girl who you absolutely adore. Everyone is running around, doing my work. Hearing that, Matsuda's face went dark red.
You already know? What I'm doing?
Whatever are you saying? Enoshima raised her head. Matsuda looked down at her. I've known what you were doing for a very long time now. You've been doing exactly as I intended you to do. So what are you saying? Hey, won't you tell me? Matsuda clenched his jaw at her words. Seeing that, Enoshima quivered with an ecstatic look stuck to her face. Matsuda's face sure is amazing right now. That despair-induced face you're showing me. I'd like to see it more. Become more and more and more and more despair-induced.
Fuck off.
Matsuda's face contorted into rage. Watching him, Enoshima snorted and chuckled. She placed her hands behind her back as she casually inspected her surroundings. Moving on, though. Matsuda, what is it you plan to do from now on?
What do you mean?
He immediately responded. Enoshima suddenly reached out and grabbed Matsuda's wrist. Oh no, your hand is wounded. You weren't scratched, were you? It looks painful. Should I kiss it better? Matsuda quickly tried to pull away his hand, but Enoshima held on tightly. Now let's see. These scratches were caused by some other guy, weren't they? It looks like he was probably an honor student, but he was terribly ill, and when he made this wound, he was probably bedridden with shock, wasn't he?
How do you know that?
I don't know. I just understand. Because it was all part of my plan. Enoshima brought her own face close to Matsuda's pale face and grinned crazily. Gotcha. Just kidding. She then released Matsuda's hand and once again observed her surroundings. Still, I'm sure there's a precious existence you want to protect. That's right. This is disturbingly similar to that thing with your mother. You must feel awful sorry. Oh, speaking of your mother, I can't help but feel that Ryoko Otonashi looks just like her. You know, they have that same kind of atmosphere and stuff. I wonder if they shared some sort of connection or similarity to each other. Or maybe you're the connection. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it's nice that your friend is so forgetful, just like your mother. I gotta say, it seems like guys today are really into MILFs. You especially seem to like those MILFs who forget their own miserable backstory. As she turned to Matsuda, Enoshima looked up at him persistently. She happily bounced, walking around him over and over again. That's why you wanted to protect her well this time. I get it. You feel sorry for her. Even so, you're troubled. You're incredibly troubled. That's what it seems like after what I've been hearing. Enoshima stood in front of Matsuda. She glared more intensely at him. For real though, what do you plan to do from now on? Matsuda opened his mouth, trying to find words to say to only close it again. His pale lips trembled a little, but he could only muster a glare directed back at Enoshima. Enoshima looked like she had been expecting his reaction, and she began to walk quietly again. I suppose it can't be helped. Oh dear. I'll just have to think about this one a little harder. However, immediately after she said that, she stopped walking. Don't get me wrong or anything, she yelled out as she went bright red with embarrassment. I don't really mind if you don't care about it. Still, it's up to me, even though I'm unreliable, and I just can't leave it be. He didn't understand the reasons why. Enoshima changed her personality with no context. Matsuda wasn't able to follow along with the conversation's direction at all. She paid no mind to his reaction at all, and started to walk around again as if nothing had happened. Well, I did say I'd have to think about this for a bit. But really, there's only one way to go about things. Enoshima circled around Matsuda, as his eyes followed her, and she continued in a very straightforward tone. It's Izuru Kamakura. No matter what happens, he'll end up with the blame. He ran away, and that's fine since he's the cause of the incident they call the worst and largest incident in Hope's Peak Academy's history. In that case, it should be easy to fix the issue with the student council president, and the issue with the guys from the steering committee. Those guys are just trying to cover it up again anyways. Hearing her words, Matsuda muttered inside his head.
I knew it. Still, if that guy said what he thought was true, then that means it just makes less and less sense. Just tell me, what are you trying to achieve?
Matsuda asked.
You know what? I told you before, didn't I? I'm not trying to do anything!
She screamed in a high-pitched voice, and then laughed it off. I'm just leaving this interesting tea party. I've had enough interrupting things. Right now, I'm just existing as a C-list character. I don't do anything else. He didn't know if her words were truly her honest feelings on the matter. No matter how many times she could repeat herself, he would probably never know. Matsuda understood that at least. Well, in the end, it's all up to you. I don't really care what you do with this situation. Yeah, do whatever you like, because I'll accept whatever ending we come to. Enoshima stopped walking. She stood in front of Matsuda and turned to the boy before posing another question. So, what will you do? It is all dependent on whether you go along with it or not, isn't it? Although Matsuda had understood what she was saying, Matsuda had to ask her something.
You know where this Kamakura guy's whereabouts are?
Nope, not a clue. Enoshima quickly shook her head. Matsuda frowned.
But you said Kamakura would get the blame and nothing...
Just relax about it. It'll all be clear soon enough. She interrupted him in a high-pitched voice. I know where the guys who know where Kamakura is are and what they're doing. Soon I'll know where Kamakura is too.
The steering committee?
Ding dong, correct, Enoshima announced with a cocky attitude. If you heard it from those guys, then Kamakura's whereabouts should be easy enough to work out.
But even if they did, that doesn't mean I know where he is, right?
Enoshima remained with a cocky attitude, but her voice deepened. That's right. It doesn't mean that. At that moment, the girl's expression slipped and her face deadpanned, like she had lost interest in everything. But perhaps that is not such a big deal. I mean, if those guys don't say, then it just means that Kamakura's whereabouts remain unknown. Your plan will fail and I'll be ruined. But that's all that will happen, so you shouldn't pay too much mind to it. As she muttered in a monotone voice, Enoshima turned to the window and walked towards it. Her eyes filled with melancholy as she leaned against the window and stared outside. The laboratory overlooked the East District's courtyard and the preparatory school's parade.
You're talking as if it doesn't matter if I fail.
Matsuda raised his voice in a puzzled tone and looked towards Enoshima's back. Because it doesn't matter. The girl continued to stare out the window and laughed absent-mindedly. In private, I would always think something along the lines of how despair-inducingly wonderful it must be to put an end to something insignificant as small fish. She said things that she never meant to say. Her words were a reflection of her true feelings that lay in her heart. And that means...
You really are weird.
Ah, Suz. You don't like that, do you? Enoshima looked back and had an innocent smile on her face as if he was mistaken. She had the face of a devil one moment, and in the next she smiled like an angel. She hadn't intended to make either face. That's why he continued to shake as he talked with the girl. He felt more than exhausted. That's right. For that girl's sake, it's not like you can lose. Her pure and innocent smile remaining on her face, Enoshima turned and walked silently to Matsuda. You really are someone who's in true love. You're prepared to fight for your love. I bet when they say love is blind, they were thinking of you. Ah, that doesn't mean you do stupid things. Actually, I'm grateful. You're destined to spend an eternity with that person, so I thank you from the very bottom of my heart. Enoshima walked up to Matsuda and didn't come to a stop until finally their toes were touching. She whispered gently to him, Do your best, Matsuda, because that's what I expect. Defeat the despair you face and let hope win, shining victorious, because that's what I expect will happen. As she whispered quietly, Anashima leaned towards him until their faces almost touched, and then she leaned in more. In the next moment, their lips touched. Matsuda didn't break away. He was puzzled, but he gave up and just accepted it as it was. It was a vicious, long, entwining, violent kiss. After a time that was far too long to be described in a single word, Anashima finally pulled away. In the moments after the kiss, she backed away from him, and in dead silence she walked to the laboratory door.
Where are you going?
Matsuda asked as he wiped his mouth. In return for the kiss, I thought I'd lend you a bit of a hand, said Anashima, laughing, but she quickly stopped.
Wait, you don't need to go out of your way.
But his mouth wouldn't move. No, it wasn't just his mouth. His entire body felt numb and was immobile. Looks like you were caught by such a classic too, Matsuda. Looking at the frozen Matsuda, Anashima looked like she was a kid who had just gotten a beloved toy. She was smiling, overcome by joy. You know, lipstick is a dangerous thing. My lipstick, for example, has been tainted with poison. Poison! It just sounds like a classic, so nostalgic. But don't worry, it's not life-threatening. Anashima happily bounced around Matsuda's still form. Knowing her plan worked, she proudly let her joy show. She finally let herself bounce in front of Matsuda. Now then, I should give you one final piece of advice. Anashima suddenly switched to a serious expression, like a boxer moments before the bell rings. You know, in this scenario, only you can make the choice, Matsuda. So think carefully, worry about it, and choose the choice you think is best. Hope or despair. The choices are so diverse and yet surprisingly intricately connected. Anyway, have a good think about it. Think. It's no good. I'm tired now. I wonder if this conversation is just that tedious. Well, whatever. In any case, that's our conversation for now. Goodbye. She brought the one-sided conversation she had started to a one-sided end. Anashima staggered out of the lab.
Wait!
Despite yelling it out, no sound escaped Matsuda's mouth. The boy stood, paralyzed, waiting for feeling to return to his body. Chapter 7. It was at that moment that I woke up, out of the blue. As my consciousness returned to me, I couldn't help but feel completely refreshed and... thank goodness, I said without realizing. For a long time, perhaps, I was having an awful nightmare. But that's over now. I was finally free of my long-lasting nightmare. Or maybe not. Somehow, it felt like this place also belonged in my nightmare. Because if that wasn't the case, then why else would I be in this room? The walls, the ceiling, the floor, everything was covered with concrete. I couldn't see any doors or windows. So, why would I be in such a strange room? Where am I? At least I was certain this place wasn't my room. No matter how forgetful I could get, I know I would never live in such an eerie room without a good reason for doing so. Don't tell me I've been arrested or something. Arrested. My words bounced off the cold gray concrete. I thought I could hear a man coming to my room, stamping his feet with a thumping sound. It was really just the monster we've come to call loneliness. I can't find the exit. It was at that time I sat up quickly. I had realized I had been sleeping on a bed. The bed had a pretty pink princess-style canopy, with an antique feel that little girls everywhere would have wanted. But oddly enough, it was standing alone in the middle of a bare concrete room. The contrast between the delicate decorations of the bed and the bare minimum on the walls only added to the overall creepiness of the room. In addition, there were other parts of the room that were missing altogether. If this room was perfectly complete, then it would have a furniture and a door, but this room was absolutely missing those factors. As I quickly finished analyzing my surroundings quickly, the monster I spoke of earlier began to get to work. My fear and anxiety felt like it turned to pitch black terror, and it felt as though it wanted to steal my freedom of movement. Oh. A moan snuck past my shaking and trembling lips. The room's outline and shape started to slowly distort. Tears began to appear in my eyes, but it's no use crying over this situation. It's no use to cry. I held out for dear life, and despite my intention to hold them back, the tears that had gathered in my eyes began spilling out. "Good morning, madame." Eh? Startled, I realized there was a female maid standing next to the wall. "Good morning, madame." A voice came from it. It really is a girl. I could see the girl's face behind her clothes, but only the face of her mask. Due to her mask, I couldn't determine her actual appearance. The mask in question was an eerie bear mask which filled me with bad feelings. The right half was a white cute bear, the left half was a black evil bear. The girl wearing maid clothing faced me and spoke to me in a happy tone. "Good morning, madame. I have prepared some tea for your morning routine." I don't think I'm a madame. The girl didn't appear to hear me as she simply walked over to me and shoved the silver tray she held onto me. On top of the tray was a teacup with a floral pattern on it. Steam rose from the teacup and disappeared into the air. Thank you. My throat was parched after waking up and was in desperate need of moisture. Forgetting my prior caution, I picked up the teacup and drank the tea in it. Too cold, disgusting. It's so weak. Incredibly, it was a 3-time loser. The tea was too cold. Unable to hide my expression, I placed the teacup back onto the tray. "I shall be taking my leave now," the bear maid said as she turned on her heel and began to walk somewhere. "Wait! Where are you going?" I quickly called out. What was that?" As the bear maid asked me, she knocked on the wall in front of me. Just like in a ninja temple, after she knocked once, the wall rotated around. Eh? A hidden door? At the time when we built this facility, we wanted it to adhere to Madame's sense of playfulness. The playfulness is fine, but I'm leaving. I raised my voice, feeling desperate. The bear mask tilted to the side. Just because you want to leave doesn't mean you should leave. Huh? This time it was my own face tilting to the side. Even if I want to leave, I can't. What the hell? Am I being confined here? Confined? A surprised voice echoed off the walls. Confinement? That's a bit of a leap in logic. The bear maid's shoulders shook with laughter. Just because I appear to be, doesn't mean I am laughing. I didn't. On the contrary, I am filled with sadness beyond compare. Her shoulders shook more. I am saddened because you are such an interesting person. I'm afraid I cannot make sense of your jokes. As it is currently, I don't think I'll ever fulfill my dream of having Monokuma leaving everything to me. How sad. The bear maid hunched over, looking heartbroken. I don't think I understand. But for the time being, just how do I get out of here? Can you show me? As I prompted the girl, she moved to the hidden door. I looked around the room to find my bag beside my bed. Sorry. Wait a second. I quickly got out of bed and picked up my bag. I felt its familiar weight. There was no mistaking it was mine. Now, time to get out of here, I said, pushing the bear maid to the side as I left the room of concrete behind me. What awaited me outside the room was a strange sight indeed. It was a wide space that looked like a hall, but just like the previous room, this room's ceilings, walls, and floor were all covered in nothing but concrete. However, even though the room itself was wide, the ceiling was very low, and it made me feel like I was cooped up. A fluorescent light hung from the ceiling, illuminating the concrete, which only added to the bleakness of the room. Inside the room there I counted about 50 legs belonging to school desks, each evenly spaced throughout the room. At every desk there was a person sitting behind it. There were various men and women, all wearing the same school uniform. Furthermore, On their faces, they all wore, again, bear masks. The right half, a white cute bear. The left half, a black evil bear. Hey, that bear sure seems popular, doesn't it? The maid next to me, wearing the same mask, answered me. That is not a bear. That is a Monokuma. Monokuma? I didn't really care about the name at all. All I could see was many men and women, all sitting at school desks, wearing the same school uniform with weird and creepy masks. There was nothing else I could focus on apart from the strange scenes in front of me. Even so, I noticed that in front of the Monokuma heads, still seated at their desks, were monitors. The Monokuma heads all stared at the monitors, almost like they were preparing to eat them. From where I stood, I could only see the back of the monitors. I had no idea what kind of video they were playing. All the same, they appeared to be focusing all their attention to them. They were motionless, staring patiently at the monitors, with all the vitality of a mannequin. I, on the other hand, felt like I had found myself in an empty graveyard. What are these people? When I asked timidly, the Monokuma maid answered with a serious tone. We are mutants. Everyone is oppressed, and so we barred ourselves away. You had to? We wanted to. Instead of hope? Please pay attention. Mutants and such have excellent capabilities. For the most part, we have not been oppressed. On the other hand, we believe it would be a waste to not hold back our abilities at least a little. Thus, we would like to experience oppression in some form. I couldn't understand what the girl was saying at all. For the time being, I instead tried to change the topic. By the way, I was wondering where this place is. I was waiting for that, the Monokuma maid answered in a proud tone. This is our secret society, of course. Huh? Secret society? Her words seemed too childish, and her childishness seemed too unexpected. If anything, I doubted her words. I thought perhaps it was some kind of metaphor, but no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't think of any other meaning for her words. She must have been telling it as it was. A secret society, though? No one does that stuff anymore. A secret society for mutants? That's unreasonable. Surely you mean unreasonably cool. I should mention, us mutants all belong to the preparatory school. This is the preparatory school's secret society. The preparatory school? Finally, something I could believe was true. I felt like she had left an important clue in her conversation, so I took Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook out of my bag and looked for any memories about the preparatory school. I found it. I remembered. The preparatory school is... I don't really know. All I had written in my notebook was that it existed, and nothing else. It couldn't be helped. I would have to ask about it straight up. Have the people from the preparatory school always known about this? Not always. If we imposed, then our secret society wouldn't be so secret anymore. A secret society must act as a secret society, and so must move as a secret society. But isn't it still imposing to create a base here? You can't keep it a secret, can you? I must insist you refrain from saying such strange things! The Monokuma maid suddenly sounded angry. I have yet to hear anyone claim of our existence. Here in the basement beneath the West District, we have quietly and silently created our secret society. Do you understand? Eh? The West District? It is most suitable for the secret society, due to the fact that the reserve students and staff are located in the West District. It means the regular staff do not visit anywhere near as much as they would otherwise. Furthermore, there is very little extracurricular activity here, and clubs meet at the club rooms. And also, this is the basement of a club room belonging to a now inactive mystery study group. That makes it more opportune. In the West District, beneath an abandoned club room belonging to an inactive mystery study group, there is a basement. And that's this place? I looked around again. There was a slight feeling of being trapped within such a wide hall. Even so, there were several doors throughout the hall's walls. There seemed to be another small room at the back of the hall. Across the hall, Diagonal to me, I saw the entrance to another passageway. It looked to be a fairly long one at that. I couldn't see the end of it at all. Can such a large basement really be underground here? You don't believe me? The Monokuma maid asked, suppressing her laugh. It seems so much easier to not believe me. That's why it isn't despairing. Despair. As I said that, I could feel something in the depths of my heart become uneasy. What a foul word. Instead, I tried to shake off that word quickly and ask a question which had appeared in my head. Anyway, I understand that you're a secret society, and I understand that this is your secret base, but why are you a secret society to begin with? The Monokuma maid looked surprised, before answering me in a straightforward manner. The parade. I muttered quietly as I flipped through my notebook. The parade is a demonstration from the reserve students who felt dissatisfied with Hope's Peak Academy's education system, right? It's not a demonstration. It is a revolution. The girl corrected me with much force. Eh? It's so exciting. It's a revolution to change Hope's Peak Academy and the world. Oh, my heart's racing just thinking about it. A revolution? What did this person just say? And so, in order to complete our revolution, we must destroy Hope's Peak Academy's perfect little fantasy world. This school pushes for hope too much, all the while it torments and harasses its surroundings. If this continues, this school's super high school level hope will never be crushed and... wait a second. I interrupted the Monokuma maid. There were a few words I missed for some reason. What's super high school level hope? Oh! The Monokuma maid raised her voice in exclamation. You are trying to test me with your words, aren't you? That's quite alright. I'll answer your question in a flawless manner. I wonder why she's taking so much time to talk about such an apparently important matter. I mean, if their society is so secret, then they shouldn't have to bother keeping secrets, right? But with all this extra, unnecessary speech she used, she seemed very happy that someone was listening to her story. Ahem. Super high school level hope is the absolute talent which surpasses all other talent. A genius among geniuses. The pinnacle of human evolution, so to speak. Yes, that is the super high school level hope. Ta-da! That was my flawless explanation. Sorry. I stopped paying attention. Eh? Seriously? The Monokuma maid looked shocked. Oh. Anyway. The girl crossed her arms and after some groaning continued. I'm ready now. It seems like she's ready now. The hope we use in super high school level hope's meaning is a little different from the everyday use of the word hope. What we call hope refers to a talent so great it can be called the hope of humanity. In other words, what we call super high school level hope is the owner of the most superior talent. So then you mean an incredible genius? But talented in every way possible. A perfect superhuman. But isn't that cheating? Well, I suppose it does sound unbelievable. The Monokuma maid's tone changed to a mildly offended one. Like setting out of a make-believe story. Hope's Peak Academy's mascot has been given so much goddamn VIP treatment that they're on a platter outside of our reach. It'd be cheating by anyone's standards. Aren't you angry? I have not yet decided. Despite her words, the Monokuma maid's entire body seemed to be overcome by anger. We'll be going against Hope's Peak Academy's research and nurturing of super high school level hope. It seems to have a large budget. Even so, its existence is hidden even to the student body. We do not know the details as to whether it is in fact a classified project, but it is entirely frustrating. I admit it, it's more frustrating than anything I have ever experienced. That research funding is being taken out of the preparatory school's precious budget. This school is literally stealing our money and our hope and devoting it entirely to the super high school level hope. They're using us as a launch pad for their stupid little make-believe story. Is that what this school calls hope? if it's for the sake of that ultimate talent, they don't care what we have to say about it? Is it not worth to even think about those with no talent? Well? Calm down a little. Or not. Stop joking the hell around. For God's sakes, just what is hope? The girl refused to even listen to me. Aren't people chosen by talent so goddamn great? And the people who wait, aren't they great too? What bullshit. That's not fair. That's just elitist. It's fine if all of us useless earthlings just die for the sake of those celestial few, isn't it? Right? I'm right, aren't I? Oi! There was no longer any way for me to stop her onslaught of verbal abuse. Bullshit! That hope they praise as being so mighty is covered in bullshit. Every little bit of hope in this school is covered in bullshit.
Oh, incoming! The festival of shit is on its way!
Shit! Bullshit! Her words overflowed with nothing but hatred. Her hatred was not half-baked either. It was a hatred like a deadly poison. She seemed to be referring to not just super high school level hope, but also Hope's Peak Academy itself, and furthermore, the very concept of hope, etc. I wrote all this in my notebook, but soon my hand came to a stop. Huh? I returned my attention to the notebook. Originally, is what I would say, considering this notebook fundamentally acts as my memory. Originally, I was suspended from school. It also mentions super high school level Hope, the parade, the preparatory school, and Hope's Peak Academy. Huh. But this has nothing to do with me. This has absolutely nothing to do with Ryoko Otonashi. This has nothing to do with me. I said so quietly, I doubted it was audible to anyone. My words sounded so dry, it was like a desert. It had seated itself deep inside me. What do I have to do? The Monokuma maid took a deep breath and looked shyly to me. She looked like she had finally calmed down. Nothing. That's right, since this situation has nothing to do with me. So then, I should quickly escape from this place that also has nothing to do with me. Hey, do you happen to know where the bathroom is? I need to excuse myself for a moment. Eh? Is it a number 1 or a number 2? Do I really need to announce myself before going? No, but you see, we only have one bathroom, so if someone were to use it for a number 2, then it would have disastrous consequences for others who wish to make use of it. It's die hard. It's die no die boken. It's dying cries. Oh, okay, for now I'll just go to the bathroom, I said, and began to run like I was escaping. Well, to put it more exactly, I was running, while actually planning to escape. More importantly, there was no real sense for me to be in this place because it had nothing to do with me. Ah, it's at the end of the hall. Are you fine without a map? The Monokuma maid called out as I ran away. The end of the hall? As I heard her, I could see the end of the hall growing closer and closer. I fled to the other side of the hall, between the Monokuma heads who were still at their desks. They didn't even bother to glance at me. Their eyes were still plastered to the monitors in front of them. Just what is it they're so engrossed in? I knew it had nothing to do with me, but curiosity had taken over my otherwise calm appearance, so I looked back. Huh? It was completely black. Every monitor was pitch black, and none had a single image projecting on it. It'll start again soon, so... The Monokuma head sitting in front of me said in monotone. Phase 1 has just ended. Phase 2 is now beginning. Interrupting the robotic words being spoken in unison, the monitors all lit up. Hope's Peak Academy presents Young People, test the true extent of your hope to win. You've all proved yourselves to be more talented than anyone else. For your own hope, you must kill more than anyone else has. The final exam of mutual killing has now begun. Phase 2. It used a lot of flashing words, taking up the full screen. Even the local television stations refused to use it to such an extent nowadays. What the heck? Such a question appeared in my head for a moment, but it was truly only for a moment. The image on the screens changed. It changed to red. It was almost like each monitor had been completely covered in bright red cellophane. I looked closely, and in the red I saw something wriggle. What seemed to be a person, I suppose. In the room of red, the walls and floor were dyed crimson. I couldn't make out distinct features, but a body covered in red rising from the ground, wriggling and writhing like a worm. The camera captured it all in bird's eye view. At first I thought it was some sort of avant-garde dance or obscure video art, but I soon realized that it was not the case. Immediately afterwards, the stumbling person wandered to both sides of the screen. The clothing he wore was almost completely covered in blood. Even so, I could tell it was a uniform from Hope's Peak Academy. As the man dragged a foldable chair loosely behind him, someone was begging on his hands and feet before him. The man passed the foldable chair to his other hand and swung it up. When it was over the top of his head, he swung it down and... Huh? I couldn't grasp what had just happened. I just continued to stare at the monitor, dumbfounded. The foldable chair was swung down an innumerable amount of times. He continued to swing it down on the groveling man without hesitation. The camera's angle changed and showed the face of the man swinging the chair close up. He seemed to be shouting something over and over again. Turn up the sound. The Monokuma head sitting in front of me turned up the volume on his monitor. I could hear his yells emitted from the monitor. His voice only grew louder and became heart-wrenching screams. I don't want to die. Apart from the anguished cries, I could hear another sound ringing out. Squelch. Splat. It sounded like yogurt and cartilage being mashed together. Every time the man swung down the chair, a sound would ring out. I'm... Squish. Not bad. Splat. It's not my fault. Slosh. So... Squelch. I'm not bad. Squat. At that point, the foldable chair broke. But the boy groveling in front of him was long past broken. His head was beyond recognition. Instead, looking like a squashed tomato that someone had dropped. Around it was a mixture of blood and brain fluid. I was beyond the ability to adequately communicate my level of horror. In the monitor, the skull was split open, and the corpse was spilling out its fluids. I couldn't look away from the body. I couldn't even move at all. I stared at the monitor, stunned and totally dumbfounded. That's enough, the man in the monitor said to himself as he shook and trembled. I've already killed those other two. That should be enough. The boy's words were interrupted by the sound of thick glass breaking. Before he could come to his senses, another man stood behind him with a bottle in his hand. Without warning, the newcomer beat the first man down with a single blow aimed at his head. As the man clutched desperately at his face with both hands, he roared out like a wounded animal. Suddenly, with some abruptness, he ran from the room, thrashing in agony. Wait! Wait! The ambusher tailed after him with unsteady steps. The image on screen once again changed. Instead, it now showed a corridor. In the corridor was a running man whose face was drenched in blood. Small pieces of glass had embedded themselves into his eyes and caused them to bleed. Save me! He screamed out in a slurred voice. His mouth seemed to open and morph into the shape of a grin, but of course, that was not the case. His lips were torn open and he was not able to close them. Standing in front of him was a trembling girl. The girl stood alone in the gloomy corridor, holding a cleaver tightly in her hands. Her creepy appearance filled even me with fear. However, the man running didn't even see her. As he screamed in pain, he ran towards her. As the girl readied herself into a defensive position, she thrusted her cleaver up. At that moment, the boy swung down his head. Squelch. The cleaver sunk into his skull on impact. The shards of glass stuck in his eyes were thrown out. The man continued to run forwards for a few steps before finally collapsing. As the girl's entire body shook and trembled violently, she patiently stared at the corpse. Don't want to die. I had to. The volume on the monitor wavered with her trembling voice. Behind her, I could see the figure of another high school student with an iron pipe in his hand, sneaking towards her. I finally managed to look away. It was nothing but a movie made in bad taste. In ridiculously bad taste. This was some sort of video the reserve students had made, right? In that case, it was really scary. More than just scary, it was bursting with realism. The dead people were an image that could be associated with cold, which in turn could be associated easily with the illusion of death. The warm blood seeping from the bodies of those dead is incomparable to the heat emitted from their bodies during the time of their life. It fogged up the lens on the camera with the humidity. It was like an immense heat that followed death. But just what on earth is going on? It's just so insignificant, isn't it? Much to my surprise, one of the Monokuma heads sitting in front of me, still staring at a monitor, asked me, "This is hope? This thing is hope?" The boy murmured, sounding honestly uninterested. He spoke, sounding completely immersed in despair. "At some time in their life, everyone will come to a point where they only think of themselves. And so, it's mutual killing. Up until this point, people would say it's important to have hope, and so they'll do anything to protect it. People like us have abandoned that nasty habit. After all, it's just an insignificant little thing." He seemed irritated at his own words. His irritation only became more apparent as he spoke. Suddenly, he began to breathe heavily. How long have you been watching this? Always?" "Not always. You've only seen it 5,818 times. Did he say 5,818 times? Huh? I felt sweat run down my already soaked back. No matter how many times someone could say this video was fake, it continued to replay through my head. Despite only watching it once, my brain seemed inclined to believe it was real. This really is something I shouldn't get myself involved in. I have to escape right now. I raised my line of sight up until I met someone else's eyes. On the other side of the hall, the Monokuma maid looked at me with patient eyes. She waved with her hand. I only felt more tempted to run away. I felt chills rise up through my spine. As if trying to run from the video that tormented my mind, I dived into the passage at the back of the hall. The sound of my footsteps echoed through the dark corridor. Once again, the walls, floor, and ceiling were all covered in concrete. Concrete, concrete, concrete. This passageway was covered in concrete too. It didn't seem wide enough for more than one adult to fit in. I felt an overwhelming sense of claustrophobia. The only light I saw was the dim, concealed lighting that illuminated my feet. The space was overcome by a strange atmosphere. I ran down the passageway and suddenly I realized I had no idea why I was running down a passageway. Anxiety took hold of me. I continued to run down this endless passageway for what felt like a lifetime for me. As I ran through the passageway, all that appeared in my mind was how much I wanted to get out of it. My feet suddenly stopped moving. In front of me, another concrete wall stood in my way. It seemed like I reached a dead end. To both my left and my right were bare concrete walls, but on the concrete wall in front of me, I saw a door leading to another small passageway. Is this the exit? Holding that belief in my heart, I reached out to the door with my hand. It didn't need a key or anything. The door opened easily. I peeked behind it with high hopes. I felt a bout of déjà vu. Just more concrete. It was a small room with its walls, floor, and ceiling all covered in concrete. But at the back of the room was a bizarre spectacle. 2 parallel sets of iron bars. A jail cell. I walked forward carefully and stood in front of the bar grate to my right first. On the other side of the bars floated a dark black mist. A chilly, cool, and ominous air drifted out from the darkness. I timidly tried to look at the other side of the grate. "Who's there?" A voice called out from inside the darkness. My heart jumped in shock. "Eek! Who's there?" I heard the hoarse voice of an old man. He sounded like he was being overly cautious of something awful. "There? Where do you mean?" My shaking voice bounced off the walls. From the back of the cell, a shadowed silhouette appeared. They remained seated in a chair with their head hanging down as if they were asleep. Are you okay?" Even so, the person showed no sign of hearing me. I tilted my head to the side. "It's no use anymore." The voice did not come from the cell in front of me as I had expected, but instead, the cell next to it. "He hasn't been responding since yesterday. Don't you know it's useless?" Useless? What's useless? I once again looked at the cell in front of me. My eyes finally adjusted to the darkness. The face looking downward, blanketed in darkness, slowly became more clear. The face had lost its vitality. His surprisingly long, dark red tongue lolled out of his mouth sloppily. I knew at first glance. He wasn't sleeping. He was dead. "Eek!" I screamed, as I stepped back and subsequently ended up landing on the floor after misjudging my footing. It seemed so real. The possibility of the corpse before me being fake hadn't come to my mind at all. This situation had become more scary than anything I had ever experienced in my recollection. Shivers ran through my body so much, I felt almost like it hurt. "Is he dead?" "He's dead." The cold air passed through my lips and I felt unable to breathe. I quickly tried to gulp down a lungful of air with a heavy sob. It was at that point when I heard the old man's voice sounding surprised. "Why is it you're so panicked? You're a comrade of those people, right?" I flicked through Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook with trembling hands. I almost immediately recalled the memory of the Reserve Corps students. Of course not. Please don't lump me together with those people wearing strange masks." "So, you're not wearing a mask?" What a strange question. Can't you tell just by looking?" I stood up, stumbling unsteadily like a newborn deer. I walked clumsily in front of the adjacent cell where I heard the man's voice. I could see the figure of a man hunched over on a chair. "I can't see." "Eh?" The old man raised his head. The area where his eyes should have been on his wrinkled face, I saw 2 dark indents instead. It wasn't covered by shadows. There was fine black stitching, like it had been done by a sewing machine. Blood oozed from the stitches and dried within the yarn. It had all come together into a pitch-black mass, preventing the man from opening his eyelids. I felt a severe bout of nausea as my stomach threatened to empty itself. I covered my mouth with my hands quickly. "You seem surprised seeing this. You really aren't with them." The old man's voice suddenly changed to a pleading tone. "But please, can't you help me? Help me escape from this place. I couldn't thank you enough. So, I'm begging you." Because of the skin around the desperately begging man's eyes, it was almost impossible to discern his expression. "What happened?" I asked a simple question with a sob. They locked us in separate cells. They wouldn't kill whoever they broke the jaw of. That's what they said." "They wouldn't kill whoever they broke the jaw of?" We cheered each other on at first, but the cheering was too much to bear. We were scared. If only we thought of betraying them earlier. There wasn't a choice. So... The old man's voice somehow went even lower. So
They broke my jaw.
He faced the other set of iron bars. The dead body from the other cell wandered through the back of my mind. I wondered briefly why I had not forgotten about it yet.
Hey, why don't we make a deal?
Eh? The old man's voice sounded like he was begging once more. He suddenly started to talk again.
If it's about what I know, then we should talk. You came here to hear about it, right? In exchange, you can help me escape from here. How does that sound?
Okay. I answered somewhat automatically and instantly regretted doing so.
It really is better to be the one who isn't involved.
Even after saying I'd help him escape, I wasn't sure how to do it. More and more regret began to pile up, even so. The man with the ruined eyes story had already begun a long time ago.
The people from the preparatory school had tried to find out from me about a person's location. They called him Izuru Kamakura.
For the time being, I decided it would be for the best to listen to the old man's story. Either way, it didn't seem like I had any real choice. I'd have time to think about it after the story.
I do not know where they found out, but they knew for a fact that we were hiding Kamakura. If they found out where he is, they'd be a heartbeat away from true power.
True power? I felt my jaw tightly shut at such a cruel sound.
Their goal is to crush this school, using the existence of Izuru Kamakura. They'll overthrow Hope's Peak Academy from its very foundations.
Did you say crush? I suddenly cried out.
That's too much.
If Hope's Peak Academy is crushed, I won't be able to see Matsuda anymore.
So, you have to do something and find a way to stop the preparatory school.
But what can I do?
If this keeps up, we'll be handing Kamakura to the preparatory school on a silver platter. And there's no mistaking it'll be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Even if you say that...
The old school building. Izuru Kamakura is there.
But please wait. I ended the conversation prematurely with an interruption. Quickly, I wrote in Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook. Old school building. But then... Huh? I suddenly felt an attack of dizziness. I struggled to stay upright. What's happening?
Until just a short time ago, we used to have a large amount of guards there. Officially speaking, before the demolition we can no longer do that due to the danger, but that's not the real reason. In truth, it's because that's where we're hiding Izuru Kamakura.
As I listened to his story distractedly, it happened again. I felt a dizziness beyond anything I could adequately convey. My vision was becoming a blur. As I stumbled, I laid my hand on the bars in front of me to steady myself.
Up until now, everything I've said...
I knew the old man was speaking right in front of me, and yet it felt like he was in the far distance.
Is the whole story as far as I know. Could you free me now?
His voice sounded almost like it was being muffled. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it ringing loudly in the back of my ears.
Oi, what's the matter? Hurry up. The area around my eyes has been unbearably hot for a while now. I want to go to a doctor.
Oi, did you hear me? I didn't. The beating in my ears was only growing louder. It completely drowned out all other sound. I couldn't hear anything anymore. I shouldn't be able to hear anything anymore, and yet I could hear a single eerie laugh. At the same time, I felt a presence behind me. A disgusting presence. It was like having uncomfortably warm air being blown onto the back of my neck. Sensing it, my body began to shake and tremble. I couldn't say anything, like I was paralyzed. The laugh grew louder and higher. It was almost like it was mocking me.
What's so funny?
Even the older man's shouts sounded like they taunted me. The voice became more intense.
Why are you laughing? What's so funny?
The old man shouted, his voice filled with uneasiness. He shouted angrily and especially hoarse as he failed to grasp what was happening.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
The laughing came to a halt. What a lovely face you're making. The voice was directed to the old man. But I said, you won't ever escape. Your face will only become more despair-induced, you know?
What? What?
The old man's face was filled with emotion. For a moment it flashed white. His reaction seemed impossibly odd. The laughing grew louder again. The laugh bounced off the concrete around the room, each echo overlaying another. Like a body with no soul, I stood still, dizzily swaying. The life was deprived from my entire body, making even small movements impossible. I couldn't even ignore the voices, only try to determine which was which. My consciousness reached its limit. Light, sound, and color had all disappeared at once. The scene before me twisted and skewed like paint dripping onto water. The old man on the other side of the iron bars also became blurred at the border of my vision. What? As I watched the distorting world in front of me, I murmured to myself, what is this? Soon the world would melt into the puddle of colors, each color hardened into different shades. The colors then started to intermingle once again, the world changing to another world. Like a scene with a flowing river, I swayed with the current, and everything in front of me passed me by. Behind me was a giant open door. An avalanche of Monokuma heads poured out of it. Screams echoed from the direction of the cell. A puddle of bright red water appeared at my feet. I ran from it in my trance. Then, darkness. Chapters 8 and 9. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself in a bright white room. It felt like I had been reborn. I, the new reborn Ryoko Otonashi, woke up with a renewed sense of vigor as I stretched my body out, getting out of bed. Turning my gaze to the window, the sun's light filled the white room with its brilliant light from between the curtains, signifying the morning's rays. It appears that I fell asleep at some point. Being forgetful, I couldn't even remember the time I fell asleep. Ah! At that moment, I felt light rush in from the back of my eyes. An image conceived itself within my head. Underground facility, preparatory department, Monokuma. A sudden flashback, definitely an unfamiliar experience. Could this be my memory? I immediately ran through my itching consciousness. It felt like I could remember something, but at the same time I couldn't remember it. It came off like a natural sensation, yet at the same time I was embraced with bewilderment. What is this? What happened to me? Frightened with puzzlement and unsettlement, I shakily looked around the room. Doing so, I found my backpack sitting by my pillow. I hurriedly rummaged through it, and as I thought, there it was, the Ryoko Otonashi memory notebook. First things first, I need to remember where I am. I paged through the notebook to see if I could recall anything about the room. This is the neurology laboratory. Ah, thank goodness. Upon remembering that, I let out a sigh of relief. Wait, but where's Matsuda? Right away, I looked around the room once more, but I couldn't catch sight of his appearance anywhere. Matsuda. As I looked down towards my notebook, I remembered something important. Speaking of him, I haven't received treatment from him in a while. Now I know why my head's been getting all funky lately. If that's so, I need to get treatment from Matsuda as soon as possible. The moment I was enveloped by that impatience, something interrupted. Rustle, rustle. I heard a strange sound. It sounded like it was coming from under the bed I was sitting on. I ran through my itchy conscience once again. Someone's voice repeated itself in my head. Why are you under my bed? Mental concentration for facing irritation. Once I remembered that conversation, this time I energetically peeked under the bed. Matsuda? Then our eyes met. I met eyes with the individual lurking under the bed. But returning my gaze was an unfamiliar girl. Who are you? Without thinking, I brought out that question. The girl, now on her back, shot back with a curt response. Do you think you could move from there? You're in my way. Sure. Puzzled, I stepped away as the girl immediately crawled out from under the bed. She got up with a short grunt and began brushing the dust off her body. Inadvertently, my eyes stopped at her hands. The black leather gloves that neatly wrapped around her skin were quite impressive. But, possibly finding my stare uncomfortable, she quickly moved her hands behind her, as if to hide them. Looks like the rumors were true. Huh? Without any preface whatsoever, she suddenly began speaking to me. What do you mean by rumors? Memory impairment, right? I heard you're in treatment. Hearing that, once again my brain was assaulted by itchiness. Without thinking, I sat down onto my bed. The girl appeared to give me a dubious look. Trying to ignore the itchiness in my head, I asked her, are you someone I know? Kyoko Kirigiri of Class 78. The response was a name I've never heard of. Right away, I opened my notebook and searched for any kind of mention, but I couldn't find anything. So, she isn't someone I know? The details of your memory impairment were kept low-key in order to prevent your own confusion. That was your intention, wasn't it? Or possibly Yasuke Matsuda's intention as well. In face of her taking control of this interrogation, I was lost in bewilderment. Huh? What are you talking about? I see. So you don't remember that either. Wait, you know Matsuda? Upon those words, she became quiet. She diverted her eyes as well, only making her look more suspicious. Without thinking, I approached her. Hey, you know him, right? If you know him, then please tell me. Where's Matsuda? I desperately asked her. After all, he's all that's important to me. I want to know, and I have to know, as long as it's Matsuda. Unfortunately, I don't know either. Eh? Matsuda grew further away from my reach. Failing to hide my disappointment, my face fell into dismay. The girl absent-mindedly gazed towards the window while murmuring, I'm searching for Yasuke Matsuda as well. There's something I need to confirm with him. Something you need to confirm with Matsuda? The moment I responded, she returned her gaze towards me. She examined me as if looking for something. I might as well confirm something with you as well. Eh? Earlier, you peeked under the bed while calling Yasuke Matsuda's name, right? Was that because you knew that was something he'd normally do? Huh? What? The sudden interrogation flustered me, and the girl continued to corner me. You'd be better off answering honestly. Lying will only make this conversation more difficult. It's not like I need to lie about... Then you can answer honestly, right? I timidly gave in to her pushing words. Yeah, I knew. Matsuda said that when he gets annoyed, he has a habit of undergoing mental concentration under a bed and falling asleep. But what does that have to do with anything? Mental concentration, eh? An eerie smile crept up Kirigiri's face. It seemed like she was making fun of Matsuda, so without thinking, I was about to... Well, it must have been a lie, though. Huh? Yasuke Matsuda must have had a precise goal in mind crawling under that bed, just like how I was earlier. While I was still talking to her, Kirigiri crouched down to the bed and slowly stepped towards me. She finally stopped right in front of me and spoke while looking downwards. Could you move? Huh? Oh, okay. Confused, I got off the bed, and the girl put her hands under the dormant bed sheets and threw them up in one motion. The bed sheets gently floated in the air. You can see it, right? Kirigiri pointed under the bed. I walked over to her side and squat down, peeking under the bed. The one portion of the floor under the bed seemed to be sticking out unnaturally. There seemed to be a 50 by 50 space that led into darkness. A hidden room. Not just a simple one either. It's about the size of a storehouse. Storehouse? Probably to store a corpse. Huh? While I was completely taken aback, Kitty Giddy continued to speak in an indifferent manner. There is a corpse hidden under here. Actually, 2 corpses. They appear to be the 2 missing members of the committee board. What are you saying? As blood rushed to my face, I unwittingly shouted out. Without looking towards me, she continued to speak with a cool face. It was a joke. Joke? Corpses typically begin rotting within 5 degrees Celsius. If there were a corpse here, it would have already been thoroughly decayed. Hey, do you know what bodies actually go through when decaying? Sulfur-carrying proteins throughout your body begin decomposing, releasing hydrogen sulfide, creating a decaying odor strong enough that it can't be removed with just washing. And it doesn't just smell bad. The decaying gas increases pressure throughout the body, changing the muscles completely. Eyeballs would pop out from swelling like ping pong balls, the tongue and lips would enlarge, and even the ends of the arms and legs would bulge out. The skin would then turn black and become nearly unrecognizable from its living counterpart. There's no way something like that would be around here. Just hearing that caused something sour to rise up, and instinctively I covered my mouth. I see. It was just a joke. Although I was completely joking. As if to further pursue me, she once again returned that stern gaze towards me. And here is a jersey as black as the interior, along with a pair of shoes of the same color. Most likely they were planned to be washed, but there are still some traces of blood remaining. A flat car easily capable of transporting a body is located here as well. So, what are you trying to say? What I'm saying is that Yasuke Matsuda was involved with the murder of the 2 missing committee board members. At that moment, a shiver strong enough to make my body jump assaulted me. My teeth shaking, I desperately shot back. What are you saying? There's no way Matsuda would murder someone! No one said anything about him killing anyone. All I'm saying is he was involved with the murder. Her thin, colored pupils appeared to shine from the sunlight momentarily. Although, what about the murder of the student council president? I doubt he was just simply involved with that. Huh? Last night, super high school level student council president Sosha Murasame's corpse was found, which was believed to be suicide. But without a doubt, that was definitely murder. I wasn't able to see the end of this conversation, but even so, I instinctively had a bad feeling about it. The rate of the thumps in my chest raised to alarming heights. My breathing became ragged and sweat began pouring all over my body, and the blood vessels in my forehead began to violently pulse. Most likely, Yasuke Matsuda killed Soshin Murasame. I could hear the sounds of the pillars supporting my stability crashing as they fell. An inconceivable mass of uneasiness developed inside me. The strings of thought telling me to argue back jumbled together into a mess, stopping me from forming them into words. Kitty Giddy continued to stare at me with those eyes, so calm and collected, almost to the point where it pissed me off. Those eyes had no emotion. They were purely observing me. Nothing makes sense anymore. My messed up head, my tangled up thoughts, the overwhelming uneasiness, and those cold, piercing eyes attacking me all at once as I sunk down into a bottomless swamp. While sinking, I desperately struggled and screamed out, "This has nothing to do with me. I've had enough. I'll forget about this. If I just forget about it, everything will return to like it was before. This isn't an attempt to escape, rather, it's a battle. A battle to fight off anyone that isn't Matsuda out of my world. Nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me." Before long, in harmony with the explosive beating in my chest, my voice became a scream. Nothing to do with me, 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 nothing to do with me. As I continued to frantically shout out, the boiling heat from the bottom of my stomach bubbled up like magma. This has nothing to do with me! And it really exploded. At the same time as my exclamation, the door behind Kitty Giddy shattered. Small shards of glass and wood fluttered through the air, and the door, as if made out of paper, fell to the floor. The sound of destruction then finally reverberated around the laboratory like a storm. I couldn't believe it. But I did that. Me. while looking at the spectacle past Kitty Giddy's turned head. This is my true power? I, Ryoko Otonashi, felt this fearsome ability awaken inside me. When Kyoko Kitty Giddy stepped into the neurology laboratory, that girl was already lying down on the bed. She heard rumors about that girl. Supposedly, she suffered from memory impairment and had been undergoing treatment in this laboratory. Seems they were true. But enough of that. More importantly, Matsuda doesn't seem to be here. Well, not like I was expecting him to be. Having already anticipated that, she changed gears and began investigating the room. Due to Matsuda's absence, she was free to do as she pleased. With that, she faced the girl lying on the bed. I should probably be careful not to wake her up. She wanted to avoid any unnecessary annoyances. She then began to cautiously examine around the room. After getting a good look around the room, she then proceeded to walk next to the bed. As I thought, something suspicious. That impression was not aimed towards the girl lying on the bed. Rather, it was towards the bed itself. If she was curious, the natural thing to do would be to investigate the bed. As if a matter of fact, she began searching around the bed. Then, looking at the floor hidden under the bed sheets, she found a storehouse. Kyoko, detecting the black jersey and shoes along with the simple pushcart casually tossed in there, soon developed a conclusion. Yasuke Matsuda was involved with the murders of the committee board members. The only ones who recognized this were Kyoko and her client, the president of the school grounds. Furthermore, with even the corpses disappearing and hardly any decisive evidence for this case, she had all the more reason to continue to repeat her straightforward investigation. And she found a clue in an unexpected location for that very case. She didn't think Yasuke Matsuda would have been involved in this, but if that was the case, he might know where the remaining 2 committee board members have gone off to. Ignoring Kyoko's warnings, the 4 committee board members who had hid their whereabouts have now all become missing. But it seems that finally those whereabouts can be revealed. Whether or not it would be too late was a different story, but that wasn't important. Whether or not they help her or become sacrifices didn't matter. Her role was to expose the hidden truth as a detective, and those were her true feelings. But who would have thought that those 2 cases were connected? The reason she came here wasn't even related to the committee board in the first place. She was here to investigate the case on the corpse of Soshin Murasame found in the teaching staff facility. According to the school doctor, it seems that the last person to meet with Murasame was Yasuke Matsuda. And not only that, after that meeting him, he somehow disappeared to somewhere, hiding his whereabouts. As Kyoko thought, if Murasame's death was due to murder, then Yasuke Matsuda was definitely suspicious. If that's the case, then why did he murder Soshin Murasame? In order to find that motive, Kyoko came to his main headquarters, this laboratory. But seeing that Yasuke Matsuda wasn't just involved with Murasame's case, but the committee boards as well, saying that he was the center of these 2 cases wouldn't be too far off the mark. To be involved with 2 cases at the same time like this, there is no way it couldn't be a coincidence. If so, then what is his goal? What does he know? What is he hiding? While she was going through her thoughts under the bed, unexpectedly, a sound could be heard from above the bed. It looked like the girl had woke up. If so, it might be a good idea to ask her a few things. Chances are, it would be pretty unlikely for someone undergoing Yasuke Matsuda's medical treatment to be just a bystander. It might end up forcing her to realize the painful reality, but for the sake of revealing the hidden truth, there was no other choice. Again, those were her true feelings. There wasn't much time left either. Kyoko was struck with impatience close to frustration. If she didn't hurry, it may become too late to find the clues she needed. Yasuke Matsuda may never come back. That was her intuition, but it wasn't just simply intuition. It was the intuition of the Kitty Giddy family's detectives. That intuition drew her forward. It drove her to find Matsuda's whereabouts as soon as possible. It wasn't like she was worried for his sake. It was only that she had to fulfill her duty as a detective to complete her accepted request. It was to ascertain the whereabouts of Izuru Kamakura. Why? Because she was a detective. So then, in order to fulfill her duty as a detective, she began her interrogation towards the girl. I might as well confirm something with you as well. With that starting statement, she then proceeded to question the girl on sensitive matters in order to corner her. Then, as she observed her response, she developed a conclusion. This girl doesn't know anything. The girl was falling into mass confusion, and her state showed that it wasn't an act. And from what I could see of her forgetfulness, there was no sign that she could have been an accomplice. In other words, any further conversation with her wouldn't reveal any more results. Rather than becoming discouraged, Kyoko thought what would be the best course of action. But before handling that, there was something else to deal with. This has nothing to do with me! The sudden shriek that seemed to pierce her eardrums. Then, at the same time, the sound of something breaking roared behind her. Instinctively turning around, the door's glass fragments scattered through the air. Then, in the center of all that, a man's appearance revealed itself. That man looked towards Kyoko, and a hideous, sinister smile crept up to his face, resembling a death god looking to cast an ill omen. Chapter 10. While watching my screams shatter the door of the laboratory, I was awakened to my surprising ability. The tale of the little girl being cornered, suddenly awakening to her power and seeking revenge. I felt like I saw something like that in a movie. But never mind that. More importantly, I have to do something to stop my power from going berserk. I understand. There is only one method to stop this rampage, and that's Matsuda. Other than Matsuda examining my messed up head, there is no other secret technique to stop this overflow of power. Anyway, I have to hurry. If I don't do something about this soon, something horrible will happen. And that's why, in order to meet Matsuda, I'm going to have to use this uncontrollable power just one more time. Determined, I turned my gaze towards the wreckage and glared at the back of Kitty Gitty's head. I then focused all my concentration towards her head and locked on, letting out all of my power with a scream. Burst! Doing so, the girl's head didn't burst into pieces like a watermelon at all. Huh? As I looked at Kitty Gitty's perfectly unchanged normal head, I tilted my head as I noticed someone's shadow standing in the back.
So, you really were over here.
It was a low, threatening voice. The man with the jet black uniform noisily stepped onto the wreckage of the overturned door, while his jet black hair swayed back and forth. His slim frame gave off feelings of toughness, like a well-strung wire, and he was quite tall as well. Too good for knocking? Kitty Gitty warily chose her words, attracting his attention.
Mind your own business.
While snapping back with his sharp words, he shifted his gaze alternatingly between Kitty Gitty and I with his thin reptile-like eyes. The moment I saw his eyes, that itchiness began to spring back into my head again. Right away, I dropped my gaze to Ryoko Otonashi's memory notebook, and then I remembered. That's right, the pitch-black man's name was Ashiki Madurai. Wait, but why? After all, he's gotten beaten up so many times right in front of me. First, when he got crushed under a bookcase. Second, when he was assaulted by the black shadow known as Super High School Level Despair. Third, when he was confronted by Mukuro Ikasawa right in this neurology lab. Even with all of that, just why?
Are you surprised why I am unwounded?
Successfully reading my thoughts, Madurai stretched out his arms to an unsettling length and smiled. The smile resembled a crescent moon, making it almost like a mask.
I've said it before, haven't I? I'm immortal.
As if complying with his words, the glass at his feet chimed. I just wanted to see Matsuda, but all I get are these people speaking nonsense surrounding me. Trying to get anything out of that girl is futile.
Who are you?
Madurai faced Kitty Gitty with a cold stare that would have frozen a normal person. But Kitty Gitty looked right back at him and shook it off like it was nothing. and continued speaking indifferently. You were originally investigating the disappearance of the student council, correct? Madurai raised his eyebrows, surprised.
You know who I am?
I just overheard a few things. Giddy Giddy raised her chin, and after a few moments continued to speak. But I know that you are not immortal, at least. After all, your ability isn't all powerful. It definitely has its limits. Isn't that right, Hope's Peak Academy Student Council member, super high school level bodyguard?
That's something only the student council would know. Where the hell did you overhear something like that?
Grind, grind. There was a peculiar sound coming from the back of Madurai's mouth.
If your ears are that good, then you should probably know something about this then. Come on, tell me. Who's the guy behind Hope's Peak Academy's largest worst incident? Where's the bastard that killed the student council?
Haven't you been listening? Asking is pointless. Of course, along with that girl over there, I don't know anything about that.
No, that's a lie.
What makes you think that?
My intuition. Do I need a reason other than that?
After saying that, Madurai's intimidating presence grew stronger. The glass under his feet continued to shatter from his force as he stepped forward, and naturally, I began to step back. Hey. While being cautious of Madurai, Kitty Giddy faced me and spoke. Judging by the way he's been talking, you've driven him off multiple times, haven't you? You shouldn't expect too much from me. I weakly turned my head towards her. I don't really remember, but every incident was just a coincidence, and it looks like he's immortal too. While speaking, I carefully glanced towards Madurai, and in return he glared at me with his sharp eyes. Panicking, I quickly averted my gaze while... It's impossible. At least we can take advantage of our numbers, like one of us becoming the decoy and the other running away. That's the only way. I attempted to casually suggest to her to become the decoy. I wasn't sure if she successfully took in my meaning.
So, what are you gonna do? Behave and fess up, or should I beat you till you talk? Do you think you could hurry up and make your mind?
Madurai flipped his greasy long hair while asking. Like I said, I really don't know anything. We don't know anything. In contrast to my stuttering words, Kitty Giddy confidently shot back. She had almost nothing to do with the situation, but her resolve didn't once seem to waver. Honestly, it was almost like she was being stubborn for the sake of being stubborn. Well, she must have had her reasons, but I would like it if I didn't have to get dragged into this.
Seems like you won't budge.
As his voice grew more threatening as he mumbled, he grew a silent smile.
Looks like I have no choice then. I'll use my true power. I'll tell you right now, this is unlike anything you've seen so far. It's a pain, but I'll deal with you in one go.
He then started to sway his slender body left and right. Right at the next moment, a mysterious sensation invaded my body. As if I was dizzy, my vision became a blur. Madurai's appearance in front of me seemed to split into two. But the only thing splitting into two was Madurai, the rest of the world remaining like always. What? No matter how many times I blinked, the scene in front of me didn't change. My eyes weren't fooling me. There really were two Madurais in front of me.
I'll introduce myself once more. In
harmony, they both spoke at the same time.
My name is Yoshiki Madurai. My name is Goshiki Madurai.
The slim, long body of the left Madurai and the right Madurai seemed to entangle around each other. The scene was creepy enough to send shivers up my spine. You really look just like one. What I heard was true, it seems. Kitty Giddy's cautious words sounded out once again.
Like I said, just where the hell did you hear about those things?
Madurai's creepy voices once again came out in harmony. The Madurai brothers, the octuplets from Ishiki Madurai to Yashiki Madurai. Those who know about them refer to them as super high school level multiple birth siblings. Due to efficiency utilizing their mutual understanding, their teamwork has led them to be known as the super high school level bodyguard. The Madurai brothers' greatest talent. At least, that's what I heard. Octuplets? Octuplets including a Shiki Madurai to Yashiki Madurai. Super high school level multiple birth siblings. That is the Madurai brothers' greatest talent. That's cheating, isn't it? I desperately shouted out. That's not being immortal at all. It doesn't even make any sense. Then, the two Madurai's mouths creaked open.
Well, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. That's just how it is.
Wait, there was one extra? At that moment I heard footsteps from behind me. Both Kitty Giddy and I turned around at the same time, and as if blocking the doorway to the back of the laboratory, stood another Madurai.
I'm Rokushiki Madurai.
That was the arrival of the third one.
With this, you guys have lost in numbers as well.
And in order.
That's why you shouldn't let your guard down.
Following up right on beat.
We're gonna beat reality into you till you fess up.
As all three voices rang out. Right to left and then from behind. They circled around me, forming a semicircle, perplexing me. Hey, what should we do? I faced Kitty Giddy with my clingy voice.
This isn't the time to be thinking about that.
The two Madurais in front of us kicked at the wreckage towards us, turning the wreckage into lethal projectiles. Kitty Giddy rammed into me, using that force to push me to the opposite side. The flying bits of the door's wreckage barely missed us at a hair's breadth. There! Due to being pushed, I fell on my butt, but because it was no time to falter, I quickly stood up. But right at that moment, the neck cuff of my shirt was pulled from behind. Gah! Without time to even think about hurting or be let go, I was thrown. Like a rampaging child throwing his doll in a tantrum, my body flew through the air with my head and body hitting a wall, finally coming to a stop. My eyes blacked out from the shockwave. All I knew was that I was in the hallway. It was difficult to comprehend how easily I was thrown from the laboratory, but in any case, I just had to deal with my body aching all over. With my butt, my neck, and my back all being beat up more than necessary, I tried to pull through my numbness along with dealing with the pain coming from seemingly losing all feeling from those body parts. Then, out of nowhere, Madurai stood in front of me. Not too far from the ceiling, his eyes looked down on me from a sharp angle, which more than resembled a reptile now. In other words, it was terrifying.
You've gotten away time after time again.
Even though I heard his words, strangely, his mouth didn't move.
But with two people, this should be more than enough.
Then from behind the Madurai standing in front of me stepped out a different Madurai. Looks like it was that Madurai who was talking. The two Madurais standing in my blurred vision. This truly was a scene of despair. Not only that, with me thrown into the hallway, I couldn't rely on Kitty Giddy any longer.
I'll ask you one more time.
They once again spoke out in harmony.
In what way are you related to this case?
Following up,
who should I be taking out my revenge on?
In rapid succession,
where is that bastard?
As if winding together.
Or maybe it's really you.
They,
hurry up and talk,
pursued me. But right at that moment, I suddenly felt a breeze over my head. Looking up, I saw that the window was open. Ah! The moment I saw that, an inspiration flew into my mind.
Looks like you won't talk unless I force it out of you.
At the same time, the Madurai's hands reached out towards me. There was no time to hesitate. I dodged through the arms as I stood up, and at that rate, I jumped with all my might onto the edge of the window. With that motion, I aimed towards the rear garden. That's when I realized this was the third floor.
What?
The expressions of the Madurais left behind both changed to surprise simultaneously. Throwing myself out of the hallway's third floor window was definitely outside of their expectations. And that goes the same for myself. Actually, the surprise on my face was most likely even greater than theirs. Then, while still surprised, My body, caught by gravity, continued to fall straight down towards the garden. Ah! What followed that fall was a shockwave. It wasn't a fatal shockwave, however. It didn't even take my consciousness. Miraculously, my body fell straight into some shrubbery, exceptionally cushioning my fall. That was just 100% coincidence. I didn't know about it. I didn't aim for it. And I didn't expect it either. But for some reason, even though I couldn't understand it, I took that coincidence like it was a matter of course. Still, the shockwave was strong enough to numb most of my body, and my arms and legs and face were all being stabbed by the prickly bits of the shrubbery. Even so, I calmly ordered my head to escape, and my arms and feet slowly regained their functions. I then proceeded to crawl out on all fours. While crawling, I ran into 2 pairs of black shoes. Continuing on all fours, I raised my head up to see 2 Matarais looking down on me.
I'm Sheichi Shiki Matarai. I'm Yashiki Matarai.
They were different Matarais from the ones on the 3rd floor. Looks like they were called out.
Well, we certainly didn't expect you to come falling down.
Without thinking, a gulping sound came from my throat. But despite this nightmare-like situation, I didn't feel confused, scared, or uneasy. Instead, what I felt was that intense itchiness in my brain. And along with that itchiness came a premonition. I won't die. I won't die here. How that premonition floated up was unknown even to myself, but it was definite that that was the premonition. I was almost completely sure about that.
What's with that easygoing face? It's pissing me off.
The 2 Matarais looked like they were wrapping around each other as they advanced and examined my face. In those eyes were a thick concentration of murderous intent.
Why don't you understand the situation you're in for once?
The Matarais then formed a fist together and followed up raising them together. But my gaze was looking past them, focused on the girl behind their shoulders. It seems that my premonition earlier conveniently matched the situation at the moment. You shouldn't pry into outsiders' affairs so much. The Matarais turned around at the same time. The girl who was supposed to be as far away to the point where she was the size of a thumb suddenly appeared behind their backs. The itchiness in my brain. At that point, I remembered. That girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba. I won't say anything, but you should probably lay off that girl. Then with both hands, she firmly gripped the Matarai's arms.
Ah!
As their expressions changed to anguish, their knees hit the floor. Give up. Your hands won't last in this level of situation. Her grip on their hands were so strong that a sound could be heard. Just where could that slim girl be hiding all that power? But the ones that understood her strength firsthand were the suffering Matarais themselves.
Don't screw with me!
The kneeling Matarais screamed, almost at the same time. Behind Ikusaba, who was behind the Matarais, came 2 different Matarais jumping out. Several right and left legs shot out in symmetry in a flying kick towards Ikusaba. But without any signs of being phased at all, she released the arms of the Matarais in front of her and dodged the flying kicks coming at her in one fluid motion. The 2 brothers who launched those flying kicks nimbly changed positions before landing. The 4 Matarais had Ikusaba completely surrounded.
What do we do about that girl over there? Leave that to Rokushiki. Can you handle that by herself? It's not like she's accustomed to combat. First, let's take care of this one. Yeah, that would be simpler.
While they discussed their strategy with their ridiculously similar voices, their firm watch over Ikusaba did not waver once. But Ikusaba showed no signs of being cornered. Instead, she was rapidly glancing at all their faces while seemingly murmuring her confirmations. If I just defeat these 4, and I just leave 1 for Kitty Kitty, got it, all according to plan. All according to plan. Hearing those words, the Matarais strongly reacted. In harmony, all 4 of their voices shouted out,
What the hell are you talking about?
But of course, Ikusaba responded with a cool face. Not much. Nothing you guys would need to know. You guys don't even seem to be holding any important information in the first place. That's why I'm telling you now. You should probably give up.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!
The four intimidating voices attacked Ikusaba all at once.
You think we can give up now? We swore to them. We'll keep on going for the student council. We'll prove that to you. We swear to protect the student council's honor. We'll protect it to the death. We'll definitely take our revenge on you. We won't let anyone get in our way.
From the right to the left, from the front to the back, the frustrated interchanging words dispersed throughout the air. Even so, Ikusaba carefreely scratched her head, sighing. I feel like I can relate to what you guys are going through, but... Wait, that's a lie. I actually can't relate to them at all, but I can understand them. But that girl is different. To her, she has no gain from understanding what you have to say. Stuff like your thoughts or your hope, they mean nothing to her. It means nothing to the one who set up this entire scenario, so trying to end all of this by pushing it on her would be futile. Grind, 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 grind. The sounds of their mutual grinding filled the garden.
It looks like you don't know anything at all. You know about Hope's Peak Academy's worst, largest incident, it seems. That's convenient. We'll listen to what you have to say, but after we beat you up.
The four Matarais bent down and formed a stance. Oh jeez, even after I warned you. Ikusaba seemed to grumble, even though I didn't want any more victims to get involved.
Victim? Victim? Victim?
Once again, the Matarais all shouted together. Encircling her like a dog threatens to shepherd a herd, bared their teeth and roared.
Do you know? Do you know about our brothers? Where did our brothers disappear to? What happened to Ashiki, Nishiki, and Mashiki?
Then, Ikusaba turned back and with her freezing glare, she responded. Don't come near me. Those words triggered it. A sound like something rupturing was heard as the four brothers kicked off the ground with all their might, as they headed towards Ikusaba from four directions all at once. Like I said, it's pointless. Just as Ikusaba was about to get hit by the blunt of those attacks, she dodged them completely with just one movement. No matter how many of you come at me at once, your base value never changes. That kind of pack mentality attack won't get through me. While murmuring in that calm voice, she moved at a speed incomprehensible to the naked eye. The Matarais attacked with such coordination to the point where their breaths were at the same pace, while Ikusaba easily dodged them with brilliant deduction. It was almost like she was from a different dimension. I won't let anyone oppose that girl. Even while dancing, she murmured. Her breath didn't falter once. That's because this is for despair. The Matarais continued to repeat their emaciated attacks while Ikusaba, on the other hand, continued to move faster, rolling like a torrent. Eventually, that torrent mercilessly swallowed them up. From there, it was pretty much a one-sided development. It developed one-sidedly, and it ended one-sidedly. When Ikusaba finally stopped, the four Matarais were laid around her feet. That wasn't some halfway transition. What I witnessed was truly only that event. It's over. Letting out a small sigh, Ikusaba murmured while already looking away from the Matarais. Those eyes then faced towards me. Astonished, I forgot what I was doing and was just taken aback. Why are you so strong? It's all I'm good for, after all. That girl who replied didn't have one thing you could call an expression laid out on her face. It was like she was wearing an emotionless mask, with only specks of blood splattered here and there. Why did you save me? Well, just because. Just because? Ikusaba nodded and dropped her gaze down to her feet. After a few moments of silence, she gently opened her mouth again. For example, it's like a video game RPG. Video game? It's like that? Like a straightforward RPG or something. The people who live in that world, it looks like they have their own will, but it just looks like that. In the end, they are just scripted to act in a way convenient for the game. It's the same with the protagonist. It's just that the protagonist doesn't even realize what he is. What are you trying to say? Well, my fight with the Matarais wasn't a coincidence. Actually, it's the same with the Matarais coming to the neurology laboratory, and the same with removing the unnecessary kitty-gitty from the scenario. Everything was determined right from the beginning. What do you mean by determined? The same goes for me. I'm just moving along as scripted with her scenario, moving accordingly to her will, only to prevent the scenario from taking the wrong path. Huh? I'm talking about Junko Anishima, of course. At that moment, it felt like my blood froze. As expected, everything returns to Junko Anishima. Everything from getting me or Matsuda or involved, it's all because of that horrible girl. Wait, what? At that point, I suddenly realized it. Then, you're working with Junko Anishima? As I glared at her blamingly, Ikusaba hesitantly responded, as if embarrassed. Well, working with her, it's more like, she's my sister. Huh? It was too sudden of a confession. Mukuro Ikusaba and Junko Anishima are sisters. Wait, that's even worse than just working together, isn't it? But, even though we're sisters and we're connected by blood, all of that doesn't mean anything to her. After all that girl looks for is despair. Other people's despair. Her own despair. That's all that exists for her. All of a sudden, it looked like Ikusaba's eyes were gazing far away. That's why, whoever it may be, whatever the situation may be, whatever world it may be, it just all means nothing to her, unless she is dealing with despair. That's the world of the girl known as super high school level despair, Junko Anishima. What the? But that's ridiculous! Yes, it's ridiculous. That's what Junko Anishima is. Hearing her response, I felt a new sensation of dread. This time, it was creeping up from my feet bit by bit. Yes, she really is ridiculous. To the point of despair. She's the lowest, worst sister ever, but that's why I can't leave her alone. That's why I have to help her. After all, I'm the only one who can understand her. Then, looking at the face Ikusaba showed me, I was suddenly taken aback. The ever so emotionless face was ecstatic and smiling. I don't know if she is attracted to despair or despair is attracting her, but she has lived her whole life with despair by her side. She lived while immersed in despair. That's why she began looking for despair in others. She learned to enjoy pushing people into despair. But you know, that's normal. It's the same as someone being cursed by misfortune to fall into hatred for those who aren't. But what's special about her was that she learned to enjoy inflicting despair onto herself. That's how the link to despair began. As she chased down despair, she pushed it onto others on the way. Doing so, it caused her to desire falling into despair even more. And because of that chain of despair, the super high school level despair was born. While she spoke, it was like she fell into a fever. The expressions on her face turned into ecstasy. It was so completely absurd that it would have been hard for anybody to think of it as anything but a joke. But I understood that this was real. It might have been because the memories of Junko Anishima inside me led to that conclusion. Hey, you don't get it, right? I don't think anybody could. But you know, only I can understand it. Consumed by ecstasy, even Ikusaba's breaths began to become ragged. Only I am able of understanding her. That's why she needs me. She still hasn't realized that, but maybe she is only pretending not to realize. That's because she's so shy. Seeing this intoxicated Ikusaba continue to talk like that repelled me. I knew that she definitely didn't have normal feelings for Junko Anishima, but that sort of thing shouldn't have anything to do with me. That's right. It has nothing to do with me. Without thinking, I started speaking. Eh? It's not like I know anything about you or Junko Anishima. That sort of thing doesn't have anything to do with me. Realizing what I was saying, I quickly apologized. I'm sorry. At that moment, Ikusaba's face turned pale. I'm sorry. Getting more and more into it, I began to bow my head as well. Don't need to apologize that much. I'm sorry. Even so, I continued to apologize to the point where she almost felt bad. And then I realized how tired I was. Putting everything aside, I was tired. Tired from the confrontation of the Matarais, the conversation with Ikusaba about Junko Anashima, and above all, I just wanted to see Matsuda. That's right, I want to see Matsuda. Hey, it's okay if I leave now, right? With eagerness strong enough to blow away my tiredness, I felt like I had to get out of this place, and without waiting for her answer, anyway, thanks for helping me. I'll be leaving now. Leaving those words just as I started running off. Oh wait, I still haven't told you the whereabouts of Yasuke Matsuda. Immediately braking to a stop, I turned around and faced Ikusaba. If you don't know where he is, you probably won't be able to see him. How do you know where Matsuda is? I immediately ran up closer to her. More importantly, if you know, then please tell me. But as I approached her, I was suddenly taken aback. Ikusaba's face was radically different from earlier, a grim, stern expression. It felt like she was a sniper in a battlefield aiming at her target. I don't like it when things go towards this direction after getting along so well, but this is part of the scenario, so I have no choice. While murmuring with sadness as if she was about to cry, she shot her freezing glare towards me. In order for me to tell you Yasuke Matsuda's whereabouts, an exchange is required. Exchange? Ikusaba then pointed towards the Matarais laying on the floor, and spoke with a low voice. Those people laying over there still don't know about the last remaining member of the student council president, being murdered. I'm sure if they found out, they would fall into despair. Despair strong enough to push them to even die for the sake of revenge. What are you saying? My voice filled with tension. Even I understood what she was talking about. If you leave them be, I'm sure they would go and kill Yasuke Matsuda. Kill. Soon, those words began to spin around in my head. Why does Matsuda need to die? The student council president's murder has nothing to do with him. That's not true. It does have something to do with him. Ikusaba shook her head. Because Yasuke Matsuda murdered the student council president. Murdered. That's why we'll exchange. While saying that, she took something out of her pocket and threw it towards my feet. Work your hardest for his sake. If you really love Yasuke Matsuda, then you'd work your hardest for him. I dropped my eyes towards my feet. Sitting on the moist ground was a knife with Hope's Peak Academy's emblem engraved onto it. The moment I laid eyes on it, my heart began beating with an amount of blood strong enough to break a vessel. To seize hope for both him and yourself, you must work at your hardest. I can't be expected to kill. You can't be serious, right? No, I'm serious. Without time for thinking, she immediately responded. You will overcome Hope's Peak Academy here. With the sacrifices of the Matarais, you will obtain true hope. That is the scenario Junko Anashima has assigned to you. What is this? The scenario Junko Anashima assigned? Why? Why am I forced to do this? The severe confusion gave me a fever. I was attacked with immense dizziness and ringing in my ears. Why? And then I realized I was gazing up at the sky. Thick gray clouds began covering the sky, making it like only this moist, gloomy garden was in the middle of the night, enveloped in silence. While I stared at the sky absent-mindedly, I could feel the black, helpless emotions inside of me bubbling up. Like the toxic sludge from underground sewers, it dried up like dead grass. I stopped and thought with my hazy head. This is despair. to overcome this despair and seize hope. Whose voice was that? Was it mine? Ikusaba's? Or was it? But it already had nothing to do with me. Suddenly, I reached out my hand towards the silver knife, and then to slice away the dark fog of despair, I wielded the knife in a trance. Doing so, I felt the texture of flesh. Beyond the knife standing into the Matarized bodies, I could feel the blade stabbing all the way through the skin and muscle. The fresh blood squirting out, the cries of death. Goosebumps spread across my skin, and I instantly felt the pain of my stomach's insides knotting together. Despite that, I stabbed. Overcome despair, for the sake of seizing hope for Matsuda and I stabbed and 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 stabbed. I could hear my screams coming from far away. They were the screams from my broken heart. I then returned to myself. From there, as if to shake off the delusions floating up into my head, I soon screamed once again. I can't do it! While my hand was rigid from reaching out towards the knife, my head ached from the fear of the simulation that just flew by my mind. I won't do it! I have no reason to do this! Then, I heard the puzzled voice of Ikusaba coming from above. You know that if you don't overcome despair here, you won't be able to seize hope, right? I can't do that, I screamed while sobbing. Hope and despair, that's just what you or Junko and Ashima have been talking about, right? It has nothing to do with me. My throat began to burn up from screaming so much, and my tears and snot mixed together as I crouched towards the ground. Help me. Help me, Matsuda. As if pleading, I continued to cry. Grasping my head, I continued to shamelessly cry. Help me. Help me, Matsuda. Matsuda, Matsuda, Matsuda. Then, an even further puzzled voice could be heard from Ikusaba. I don't really know what to do in these kinds of situations, but anyway, I'll tell you where Yasuke Matsuda is. Huh? I was surprised. I lifted my head up. Huh? Ikusaba was probably surprised as well. Probably because my face was so unsightly from crying. You'll tell me? Well, if things end at this rate, Junko will get mad at me. Hearing that, I scrubbed my face with the sleeves of my uniform and once again firmly stood up on my own 2 feet. I then slapped my cheeks to focus and faced Ikusaba with a question. Then, tell me, where is Matsuda? Ikusaba then responded with a light voice. Yasuke Matsuda is at the X school building. Once again, the intense itchiness attacked my head. X school building. I felt like I heard those words not too long ago somewhere, but it was no time to be dealing with that itchiness right now. Got it. So if I go to the X school building, I'll meet Matsuda, right? Yes. That place is supposed to be the planned climax. I'm able to meet Matsuda. With that thought in mind, a mysterious power seemed to come up from deep within me. My screaming and shouting and falling into despair from before seemed all to be a lie. I felt myself brimming with energy. This is hope. Thanks. I'll be taking off then. I bowed my head towards Ikusaba. I had no reason to bow my head towards the sister of the horrible Junko and Ashima, who was assisting her in that messed up plan, but this might be the power of hope as well. Alright, good luck then. I'll take care of cleaning up what's left here. Ikusaba spoke while looking around at the Matarais laying at her feet. After I clean this up, I'll go and help Kitty Gitty. Then I'll remove Kitty Gitty from the scenario. then everything will go just along like the scenario. So leave the rest to me. I was tired of hearing her repeatedly talk about the scenario towards the very end. That's why, with a short bye, I immediately ran off. But as soon as I dashed off, I suddenly noticed something. While running, I turned around and saw Ikusawa absent-mindedly standing still. Lying around her were those 4 matter eyes, but I felt like there was something missing there. But I couldn't remember what. But it wasn't the time to think about something like that, and I continued to run straight ahead. That's right, I don't have the time to be turning around. I was heading towards Hope's Peak Academy's North District's ex-school building. Even without looking at Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook, the path towards my destination somehow floated up into my head. It looks like I was pretty troubled. Troubled to the point where I couldn't handle it. But if it's to meet Matsuda, then it'll all be okay. I'll be able to get rid of this uneasiness. That's because if I meet Matsuda, everything will turn back to normal. My head will become normal again, and then I'll be able to return to those peaceful days with Matsuda. Whatever there may be, whatever may happen, I'll return to those peaceful days of receiving treatment from Matsuda. That is my ideal happy ending. What I was heading for wasn't the ex-school building. It was towards that happy ending. Heading towards that happy ending, I ran as fast as I could. Chapter 11. Huh? Rain? I noticed it while entering the central garden from the back garden of the biology laboratory. It seemed like rain began falling at some point. The rain wasn't too hard, but it was strong enough for sounds of it hitting the trees and grass to be heard. But this level of rain won't be enough to stop me. As the cold rain engulfed my body, I aimed towards the lined-up school buildings and dashed off from the East District's central garden. Due to either the rain or because it was possibly during lecturing hours, there weren't many students around in the central garden. Either way, there were students running as if fleeing from the rain, and others who were calmly walking under umbrellas. As I ran ahead at full speed without any kind of protection from the elements, I must have gotten some odd looks towards my direction. This kind of thing would normally have nothing to do with me, but for some reason this particular time, I felt a bit annoyed. I felt a violent irritation develop as those people standing from a safe place watched me, as if examining some kind of swelling tumor. Even so, I continued to tell myself that it had nothing to do with me, as I ran straight through the central garden. At that rate, I eventually exited the East District and ended up at the Central Plaza, and then, once again, I caught sight of groups of students. Most likely they were heading back to their dormitories in the South District. Different colored umbrellas in hand, they seemed to enjoy chatting with each other as they slowly walked down the pavement. Glancing at them from the back of my eye, I dashed off from the pavement. There probably isn't any clear-cut road leading to the North District's ex-school building, so unless I cut through the Central Plaza, I won't be able to proceed. The grass at my feet was wet, and there were puddles developing here and there as well. Reaching the now half-vacant North District, my figure soon disappeared from other people's vision, seeing how there wouldn't even be many people in this area on a rainy day like this. The grass at my feet became more and more bare as I proceeded, and the number of trees began to decrease as well. Eventually, the land presented itself to be almost like a wasteland. After progressing through the wasteland for a bit, an artificial structure came into view. I see. As I looked up at the building, I began to slow down my running pace. Hope's Peak Academy's ex-school building. Just looking at its solemn appearance didn't give the impression that it was some abandoned building, but not having done so for quite a while, I checked out my Ryoko Odanashi memory notebook. It seemed that this building had already fulfilled its role at most half a year ago. If that was true, then it wouldn't be strange for this building to still seem like it was used not too long ago. But the tall fences that surrounded the building seemed to shout out that it was already finished. Plates were even stuck on the fences detailing Hope's Peak Academy North District Plan Construction Land. Do not enter. While straightening out my unsteady breath, I walked at a slow pace around the fence. To enter the ex-school building, it seemed that there was no other way than to climb over these, but then, once again, I could feel that itchiness in my head. Still not used to it, my face grimaced, and then suddenly a thought floated into my head. Speaking of which, I remember hearing that there were security guards around this area. Even though I didn't look at my notebook, I remembered that. Surprised by those turn of events, I came to a halt without thinking, and then another wave of surprise washed over me. A number of security guards surrounded me. Eh? Huh? In a panic, I frantically looked around me, speechless and emotionless, almost like if they were lifeless mannequins. All they were doing was simply looking straight at me. I'm not really anyone suspicious or anything. Wait, what? Without listening to my excuses, the security guards split up and dispersed. Ignoring what should have been an obvious intruder, they continued their patrol and left. Eh? Huh? Being left behind, I stood there shocked, speechless, and then met eyes with the only remaining security guard. He's young? The face under the helmet was of a high schooler's, no matter how you looked at it. His mouth twisted into something like a smile, and he brought out a shining object. It was a medal. That medal had a bear mascot engraved upon it. It was half white and half black. It was a peculiar bear mascot. If I recall correctly, it was called Monokuma. It happened again. Without even looking back at the notebook, that thought floated up into my head by itself. It was almost like someone else's thought was pushed into my head. It was an eerie sensation. Is this what remembering is? But this wasn't the time to be analyzing myself. Suddenly, the right arm of the security guard unexpectedly extended outward. It seemed like he was pointing to something with that right arm. Following that direction with my eyes, I was led to a small opening one could crawl into between the fences. But why would a security guard tell me something like that? The moment I returned my eyes towards the security guard, he was already walking away. Not exactly sure why, I absent-mindedly gazed at his figure moving farther and farther away, as another thought suddenly floated into my brain again. It looked like I remembered yet another thing. In the end, everyone is just conveniently moving along the scenario. Suddenly, I felt some kind of heavy fear pressing on me from the back of my head. But it'll be alright. I desperately convinced myself. Anyway, if it's to meet Matsuda, then everything will be alright. That's what I believed. I believed in Matsuda. I believed in my feelings for Matsuda. I believed in the world of myself and Matsuda. By earnestly believing in him, I blew away all my uneasiness, and then moved forward with renewed vigor. Chapter 12. Crawled under the small opening in the fence and reached the back side of the ex-school building. As I walked around the building looking for an entrance, I came across a large entranceway in the front. Possibly due to the building's condition getting worse, the door was half open. It was pretty obvious that it wasn't locked. I drew closer to it while keeping an eye out, and carefully slipped into the opening. What laid ahead of the door was a dim, dusty entrance hallway. Matsuda? While calling out his name, I continued to proceed down the entrance hall. Wet noises could be heard coming from my shoes absorbing the moisture at my feet. Matsuda! Where are you? While raising my voice and peeking down the hallway, I felt like something was out of place. Isn't it too dark? Even more so than the entrance hall, the hallway ahead of me seemed to be completely enveloped by some unnatural darkness. It was as if not even one ray of light could shine through it. But it should have still been afternoon. No matter how much it rains, there should have been some sign of the sun's light coming through the windows. Snap. A strange sound rang out in the darkness. Wah! It wasn't just once. Like a chain reaction, those sounds began to continuously multiply. Snap, 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 snap. One by one, the lights turned on throughout the hallway, and by the time the sound stopped, the whole building was bright with light. Matsuda? That was all I could think of. He must have responded to my voice calling out. With that expectation pushing me forward, I proceeded down the hallway enveloped in artificial light. Matsuda! Where are you? As I peeked into a passing classroom. Matsuda? Checking the bathroom. Matsuda! While walking up the stairs. Matsuda! Peeking into yet another classroom. Matsuda? Checking the bathroom. Matsuda! While walking up the stairs. Matsuda? While continuing to go through those actions, I eventually ended up at the highest floor. Even there, while calling out, "Hey, Matsuda!" and going through the hallways, bathrooms, and classrooms, I couldn't catch sight of him anywhere. Getting tired, I decided to catch a quick breath. Then once again, that thought came into mind. So the ex-school building was something like this. As I walked around the building looking for Matsuda, the atmosphere didn't really give the impression that it was anything like a school. First of all, there weren't any windows here. From the first floor all the way to the highest floor, the windows in all the hallways and classrooms were boarded up with thick wooden planks, appearing to be the cause of the unnatural darkness. Furthermore, all the hallways and classrooms had seemingly nonsense, disgusting pieces of artwork with bad taste scattered everywhere. As a result, any trace of the building being a school was lost. It was unthinkable that this building was in this state even from when it was being used. But if that was the case, then someone for some reason definitely had to have planned this. But who and why? Ah, you must be pretty surprised, huh? Kya! With no warning whatsoever, a voice came out from behind me, and without thinking I jumped up. In a panic, I turned around and... Huh? There wasn't anyone there. Well, that's to be expected. Even I was surprised by all of this. Even so, I could still hear that voice. Once again, I looked around my surroundings and, as I thought, I couldn't detect any human figure. Hey, big sis, where are you looking? I'm right here, you know? The voice was coming from in front of me, coming right from the hallway. Yes, I'm right here. Wincing due to the exceedingly strange turn of events, I focused my consciousness towards the direction where the voice was coming from. As I continued to stare, a young boy's figure began to float up. A child? Oh, I guess you forgot about me once again. The boy, looking to be fed up, put his hands onto himself. I'm Yuto Kamishiro, Class 77 Super High School Level Spy. I immediately opened up the Ryoko Otonashi memory notebook, and was able to remember before that annoying itching bothered my head. Oh, Kamishiro! Jeez, how many times have I introduced myself by now? Displeased, Kamishiro puffed out his cheeks. Wait, why are you in a place like this? That's what I was gonna say. While letting the air out from puffing his cheeks, he spoke. Actually, how did you even get in here? Weren't there a good amount of security guards wandering around the area? It's nothing for someone with no presence like myself, but I think it would be impossible for an average person like you to get past all those guards. I was at a loss for words. There was no way he would believe me if I said that the security guards just let me through. It just kinda happened. As a result, that was the only explanation I could think of. You forgot how you got in here? Oh well, guess there's no choice. But it seemed like he accepted it one way or the other. Well, there's nothing I can do if you already got here. Kamishiro then began boastfully talking about how he got into the school. From the results of various espionage activities, he caught wind of the secrets connecting the ex-school building and the series of incidents occurring, and then sneaked into the building itself not much earlier from when I reached it, it appears. By the way, It appeared that it was also Kamishiro who found the breaker to the electricity and turned on all the lights. But it's pretty impressive that you were able to find the breaker when it was so dark. I guess the night vision scope I use in my hobbies was pretty helpful. Scared, I decided not to ask about what exactly those hobbies would be. Well, when I think about it, meeting you here was some good timing. After all, if you, my client, weren't here, the resolution phase wouldn't be able to start. Huh? Resolution phase? Kamishiro then took out a pastry and with a huge bite stuffed it in his cheeks and spoke in a proud manner. Basically, I already got the full picture of this story down. The next step is to take care of things in a spy-like manner and prevent it from happening. And that'll be another case complete. I see. Eh? Isn't that reaction a bit too weak? Kamishiro proceeded to then ridiculously overreact. But a weak reaction was to be expected after all. Things like the case or the resolution phase didn't matter to me at all. More importantly, Matsuda. I need to meet Matsuda. It'll be alright. Yasuke Matsuda should be heading over here soon. Huh? You were probably worrying about Yasuke Matsuda, right? While suppressing his laughter, he shoved the rest of the bread into his mouth and immediately started off in another direction. Alright, let's go. We'll walk while talking. Eh? Go as in where? Come on. If you don't hurry, I'll leave you behind. Kamishiro then rhythmically got on the stairs, while I hurriedly followed after. Hey wait. You know where Matsuda is? Already going off about him. You sure are impatient, big sis. Well, I don't really dislike that part of you, however. You know, it's pretty common in American movies. Those scenes where they start stripping down while roughly getting it on. That kind of impatience really turns me on. Hey, stop screwing around. You're the one screwing around, aren't you? Without thinking, my whole body froze when Kamishiro turned around and looked at me. It was because the look on his face was unexpectedly dangerous and ruthless. Matsuda, man, you sure are persistent. Just be quiet and listen to what I have to say for now. Without any word of confirmation, Kamishiro's words and gaze put pressure on me, and he then returned to seemingly bouncing down the stairs. After leaping towards the end of the flight, he once again turned back towards me and... What's wrong, big sis? Hurry up! His face already returned to that innocent smile. Come on, hurry up! Alright. Confused, I walked down the stairs. After rejoining Kamishiro at the end of the stairs, we continued side by side down the next flight. Okay, let's start with Hope's Peak Academy's worst incident. It seemed that his resolution phase or whatever has already begun. I think you already got the gist of it, but Hope's Peak Academy's worst incident occurred somewhere in this ex-school building. That's right. Everything started right here. Connecting everything in one go, that seemed to be the detective-style way of the resolution phase. It was certainly the worst incident that ever occurred in Hope's Peak Academy. After all, 13 members of the student council composed of the elite were murdered. But there were 2 people who survived that worst incident. One was the super high school level student council president, Soshin Murasame, who somehow escaped along with suffering major injuries, and the other person was... Izuru Kamakura. Wait, what? Even I was surprised as I blurted out those words without thinking. How rare to see you remembering something. Kamashiro's strange gaze then stuck onto me. Well, whatever. He soon moved on and began explaining once again. Izuru Kamakura was hiding something. The fact that he was an individual amazing enough to be called Super High School Level Hope. Kamakura was researched on by Hope's Peak Academy. They raised him. He was the result of their collective effort. Every talent and ability was forced into his body that was of the Super High School Level class. He was truly Hope's Peak Academy's hope. That's why the school hid the existence of that secret. to the point where no student knew anything about Izuru Kamakura. Whether he was a boy or a girl, he was raised completely sheltered. Sheltered upbringing, living completely closed off from the world. I was the same as him. I was shocked that it sounded almost exactly like myself. But that Kamakura guy caused a ridiculous incident to occur. Kamashiro's tone then seemed to become more serious. Kamakura, of all things, caused that bizarre mass murder to occur within the school. It really was the worst. After all, the person who was praised to be super high school level hope more than anyone else caused such a despair-inducing incident to occur. If it wasn't the worst, then I don't know what it is. That was the reason why it was called Hope's Peak Academy's worst incident. That certainly was something the school would label it as. The existence they raised together as a collective effort committing such an unprecedented bizarre murder crime. There wasn't anything to call it but the worst. But that's not all there is. What's even worse is that not only did the school not bring light to the situation, they attempted to fully conceal it. As he spoke while rhythmically stepping down the stairs, I was completely sucked into what he was saying. Without making any sort of response, without writing anything in my notebook, I just intently listened to what he had to say. The school was most likely afraid. After all, if people were to catch wind of that incident, the foundation of the school's principle, talent is humanity's hope, would crumble. If that happened, the school would lose authority, and if handled improperly, it wouldn't last much longer. That's why the school is trying to hush up the incident. Well, there was probably pressure from outside sources as well, but the ones we should feel sorry about are those student council guys. Student council. Those words snuck into my head, and along with that itchiness, it forced that memory to surface. The memory was the Madurai brothers, their faces as they relentlessly chased after that incident. After all, those guys all died in vain. It really is awful. It's like as long as it's for the sake of the school's hope, anything can become a stepping stone. Even if it wasn't the preparatory department, that kind of thinking is to be expected. I shook my head and chased those images of Madurai's faces out. They don't have anything to do with me. This wasn't the time to be thinking about them. And then, the ones who led this process of covering the evidence were none other than the top of the top, the committee board members themselves. They hid the fact that Izuru Kamakura was not just a survivor, but the perpetrator of the entire incident. And that's where this ex-school building comes in? After not doing so for quite some time, I responded, and Kamashiro quickly nodded. Either way, there's no reason to ignore the place where the incident occurred. Might as well check it out while we're here carefully snooping around, right? While descending from the second floor stairs to the first floor stairs, Kamashiro continued going on indifferently. But what really was a miscalculation on the school side was, while they were moving along assuming they covered up the incident, there was still another troublesome individual that hadn't been dealt with yet. Junko Enoshima. The moment I spoke those words, we reached the first floor. Over here, come with me. Without a moment of hesitation, Kamashiro continued to walk forward. The first person to discover the truth of that incident was Junko Enoshima. Then, by dragging out Izuru Kamakura, she aimed to overthrow Hope's Peak Academy. While continuing to walk, both Kamashiro's destination and resolution phase seemed to be reaching the core. What happened afterwards was completely aligned with her plan. The disappearance of the committee board old men shows that. That was definitely her doing. She probably kidnapped them and forced Izuru Kamakura's whereabouts from them with brute force. Junko Enoshima really is someone to fear. Jeez. And just how is she super high school level fashion girl? Hearing Kamashiro's words, that itchiness brought up a flashback. My memories were reviving. This time, it was that concrete room with those iron bars. The corpses of the old men whose eyes were hideously sewn together were there. Big sis, what are you doing just spacing out like that? Over here, over here! Kamashiro was already standing far away, calling out towards me, and I responded, "Oh, sorry. It should probably be around here." "What should be here?" "Ah, it's this!" Raising his voice, he pointed towards a small opening in the wall. "I borrowed this from the security guards outside, but..." While speaking, he pulled out a long rod-like object from his pocket. It looked like some kind of key. Kamashiro then inserted that key into the wall. A clink could be heard coming from his small hand. "Jackpot. I was thinking it could have been this. I investigated like crazy all over this place, but there weren't any other suspicious areas." Sounding very proud of himself, Kamashiro turned the key. Along with the sound of rumbling, the door slid open like one of those automated doors. Past that door led simply a straight, long, and narrow passageway. An imposing double door could be seen standing at the end. What is this place?" "I said it earlier, didn't I? This is where Izuru Kamakura is hidden." Kamashiro sounded extremely excited. "Matsuda is here too? He could already be here, or he could be on his way. Either way, Yasuke Matsuda will definitely show up." Kamashiro then proceeded to step foot into the passageway, and I followed suit. Our steps rang about in the cool, dim passageway as we walked straight forwards towards the back. My lips were getting dry, and I constantly felt the need to lick them. When we finally reached the end, we stopped for the time being. Without saying anything, Kamashiro put his hand on the door. Imitating his process, I did the same, and I saw that he was taking a deep breath. It seemed that even he got a bit nervous. We then exerted pressure at the same time, and the doors opened with an exaggerated groan. Past the door laid about 15 square meters of nothingness spread out. With the ceiling and pillars all being completely bare, it was truly a dreary and tasteless room. "Big sis, over there." Kamashiro was pointing towards the corner of the room. There stood a simple elevator one would see in a factory of some sorts. "That must be it." Immediately after he spoke, Kamashiro energetically ran straight towards the elevator. While I stood in hesitation, he manually pulled open the doors to the elevator and shouted out, "Come on, hurry up! You want to meet Yasuke Matsuda, right?" Matsuda. Those words pumped me up. That's right. The only reason I came to this dangerous place was for Matsuda. I'm sure everything will get resolved if I can meet Matsuda. This nightmare, my brain, everything will be exceptionally resolved into a happy ending waiting for me. That's why I have to go. Determined, I ran straight towards the elevator and jumped on with that momentum. The moment I got on, my legs began to tremble, and I knew I regretted it. I'm sure this elevator was made with the sole purpose to hide Kamakura. Man, they really were exceptionally careful. Here we go. Sounding amazed, he then took out the control panel from the floor and put his hand on it. There were only 2 buttons, floor 1 and floor B. Kamashiro then pressed floor B without any hesitation. A ridiculously loud sound could be heard from the motor, and the floor began to heavily tremble. After I continued to tremble from uneasiness, the elevator began to steadily descend. Exciting, isn't it? Immediately, Kamashiro began to raise his voice into a cheer. It looks like you are really enjoying this. Aren't you afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Kamashiro responded with a smile on his face. To be honest, I'm actually terrified, to the point where I want to run away. Man, it's the first time I've ever felt like this. I can't believe someone like me is getting scared over this. But that's why this is so fun. After all, if I can overcome this fear, I'll develop even further as a spy. That's why I won't run away. For the sake of powering up as a spy, I won't run away. Then, a simple question floated into my head. Hey Kamashiro, why am I so persistent about my talent? That's a silly question, big sis. He anticipated my question and responded. It's the same thing as asking a swimmer, why are you still swimming if it hurts so much? It's only natural to be so fixated on it. After all, that's all I have. While talking, Kamishiro raised up his hands as far as he could. Oh, big sis, you should stretch out your body as well. To prepare for the unexpected, you know? Come on, puff out that chest.
I'll pass.
I thought you'd say that. After smiling with that innocent face, he returned to that serious look of his. If you take away my activities as a spy, I'd have nothing left. An extremely unnoticeable child. That's all I'd be. But I do have a talent. Because we have a talent, we can't choose how we live our lives. The moment we were given our talents, we already started living in our set scenario. Huh. What a one-sided lifestyle, huh? Because you have a talent, you are assigned a predestined fate to struggle with. If that's called a one-sided lifestyle, that probably is an accurate definition. But we actually desire that one-sided lifestyle ourselves. That's why we came to Hope's Peak Academy, to continue to struggle with the talents we're proud of, along with the rest of the students in this school. You're the same, aren't you, big sis? That's why we have to keep moving forward, no matter how scared we are. This isn't some cheap line like, believe in yourself. This is our duty. If we ran away, that'd be like rejecting our very existence. That's why we have to continue to struggle. Honestly, more than anyone else, my very being that continued to doubt myself couldn't understand Kamashiro's feelings at all. After all, if I was scared, I could just run away. It doesn't have anything to do with me. Oh, but I'm not just scared, you know. Kamashiro appeared to be justifying himself. Well, it's true that I'm scared, but I'm just as excited, however. Izuru Kamakura, Junko Nishima, the elites of the student council, Yasuke Matsuda, and the committee board. The chance to resolve the chaos that intertwines all of them. I'm sure if I'd be able to solve everything, my name would be carved into Hope's Peak Academy's history. The legendary spy who rescued the super high school level Hope, Yuto Kamashiro. Eh? Rescue? Without thinking, I responded, even though I've been listening all this time without a word, but that's why I was so interested in the wording. You mean what I meant by rescue? You know, Izuru Kamakura is the culprit of Hope's Peak Academy's worst incident, right? The point is, Izuru Kamakura is a victim too. That's what I mean, you know? Suddenly I felt like everything went silent. That's the bizarre feeling that washed over me. But it's the committee board members who decided not to let anyone discover this horrifying truth. That's why they hid only Izuru Kamakura down here using that reasoning. If I managed to uncover the real truth and chase down the true culprit, wouldn't that be the level of something left behind in Hope's Peak Academy's history? Suddenly, his eyes began to sparkle. I don't really want appreciation from the school or anything, but just think about it. The image of the principal kneeling with tears streaming from his eyes, thanking me. Kamashiro, while smiling, began spinning around. The sight of the excitement was similar to one of a dog greeting someone. Actually, I already imagined the whole thing. Hope's Peak Academy savior, super high school level spy, Yuto Kamashiro, or something. Now that would stand out. That would stand out like crazy. It stands out to the point where it would completely blow away my lack of presence. At that point, I felt like I finally caught a glimpse of his true feelings. I'm sure he believed in his talent, and at the same time he detested it. It was distorted, but most likely he was not the only one. Anyone who would be assigned with a talent would probably somehow fall towards that feeling. And then it happened right after that. Clang. Along with that sound came heavy shaking, and the sound of the motor finally stopping rang out. It seemed that the elevator has reached its destination. Looks like we're here. Finally ceasing his ridiculous dancing, he let out a quiet voice as the elevator calmly returned. And then while he walked towards the door, now, I wonder if the masterminds are already here. Hold on. Without thinking, I held onto the door Kamashiro was heading towards. What's wrong? You want a kiss before the decisive battle begins? No, It's not that. I had a bad feeling about this. A really bad feeling. But nonetheless, I asked him. I had to ask him. Hey, what do you mean by mastermind? Kamashiro's eyebrows twitched. Ah, that was careless of me. I was planning to reveal everything about the accomplices once I captured everybody. He then licked his lips with a bitter smile. Accomplice? The only person who could fit that category would be that girl. Actually, she's the only person I could think of. You're talking about Mukuro Ikusaba, right? Huh? She's suspicious? Unexpectedly, Kamashiro appeared to be surprised. Wow, I didn't know that. And that means there's 2 accomplices, huh? Well, well, well. This is just one huge family. This time, it was my turn to be surprised. Wait, if you didn't mean Mukuro Ikusaba, then... Of course, I'm talking about Yasuke Matsuda! At that moment, I was hit with a shockwave so powerful that the word shockwave wouldn't even describe it properly. My heart began beating as fast as it could, its agonizing screams reverberating all throughout my body. A cold shiver ran up my back, numbing my spine and taking my breath away. Well, I should probably tell you this right now, but Izuru Kamakura isn't someone who necessarily should be called the culprit in the first place. He was just some poor fellow who got wrapped up in all this chaos. The real person who set this all up was Junko Enoshima. Basically, she wasn't just the first to discover this case, but the mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. The one who secretly worked as an assistant for her is none other than Yasuke Matsuda. But I wonder if it's weird for a man to be doing that sort of thing. Kamashiro's starting point for his resolution phase was such an unexpected topic that all I could do was stand there and listen. I'm pretty sure those 2 are the only ones aware of their relationship. Well, the school doesn't know about it at least. Otherwise, they wouldn't even request help from Yasuke Matsuda in the first place. Or maybe that was the very reason. Anyway, as a result, Enoshima was able to successfully avoid investigation from the school. I became a brainless mannequin that couldn't even perform the simplest of responses. By the way, who is this Yasuke Matsuda he's been talking about? What Yasuke Matsuda would that be? But cooperating with them wasn't the only thing Yasuke Matsuda did. Like I said before, how the disappearance of the committee board members was the work of Enoshima, it appears that Matsuda was involved with that case as well. Man, they really are a great combination. I had no idea what he was talking about. In fact, I rejected comprehension of his words with all my might. By learning things I already don't want to know, my head will hurt. My chest will suffer. I'll feel like throwing up. Also, the conclusive evidence that ties them together. I've seen it. Well, it was because of witnessing that evidence that I was able to get this far to the truth, but... I don't want to hear any more. But as if stabbing me, he continued talking. Junko Enoshima and Yasuke Matsuda's love scene. Junko Enoshima and Yasuke Matsuda's love scene? What is that? Really? What is that? 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 Really? What is that? What is that? Really? What is that? What is that? Really? What is what? What is what? What the heck is that? I heard the sound of something crashing down. It was the sound of my nerves crashing down like dominoes in a chain reaction. The dominoes with the words Yasuke Matsuda, Junko Enoshima, and love scene written on them all came crashing down like an avalanche. Everything was arranged. Everything was arranged by Junko Enoshima. My relationship with Matsuda, all my feelings towards Matsuda were arranged by her. Matsuda, 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 Matsuda. Matsuda? Betrayed. That word played in the back of my ears. Betrayed, fooled, used, manipulated. That was the truth. The truth of this incident. Yasuke Matsuda, Junko Enoshima. Love scene. They clattered as they were crashing down. At the same time, the door was clattering while Kamashiro was prying it open. Come on, big sis. For the time being, let's get out of here. We'll talk about the rest once everyone's together. Come on, hurry up, hurry up! Still in a daze, I was pushed out of the elevator by Kamashiro. As I staggered out clumsily, I found myself in a massively tall circular hall. It was like a miniature theater. Hey, this place is pretty nice. Kamashiro's voice coming from behind me echoed across the hall. Yep, this could actually be a fitting stage for my resolution phase to begin in. It certainly looked like a stage developed with something in mind. There was nothing there. There wasn't anything that would give the impression of anyone living here. Interior design was kept to a minimum with wallpaper and carpets, and the only furniture were a bed and a drawer. There was a bare Western-style toilet sitting in the corner as well. Either a wide, extravagant prison or a low-budget play setting. That was the impression it gave. Although what drew my attention more was the fact that no one was there. Junko Enoshima, Mukuro Ikusaba, Matsuda, or even Izuru Kamakura, who was supposed to be hidden here. None of them could be seen. This was a situation instead of any of the important individuals Kamashiro just spoke of. Only the outsiders, Yuto Kamashiro and Ryoko Otonashi, were standing. But I wondered if that was really so. Maybe I've been making a huge misunderstanding. All this time I've thought that I haven't met Izuru Kamakura even once. But I wonder if that was really the case. Maybe he's been watching over me all this time. Maybe the person I've been looking for has been watching over me all this time. Basically, Izuru Kamakura's true identity was Yuto Kamashiro? I immediately turned around, but Kamashiro wasn't there. The moment I thought that, my vision perceived Kamashiro's appearance. He was crouching at my feet. No, he was more like kneeling down on the ground. But even so, our eyes met. I instantly jumped back. The shock towards such an illogical development. My horror towards such an incoherent result. The pressure in my skull grew to a point where it wouldn't be surprising if my nose started to bleed, and my nerves began trembling to the point where they wouldn't connect properly. Kamashiro, unrelated to him kneeling down on the ground, was looking at the floor, but at the ceiling. That's impossible. To turn one's head all the way towards their back, that's impossible for a living human. Basically, that's what it was. He was already not one of the living. Kamashiro, with his head turned 180 degrees back and glaring at the ceiling, was completely stiff. The only thing that appeared to be living was the red stream of blood dabbling out of his mouth. He would already show no response to anyone's voice, or anyone's words. This was too much for me. It was so much for me to the point where my consciousness couldn't fully take on the sense of someone dying in front of me. Due to that, all of my reactions slowed down. If this was true, I would have already ran away from here. After all, the first thing to come to mind would be the fact that the person who did this to Kamashiro must be very close by. But I was too slow.
Poor kid.
A figure appeared next to the elevator. It was a slim, fair-skinned man, wearing a dirty shirt and pants that were of Hope's Peak Academy.
If only he didn't meddle with Junko Enoshima's affairs, then maybe he wouldn't have met such a brutal end.
Letting out those words with his face down, not one single emotion could be felt. Who are you? While I inquired, trembling, he lifted his face as if he only just noticed me.
Are you talking to me?
He looked exhausted. A face of someone who lost everything. The face of someone who lost all his thoughts, all his senses, and all his emotions.
You don't remember me?
After the man responded with a cold voice, he spoke again with an even colder one.
Why don't you remember?
Why don't I remember? Well, I easily forget things. Struck by fear and confusion, I was in complete panic. Hold on a minute, please. Flustered, I dropped my eyes towards Ryoko Otonashi's memory notebook, and it was at that moment I was hit by that wave of itchiness. That itchiness soon turned to pain, but it was a pain that brought fever. It was like a warning signal. The frictional heat coming from the conflict of remembering Ryoko Otonashi and the forgetting of Ryoko Otonashi. That was the cause of the pain.
Does Izuru Kamakura ring any bells?
Eh? Hearing the words coming from that unexpected murmur, the pain went away all at once. Is that true? The man right in front of me was Izuru Kamakura, the result of Hope's Peak Academy's collaborative effort. Hope's Peak Academy's symbol. The man known as Super High School Level Hope. Then why? He looked at me with eyes full of sadness as if he was begging me to rescue him from a bottomless swamp. Why was he looking at me with such sad eyes? I don't know. But those eerie eyes caused me to avert my eyes from him without thinking. But my gaze landed on the eyes, seemingly searching for salvation, of the corpse of Kamashiro, and I once again averted my eyes in panic.
It would have been better if he didn't find out.
Possibly following my gaze, he murmured as he looked down on Kamashiro.
If he didn't get involved, it wouldn't have ended this way.
I felt like those words were aimed at me as well, and immediately I felt as if my life was in danger.
But you're different.
Huh?
Everything I've done so far, you have a need to know.
A need to know? Huh? Why me? Before I could ask that question, he let out a big sigh.
Besides, I also need more time to think. That's why I've decided to talk a bit more before I make my decision.
Mumbling to himself, it was as if he was only reciting from a script. Scared of his current state, I began to try looking around the room without getting noticed. But other than a ventilation duct, there didn't seem to be any place where I could escape to. The only exit was the elevator, in which Izuru Kamakura was standing, blocking the entrance.
Well, I guess I should start with Junko Enishima's goals.
Scratching his head while speaking, he didn't seem to bother meeting my eyes. Rather, he seemed to be avoiding them.
Hope's Peak Academy's worst incident doesn't really mean much to Junko Enishima in the first place.
Eh? With just those words, my attention was fully drawn. Hope's Peak Academy's worst incident doesn't mean much?
Junko Enishima just wanted to stir up the pent-up emotions of the preparatory department. She got the Super High School Level Hope involved in that incident solely for that reason, and then incited those guys. No, it wasn't something simple like inciting, it was brainwashing.
Brainwashing? Pain along with violent itching brought up that scene in my mind. The monitor's visuals I saw past the Monokuma heads in the underground facility. Crushing heads, cut faces, agonizing screams, the mutual killing red lumps of flesh.
She used me and the student council as sacrifices solely for that purpose. For the guys who were just treated as leftovers, she threw the school's proud elites into a game of mutual killing. It truly was the worst incident, wasn't it?
Mutual killing? While bearing the tight tension that wrapped around my chest, taking my breath away, I squeezed the question out of myself. Mutual killing? What exactly do you mean?
First of all, Hope's Peak Academy's worst incident wasn't just simply a mass murder. It was mutual killing instigated by Junko Enishima.
Instigated by Junko Enishima? Mutual killing? Huh? Killing each other?
Enishima used the ex-school building due to its state as a closed-off vicinity, locked the student council and Super High School Level Hope inside, and caused them to kill each other utilizing various traps. Scattering weapons, threatening to kill everyone if a murder didn't occur, murdering in plain sight to demonstrate a lesson, and so on. She was trying to make them doubt each other, to kill each other. It was almost like she just wanted to experiment. She really is messed up.
Kamakura was talking as if it were someone else's affairs. Trapped between fear and confusion, all I could do was stand there and listen.
And then we ended up killing each other. There was no other hope of living. Enishima had the preparatory department watch the school's prized student council and Super High School Level Hope, our disgusting methods of killing and staining each other with despair. Those scenes were vividly presented.
He then paused and took a breath, but his emotionless voice once again echoed across the room.
I'm sure she planned everything to have Izuru Kamakura survive at the end. It was the worst ending for the guys at the preparatory department. To see their hated super high school level hope kill everyone else's hope and survive. It must have been an especially bad ending for them. Not only that, the school hiding the sim was probably also what Junko and Ashima had planned. That's why the preparatory department grew not only to despise super high school level hope, but the entire school.
In the end, everything went completely as Junko and Ashima had planned. Everything followed her scenario perfectly. But for what reason? For what reason did she brainwash the preparatory department? That must have been to destroy Hope's Peak Academy as well.
Not only that.
Kamakura then finally looked at me. Peeking from the small opening in his long, pitch-black hair, he stared at me.
Her goal is much more outrageous.
Outrageous?
To her, brainwashing the preparatory department was merely planting the seeds. The worst incident for Hope's Peak Academy. That's all that is to her.
Kamakura mercilessly hurled those words towards me.
I was controlled only for that purpose, and then destroyed. I was too late in realizing it. No, I was just desperately trying not to realize it. I didn't want to believe that she was so obsessed with despair. That's the truth. The despair-filled truth that I'm involved with this incident.
Hey, what do you and Junko and Ashima have to do with each...
What do I have to do with?
His words were suddenly filled with intense emotion for just a moment.
What does this incident mean to you? Are you gonna go with your classic nothing to do with me? If it has nothing to do with you, why are you remembering it? If it really has nothing to do with you, then it'd be best to just let that memory be lost forever.
Eh? Why does Kamakura know my saying? And how did he know about me remembering?
I was right, wasn't I? About you remembering? That's why you can't remember me? You remembered that I wasn't a particularly important person to you, so that's why you can't remember?
Kamakura then revealed his eyes. Their glint was tainted with deadly hatred.
You're such a bitch.
Huh? Then, an impossible thought floated into my head. In order to deny that impossible thought, I asked, Who are you? You're not Izuru Kamakura.
Of course I'm not, you imbecile.
He then spitted out those words.
I'm Yasuke Matsuda.
Chapters 13 to 17.
In the end, you didn't remember. You remembered other things, just not me. Damn it, this is just horrible. For you to believe me so easily when I said I was Kamakura, this really is just horrible. Does my existence barely mean anything to you?
Huh? Eh? What? I didn't know what to say. An intense chill assaulted my spine, and my teeth began to chatter like a drum. Are you really Matsuda?
The real Izuru Kamakura has been taken from here a long time ago. That means you and I are the only ones left. Almost as if someone planned this all out.
That impossible string of thought that floated in my head took the form of a concrete truth. I desperately opened up Ryoko Odanashi's memory notebook and flipped through the pages in a frenzy, searching for anything that would deny this impossible truth. Then, after a while, my hands stopped. In the notebook was an amazing amount of portraits detailing Matsuda. Looking up and confirming the individual in front of me one more time, the scattered puzzle pieces in my thoughts immediately were placed back together. But why? How come I'm not... The heartbeat in my chest, the rise of emotions.
I know. You're not feeling anything.
Ironically, those words proved that he was Matsuda. After all, the only other person who knew my method in recognizing Matsuda was Matsuda himself.
That's because you're beginning to remember things again. Because you've began to regain your memory. You've stopped thinking about me.
Eh?
In the end, that shows how my existence wasn't anything special to you. But you forgot about that fact. That's why you were filled with such emotion towards me.
Matsuda isn't important to me? Because I forgot that? I thought he was important to me? What are you talking about? I don't get it. Then, that intense itching entered my brain again. I remembered the things I would have said to Matsuda when meeting him, the things I would have done when meeting him, why I wanted to even meet him so bad in the first place. I remembered the reasons for everything. What is this? Why? Suddenly, I wasn't able to believe anything. Not Matsuda, not myself, not even the world. I spontaneously began stepping back, but those legs immediately began to stop. Behind me stood a wall blocking my way, so I just stopped and stood there. Matsuda began taking steps as if pursuing me, impatiently moving forward. Matsuda? What's wrong? I cried out with a voice tinged with terror. He responded with a pale face. Tension building to the point where it could take my breath away. Filled with fear, I spoke that name. Could it be Junko Anishima's fault? He stopped in his tracks and stared at me with a piercing glare. Ah, that must be it. That sharp glare felt as if it pierced my entire body. These are Matsuda's eyes? Are you really Matsuda? I quickly swallowed those words almost coming out of my throat. I could tell that they would only make matters worse. Hey, Matsuda, let's stop this. Being cornered by Matsuda like this, pleading was all I could do. How about we just head back to the laboratory? We could just relax and chat while you perform treatment on me. If we do that, everything will go back to normal. By the end of my pleading, my voice changed into a scream. After all, this is just wrong. This has to be wrong.
It's already too late.
But Matsuda turned his head.
I can't go back anymore. Neither you nor I. We can't go back.
Hearing his freezing voice, my whole body began to quickly grow cold. Why are you saying that?
Why are you spouting these cruel words?
Continuing with that freezing voice, he spoke with rage and irritation.
You still can't remember what I've done to protect Junko Anishima? I see. Then I'll make you remember.
It's alright. Let's just forget about this and get away from this place.
Nothing will change even if we forget. No one knows that better than you do.
I don't know anything! Reaching my limit, I shrieked with all my might. But Matsuda, without paying it mind.
Alright, just hear me out.
But why was he speaking with such a sad face? I'm the sad one here.
Hope's Peak Academy's worst incident. Everything changed because of it. No, I finally realized it because of that incident. The fact that my life, which I thought was completely normal, was actually a fake scenario set up to control me.
Those words were not directed towards anyone, not even me, but towards himself.
I've been fooled by Junko Anishima all this time. Completely fooled. But even so, I couldn't stay away from her. I thought I could save her. I thought I would be able to stop her. That's what I was made to believe.
His voice immediately began to strain with bitterness.
In order to protect her, I concealed her existence itself. But regardless of that, she went ahead and even killed the committee board members. That's why I went as far as to hide those corpses. I dealt with the evidence for her sake.
As my ears took in his words, my mind began playing through all the scenes that had occurred up to this point. There was no time to even feel the itching.
Not only that, I even murdered people for her sake, in order to silence Soshin Murasame, who knew the truth about the incident. It's the same with that Yuto Kamishiro. For her sake, I couldn't let them live. That's why I killed them.
I was completely submerged by the torrent of truth blasting out of Matsuda. But there was something I needed to know no matter what, so I struggled to keep my head above the waves as I attempted my question. Is she really that important? Junko Enoshima? Is really that important to you?
She is.
Matsuda responded with no hesitation. Why is she so important to you? As my tears of confusion and fear pushed me against the flood, I struggled forward as I frantically raised my feeble voice.
It's because of what she said to me. What she said to me when I lost what was once important to me. From now on, I'll be what's important to you. It was ridiculously impudent, but thanks to that impudence, I was prevented from being all alone. She's not family, a lover, or even a friend, but she's someone just as important to me as any of those.
Just as important as any of those. That's how Matsuda felt about Junko Enoshima. It felt like everything was over. No, rather, everything was over from the beginning. I had no chance of winning from the start. Someone who had no past had no chance of competing with Junko Enoshima. Frustration, jealousy, there was none of that. It's over was all I could feel. I let out a huge breath. Contained in that breath was my resignation to the entire world. And then it happened. A clashing sound could be heard, and Matsuda instantly turned around. The scene past his shoulder was laid out for me. I could see a girl standing in the elevator. Looks like I was right on time. With showy makeup as if straight from a fashion magazine, and huge inflated fluffy blonde hair. The uniform was popped open enough for a ridiculous amount of cleavage, along with an insanely short skirt from which long, slender white legs ran down. "Junko Enoshima!" I shouted out with confidence.
Junko Enoshima?
Matsuda mumbled, mixed with doubt. Huh? Oh, it's not like I came here to get in your way or anything. Without even a word being said, she began explaining herself. I just came here to provide the supplementary explanation. It appears to be the right scenario for this. The blonde-haired girl with showy makeup unmatchingly spoke in a hesitant manner. Wait, isn't that kind of weird? Well, this explanation, you can probably tell from my appearance, but needs be that I am to follow Junko's scenario, only to enact this part. Yeah, that's what this is. Then I was once again attacked by that severe itching. It was so bad that I felt like I wanted to claw my hands into my brain, and then immediately after that, along with feeling like my vision opened up, I remembered. I remembered the face of the girl standing in front of me. This face I've been seeing was not Junko Enoshima, but someone else. That's right. That would be Mukuro Ikusaba's face. But at the same time, another question floated up in my head. If the me right now is able to recognize Mukuro Ikusaba, what about the past forgetful me? Showy makeup, blonde hair, popped open uniform, insanely short skirt. If I saw that disguised girl, would I be able to connect things together and realize it's Mukuro Ikusaba? Then does this mean the Junko Enoshima I've known all this time? I'm sorry. The girl bowed her head. To explain things, the Junko Enoshima you've met was really me disguised as her. Disguised? Basically, a fake? But it's not like I did that because I wanted to. It was because Junko told me to. That's why even my lines were set up by Junko. Then, what about the real Junko? So, this is the most important part, but the reason I did all of this was
because I hid Junko Enoshima, right?
Matsuda's irritated words interrupted her.
Because I hid Junko Enoshima, the real her is gone. And taking advantage of that, you became Junko Enoshima. Doing so, you made this one believe in Junko Enoshima's existence.
What are you guys talking about? Make me believe in Junko Enoshima's existence? But why? I was completely lost.
Basically, Enoshima anticipated my actions. She saw through my plan in hiding her, and is now simply spectating my actions in amusement.
Spectating? I frantically looked around the hall. There must have been something here indicating that someone was spectating us, but there weren't any peeping holes or hidden cameras anywhere. Huh? Why?
This is ridiculous. To think she'd be this driven by despair. I don't want to believe this, but she must have gotten near me at some point.
Whatever he was about to say, it quickly faded away. I was already incapable of understanding his feelings. His frustration towards Junko Enoshima, his resentment against Junko Enoshima. To the point of despair, I couldn't understand anything. But there was one thing that was clear to me. Once again, to the point of despair, very clear to me. He must love her, but at the same time hate her, right?
That's right.
Matsuda quietly nodded. He confirmed my thoughts. I was right to give up. There was nothing I could do but to give up and let everything end. This is the end of my world. This is the end of the world of Matsuda and I. The moment I gave up, the curtains of my soul began to slowly fall. Thump. Huh?
That's why I have to end this.
While covering his face with both hands, Matsuda let out a huge sigh. He then lifted his face with eyes brimming with unwavering determination.
It's likely that my desire to protect her was true despair. That's why, unless I end this, my despair won't end either.
That was the voice of someone who gave up on everything.
That's why I have no choice but to end this.
His eyes were full of anger, sadness, love, and hatred, all boiled and concentrated together. But even then, there was a mysterious calmness expressed on his face. Thump thump. Huh? But why?
I didn't want Junko Enoshima to get involved with others. I thought I would be protecting her that way.
Matsuda began to close our distance at a slow pace.
That's why I hid her. That's why I desperately tried to hide her.
Thump 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 thump. As Matsuda drew closer, the beats in my heart grew louder and louder.
But it was pointless. My actions did nothing. What I did meant nothing to Enoshima. In the end, there was nothing she could do but to inflict despair on anyone involved with her. That's why this is despair. The fact that I finally understand that.
I finally understood as well. The thumping in my chest, I just now remembered. The moment I gave up on everything, I remembered my feelings towards Matsuda. This must be because of the scenario Junko Enoshima set up. In order for despair, she had me finally remember it.
That's why I've decided to end things once and for all.
Matsuda finally stopped in front of my eyes. The distance between us was to the point where our feet almost touched, and while I felt the continuous heartbeat in my chest, I felt dizzy with blood rushing to my head as I looked at him. Then, as if about to embrace me, he took those hands and squeezed them around my neck. I was done for. There must have been no other way. After all, Junko Enoshima was an important existence for him. Seeing how no one loved Matsuda more than I did, I understood that. But to the very end, I wanted to die in the world of Matsuda and I. That was the hope that embraced me to the very end. Is this also for the sake of Junko Enoshima? With that faint hope in my chest, I timidly asked that question.
No, this is for my sake.
His calm response surprised even me. I've already accepted this. I've already completely accepted Ryoko Odanashi's end.
You don't need to remember anything anymore.
I could feel his warm breath on my cheeks as he spoke those gentle words.
This is the end of everything.
Yeah, I know. After all, this has nothing to do with me, right? He then calmly began to put force into his hands, but I wasn't in pain. In fact, the warmth coming from the palms of his hands felt comfortable. I was most likely smiling. Thump, 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 thump. My raging heartbeat. My entire body heating up. Intense ringing in my ears. I guess I was at least a bit scared. But Matsuda's face in front of me seemed to become gentle, as he released his extreme stress. Ah, it really is Matsuda. As I burned that face into my memory, I slowly closed my eyes. I'll be done at this rate. Everything will be over. It's finally not be over. It was all of a sudden. That familiar, sinister laughing voice began to echo within my ears. Come on, I've said it before, haven't I? I'd murder you bastards one day. I've come to fulfill that promise. Don't tell me you've forgotten. That giddy voice forced my eyes open, and all I saw was Matsuda's surprised face. I could see a black figure standing behind him. Super high school level despair. Walking from behind Matsuda, she slowly approached my face. Once she got close enough to the point where she was lined up with Matsuda, the face within the figure finally presented itself to me. I could remember it now. That face was me. That's right, Ryoko Otonashi never even existed in the first place. Hilarious, isn't it? It's so despair-inducing that it's hilarious. The voice that rang out was of myself. By the very end, I remembered. I finally remembered everything. At the same time, everything crumbled apart. The scenery I perceived to be an immutable existence, easily, and then completely crumbled apart. It was like that sandcastle. No matter how elaborate or stable it appeared to be, it easily crumbled apart like that sandcastle. My entire body's skin, muscle, bones, all like dry sand crumbled apart. And I faded away. Everything crumbled away and went back to normal. My world ended, and her world was created. That would be my, Ryoko Otonashi's final moment. Then, everything finally returned back to normal. The strength within those hands gradually began to weaken as energy left the entire body. Then, Matsuda finally relinquished his grip on that girl. Clang. A sound rang out from the ground. It was a knife tainted by blood. It was a knife engraved with Hope's Peak Academy's emblem. Blood could be seen dripping down around it, and it soon developed into a sizable pool of red. Putting my hands towards my stomach, I could feel a warm sensation. Matsuda then returned his eyes to that girl.
Listen, you bitch.
He spoke while suffering.
But before I die, you should know that what I told you was a lie. That wasn't any kind of treatment. I've been preventing you from remembering anything at all.
I already know that. I then heard that voice. The mouth of that girl who responded began to swerve. It must have been a smile. Smiling from the taste of the knife that pierced Matsuda's flesh. And that's when Matsuda confirmed it. The fact that the person known as Ryoko Otonashi no longer exists. By the way, Mukuro Ikusaba's murmuring voice could be heard. I was only supposed to appear in Junko's likeness in front of the real one, but I accidentally got caught by Madurai at one point. But I didn't get caught by anyone else.
Obviously.
Matsuda coughed up blood along with his resentful voice.
Anybody who knew would easily be able to tell. Even if you are sisters, you two are still different people. Besides, the Enoshima who appeared before me is definitely the real one.
Hearing the words different people, Ikusaba, as if annoyed, turned her eyes away from him and instead placed them only on the girl and spoke. That's why, for this case, besides me being disguised as Junko, the real Junko conducted her own secret plans as well. It's just that she herself did not even realize that, meaning Junko was deceived by herself.
In the end, everything went just as planned. From the very beginning straight to the end.
Matsuda spoke to that girl as well. While speaking, his consciousness was beginning to fade away, and just standing appeared to be a struggle. But even so, his frail gaze continued to focus on that girl.
But there's one thing I don't understand. why you planned such a troublesome turn of events. Why you went so far to have me take away your memory in order to escape investigation from the school. It doesn't sound pleasant at all. But even so, you were able to push through all of it. Then why?
Failing to keep his ground, he finally sat down. But Matsuda continued his interrogation, resolute on obtaining his answer.
Was it to pull me, who was always thinking of you, into despair?
That girl then finally began to move. She gently caressed his face with her hand in an almost lovingly way, and sat down next to him, paying no matter to the blood spread around the area. She then drew Matsuda's face, whose eyes were beginning to drift away, towards her own, and whispered, "I'll tell you." That whisper was filled with a gentle feeling love, but it soon radically changed. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't get so ahead of yourself. There's no way in hell I'd go through this pain in the ass mess just to bring you into despair. What the hell are you thinking? As soon as those words finished, that girl immediately thrusted her hand away from Matsuda's face. Doing so, Matsuda collapsed onto the pool of blood he created.
You don't give a damn, is what you're saying, huh?
Matsuda muttered those words as he laid on his back gazing towards the ceiling. Staring at that face from straight above was that girl. Their faces were close enough for the tips of their noses to easily touch, but even so, his gaze didn't exactly match up with hers, as it began to absent-mindedly falter.
I guess I don't have anything to do with this. That really was the case after all.
Because of the overflowing blood, I felt an unnatural warmth developing in the back of my throat, but that soon faded away.
How long have you felt that way? Has it been since we were children?
That girl's face then warped into a cruel smile. What if I told you that the reason your mom got the way she was because of me? What kind of face would you show me?
What?
Pain as if a sharp needle passed through his heart was displayed.
You're not serious, are you?
As he spoke with that shivering voice, bits of blood splattered onto that girl's face from his mouth. It stood out more than even her cruel, inhumane smile.
Answer me!
While Matsuda grew more and more grave, Enoshima, on the other hand, seemed to fall into ecstasy. Without giving any response, that girl just continued to watch as she cupped her chin in her hands. Matsuda's soul was falling into the depths of despair. His own meaning of life was thoroughly and decisively violated, and was then rejected. He had completely given in to despair.
Please, respond.
His clinging words barely formed into words at all.
Come on. What's your answer, Junko Enoshima?
That was the end. Without ever hearing his answer, Yasuke Matsuda died. Completely submerged in despair, he died. Once she confirmed everything had ended, Junko Enoshima slowly got up. But she ceased her actions and decided to look down for a while longer. She stared at the Yasuke Matsuda who had experienced his last breath not too long ago. There's no way this would have nothing to do with me. There was a hint of sadness laid somewhere in that murmuring voice. After all, you were the most important person to me of all. Those were her true feelings. Yasuke Matsuda was an especially important existence for Junko Enoshima. Ever since they were children, he always stood up for her, always continued to unconditionally love her, and above all, just being by his side made her heart feel warm. But she killed off that existence with her own hands. She stepped on it, forced it past the gates of despair, and brutally murdered it. This is... But that's what Enoshima had desired. She loved him so much, that irreplaceable existence, more than anyone else, almost obsessed with him to the point of insanity, always wanting to be within his embrace. Even living in a world with only him would be fine. And by losing that incredible existence, just how much despair would I fall in? She nurtured her love for Matsuda all this time just to get a taste of that feeling. Seeing her loved one be smothered by despair during his last moments, she pretty much lived to experience that spectacle. Finally, getting to taste that despair. This is incredible! It was more than anything she could have hoped for. Too depressing. Too good. My chest is gonna tear open. This is true self-loathing. I want to die. This is the despair that comes from losing a loved one. While Enoshima's being was assaulted by that despair, she kicked Yasuke Matsuda's corpse with all her strength. Amazing! Amazing! Amazing, 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 amazing! While absorbed in screaming, she kicked the corpse of the one she so dearly longed for with no mercy whatsoever. Flowing out of her eyes were a continuous stream of tears. While those tears of delight, lament, and confusion overwhelmingly flowed, she kicked her beloved's corpse until it was a lump of meat barely holding any resemblance to its original form. When Kyoko Kitty opened her eyes, she found herself at the infirmary. The scene outside the window portrayed nightfall. It seemed that at some point the day had reached evening. As Kyoko slowly rose out of her bed. "Looks like you're awake." A man's voice could be heard coming from the window. It belonged to Hope's Peak Academy's principal, Jin Kitty. "You were completely knocked out. Has work finally caught up to you?" "How long have I been asleep?" "You wouldn't stay put, so I had the school physician give you some medicine. It should still be in effect, so things may still be a bit hazy. You should probably just relax for now." Her consciousness and sensations were certainly still a bit dim. Following orders from him was frustrating, but there isn't much one can do against the effects of medicine. With no other choice, Kyoko laid back down on the bed. And then she remembered. She remembered the moment when Mukuro Ikusaba came to assist her. Being cornered by the Madurai brothers, she appeared at just the right time and saved her. But why did she save her? Sure, they were classmates, but there was hardly any occasion of social interaction between them. Putting that outside, however, there was a more pressing issue at hand. The girl that was with her when attacked by the Madurai brothers, Junko Enoshima, what happened to her? She tackled that question in her mind in a very kitty-like manner. Then, "It appears that she was rescued by Ikusaba as well. I'll save you the trouble of overthinking things. She's been temporarily hospitalized at one of the medical facilities in the teaching staff faculty building. Although the silver lining is, well, how would I say this? Due to the shock from that incident, it seems that she recovered her memory." "Memory?" "She'll soon return to her regular school schedule, but it seems that she doesn't remember anything from when she lost her memory. Because of that, there have been numerous confusion issues going on, and everyone has been taking care of her." "I see. The classmate returning to class should have been a joyous occasion, but something didn't feel right. Like something was being overdone. Also, there's something important I have to discuss with you." His following words then completely brushed off Kyoko's doubt. "I'll be closing the investigation request on Izuru Kamakura." "Eh?" Kyoko immediately rose up from the sudden report. "Why all of a sudden?" Her question was one of urgency. "Sorry, but I can't really talk about that." What are you... "Okay, fine. I wasn't satisfied with the contents of your work. How does that work for you?" Recognizing his lack of acknowledgement, Kyoko scrunched her eyebrows in inquisitiveness. "Then, what happened to Kamakura?" "Speaking of which, just today the new committee board members got inaugurated to replace the old ones." "Don't avoid the subject." "Due to the members changing, decisions involving confidential information have increased. No matter what you have to say, I don't really have much freedom to be carelessly discussing our secrets." That statement was a clear refusal. Hearing those words, All Kyoko could do was respond with a murmur of resentment. Why are you telling me this now?
Alright, in return, how about I reveal to you this confidential information we've been talking about? That is, if your pride as a detective would allow it.
His words were almost like a challenge. He was being like that for quite a while.
The words, "You were just being used this whole time," were likely.
That kind of thought process was simple, but there was a feeling that the reason behind it couldn't be so simple. But what caused that feeling? Was it the intuition of a detective? Or was it because he was her father? She immediately shook her head. Shaking off that last train of thought, she roughly responded. I understand. I don't mind giving up on the request. However, there is one thing I would like to know. Kitty Giddy was watching from outside the mirror in silence. What happened to Yasuke Matsuda? And the Madurai brothers? A moment of silence passed, and Kitty Giddy let out a hefty sigh. He then turned his eyes and began walking towards the door of the infirmary. Kyoko followed his movements carefully with her eyes. He then stopped in front of the door, and without turning his back, he spoke.
Expulsion. That's how it seems they were dealt with.
His words felt heavy. A hint of anger could be heard among them as well.
Not only that, it was the new committee board members' intentions as well. To strictly conceal the incident under the darkness. Those involved, Matsuda and Madurai, were expelled, and soon others will follow as well.
You weren't going to stop them?
All I did was receive the report. They're not even in the school building anymore. Even you probably would have difficulty in tracking them down.
Letting out another huge sigh, Kitty Giddy began to grind his teeth.
Although, it sure was a convenient development. Convenient to the point where one would think someone was manipulating the events from the shadows.
But he quickly turned his head, as if he regretted what he just said. Even without any formal request, I'll still be looking into it. Aimed towards the back of Kitty Giddy were words full of determination. Hearing those words, he responded without turning back.
Detectives can't do anything until an incident ends. They're useless until all the victims show up. That's a trait that exists within even the most expert detectives. But I think you're different. I feel qualities coming from you that exceed ones of a detective. Those are words coming from witnessing your various talents up to this point. I think I'll be keeping them in mind.
What are you trying to say? Kyoko let out a stiff voice.
There's no need for apprehending.
Kitty Giddy then looked past his shoulder, towards Kyoko, who was tight-lipped with anger and an expression close to tears.
One last thing. You're free to investigate on your own. However, if you happen to endanger yourself or attempt to bypass the school rules, I won't plan to show any mercy. Prepare yourself. If you can't keep that in mind, you'll be leaving this school.
Without waiting for any response from Kyoko, Kitty Giddy left the infirmary. When entering the hallway, he let out yet another huge sigh. Even though he was trying to keep her away from the incident for her own good, it still pained him. But she wasn't the type to just happily listen to orders. There wasn't anything to be done about that. The situation was already out of Kitty Giddy's hands. Just like the ex-committee board members who disappeared, the new ones would eventually become figures of valuable position in their various fields. Soon after their inauguration, the termination of the Kamakura project was announced. It was their way of saying that the existence known as Super High School Level Hope never existed. It wasn't a very surprising turnabout. Kitty Giddy became the core, and the symbol of hope that Hope's Peak Academy raised and nurtured all these years was abandoned unceremoniously. Following these actions, the new committee board members' decisions and plans were quick and prompt. Through various methods, they were able to construct concealment for the incident. It appeared they were instructed by some other party. All of a sudden, Kitty Giddy began to pick up the pace as he continued down the hallway. While walking at a brisk pace, he inadvertently glanced towards the window. The idea that everything had ended was not present. Rather, it felt like it was the start of a new turn of events. Most likely, not a good turn of events. A horrible incident was going to occur from this school, and then consume the world. No one would be able to stop that. But from that prediction, Kitty Giddy felt an uncharacteristic chill creep on. But, Kitty decision was already set in place. For the sake of the students, it might be time to speed up that plan. An area where even the new committee board members would not catch wind of. There was no other choice than the ex-school building. With that thought in mind, Kitty began into a full dash, but he didn't realize it. He didn't realize what was happening to himself. His mouth began to faintly bend. He must have been able to sense it. The talent holding the ability to throw the world into chaos was lurking somewhere in Hope's Peak Academy. That was possibly why he was trembling from being enveloped by interest in this existence. But even so, he had no way of knowing what laid ahead. Eventually, that talent will inflict despair across the world, and that very despair will trample across even himself. But Jane Kitty was still completely unaware. Back from her long period of absence, the first thing taken care of when returning to her dorm room was applying the makeup. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Junko Enoshima saw despair. Geez, Matsuda sure had horrible taste. Reflecting in the mirror was a simply plain, normal, and uninteresting female high school student. To think something like this was of value for despair. I don't know if he picked something up from his mother or something. Going over the sense of a loved one in despair while applying makeup, she began to tidy up the room, beginning with picking off the numerous post-it notes saying, "This is my room," and then the Ryoko Odenashi memory notebook. Looking at this notebook brought back memories of Yasuke Matsuda. Remembering him, she could feel her chest tightening. Consumed by disgust at what she did to him, she was compelled to cry and scream out, "I want to forget this already! I just want to get rid of this notebook!" All the more reason to keep this on hand! With an indescribable expression somewhere between woe and excitement, she flipped through the pages. Suddenly, her hand stopped. On that page laid a ridiculous amount of likeness portraits of Yasuke Matsuda. These horrible drawings are surprisingly heartrending. How exciting! As expected, it seemed that her heart's wound wouldn't heal anytime soon. But that's how it should be. After all, she went so out of her way and lost her memory to taste this despair. Speaking of which, that wasn't the only reason she had her memory lost. There was another goal in mind as well. That reason was within the notebook within Enoshima's hands. Reports on Matsuda's methods in manipulating her memory were recorded in that very notebook. That was her other reason. Memory manipulation was required for the final stage of her plan to inflict further despair. That's why she wanted to test it. That's why she wanted to test it on herself. She arranged for Matsuda to take away her memory, resulting in becoming a subject to that memory manipulation. I guess this is all one can expect from just an experiment. Just becoming forgetful is only halfway progress. I guess Matsuda just didn't try hard enough. Well, once I take care of it, I'm sure it'll turn out perfectly. Taking over a loved one's lovely research, I'll be sure to make use of it in the most despair-inducing way possible. Her other reason for using Matsuda was for this experiment. For that experiment, she anticipated Matsuda's actions and then proceeded to move freely within her own convenience. That goes for others as well. She anticipated the results of everything and manipulated those events at will. By doing this, she finished her perfect development. It was the same for even Enoshima herself. She was able to control even her own actions and experience the greatest taste of despair. Yoo-hoo! I'm back! Suddenly, a strange voice rang out as the door to the room flew open. Standing at the door was a blonde girl, the one who disguised as Junko Enoshima, Mukuro Ikusaba. With expression displayed on her face, her cheeks rose and formed a huge smile. Were you surprised? I was hoping to surprise you a bit in commemoration for your return. Do you think I'm retarded? But Enoshima freezingly shot back. Are you trying to raise the tension or something? What are you gonna do if someone sees you dressed like that? Are you gonna take responsibility for that? Hell, are you even capable of doing that? I'm sorry. As if completely withered, her shoulders crumpled. Also, you barely even look like me. Are you even trying? In fact, do I even look that retarded? Do I? But I followed Junko's written instructions completely. I see. You can't do anything unless told. You really are retarded. I'm really sorry. As she hurried to get changed, her eyes were completely blurred with tears. Man, And you still have that ridiculously skinny body. If you have time to perform in the military, you should try getting a body that men would actually like.
I'm sorry. Please don't be mad anymore.
While watching her sister's shoulders shake like a puppy being scolded, Enoshima stuck out her tongue. Jeez, I really gotta rethink how I'm gonna use this one. Besides Enoshima having her sister disguise herself as Enoshima to fool her amnesiac self, there was of course one other goal. It was another experiment. Mukuro Ikusaba's disguise was a key component in her future plan to inflict further despair. Memory manipulation was also an experiment. Mukuro Ikusaba's disguise was also an experiment. No, there was more. Forcing high school students into mutual killing and showing that visual to others to spread despair. That was, once again, also an experiment. Everything was an experiment put into practice, killing two birds with one stone. That's what Hope's Peak Academy's worst incident meant to Junko Enoshima. Furthermore, the murder of the committee board members were part of that as well. Besides forcing the location of Kamakura out of them, Enoshima wanted them to be replaced. Although the experiment this time around overall felt like it was missing some excitement. Was it too psychotic? I wonder if I can make it even more excitingly psychotic. I guess forcing mutual killing right away is too stiff. Maybe I should make it a game of some sort. Yeah, that way the murders might get a lot more dramatic. Of course, a mascot is necessary as well. For this experiment, those brainwashed were dressed in some sort of cartoon character outfit, but that was no good. That was just tasteless. There's room for tons of improvement. Well, so... Abruptly, Ikusaba's voice spoke out. Huh? What do you want? Enoshima clicked her tongue as she listened to what she had to say. Why didn't you hand over Izuru Kamakura to the preparatory department? Hearing that, Enoshima clicked her tongue even louder. Man, you really are retarded. If they got to kill Kamakura, then they'd be satisfied just like that. That's no good. I want their uneasiness, complaints, and dissatisfaction to build up, and then explode all at once. Then they'd show their worth by becoming a mob, right? That's what they're there for. Oh, I see. A bitter smile revealed itself on Ikusaba's face as she nodded in understanding. Then, does that mean Kamakura is no longer needed? I don't really have anything in mind right now, but, well, nothing's gonna happen if we just leave him be anyways. Besides, he's not anything like super high school level Hope anymore. He's someone who's fallen into the depths of despair. That was, again, another result that followed her prediction. In the end, everything moved along with Enoshima's will. Everything fell perfectly in line with what Enoshima's ambition was. Well, this experiment allowed me to taste despair, so I could say it was a success. But a little part in her had still hoped for something else. She had hoped that the plan she worked so hard to concoct would fall into pieces despairingly. This time it wasn't like that, but maybe someday I'll be able to taste that flavor of despair. She even sowed some seeds for the purpose of that possibility occurring. I really am amazing, aren't I? Without thinking, she erupted into laughter. I even prepared a flag for when I myself would lose. I'm the very definition of a mastermind. Don't you think so, sister? Yes, but by her way of talking, I got tired of this personality. How many fucking years have you been my sister? Shifting to a violent personality and shouting at her sister Ikusaba, she soon gave up on that as well, and then began staring towards the window. What's wrong? Despite Ikusaba's worried voice, she continued to stare at the window. Out there was a parade. Like a surging tidal wave, the parade was flowing through the school dorms. I wonder what those in class are thinking looking at this right now. I wonder if they're experiencing the death of their hope. Enoshima quickly stood up and spoke with an energized voice. Alright, now that the tension is off the charts, let's go head to class. Our beloved classmates are waiting for us. Okay. Just like that, Enoshima momentarily returned to her school life. It was annoying getting friendly with others, but soon the spice of unbelievable despair will scatter about. Actually, I'm getting pretty excited. Alright, let's enjoy the rest of our school life to its fullest. After all, that was her true motive. Thus, the key words were set. The flag was raised. Mutual killing, ex-school building, brainwashed preparatory department, super high school level hope, Class 78, Hope's Peak Academy's committee board, principal, memory manipulation, Mukuro Ikusaba's disguise, Monokuma. It all begins from here. The plan to create the strongest despair of all starts from here. The world's most despair-inducing incident starts from here. Predicting what will occur is simple, but not doing so would be more interesting. A stronger taste of despair will come on that way. But can I hold on for that long? What should I do? Just picturing that despair caused Enoshima's heart to jump. Because super high school level Junko Enoshima wishes for despair above everything else. Finds hope within despair more than anyone else. Finds hope? What the hell? Me finding hope? Realizing that she had been embracing hope, she fell into despair.